perked up eagerly, lifting her nose from her book. I would. Do your people have very many? He couldn't help but smile. A whole bunch. Where I come from, the priority in a relationship is finding love, rather than it at best being a happy accident in relationships, begun for other reasons. Her big grey eyes were a little bit starry as she looked off into the distance. An entire land where everyone finds romance, and not just the lucky few? Dare shifted uncomfortably. He didn't want to be a downer and mention things like divorce rates and other relationship issues that were prevalent back home. That's the goal most people have, he said carefully. The beautiful bunny girl leaned forward, pushing her glasses higher up her delicate nose to look at him with shining eyes. Tell me a story, the most romantic one you know. Phew, how did he judge that? Normally, he picked movies and shows where the romance was a side plot, ideally with some good plot thrown in. Of course, if he was looking for a good story, there were always the classics. All right, he said, settling back. Once upon a time, there was a little girl whose mother died of illness. Her father married again, so she would have someone to care for her. Lily listened raptly to the fairy tale, looking distressed at the poor girl's plight, sighing dreamily at the romantic bits, and squealing with delight when she kissed the handsome prince, and it all ended happily ever after. Dare finished the story with a few minutes to spare. But since he didn't know exactly how the home ward worked, and didn't want to risk it going off and making him leave his companion behind, he suggested they hold hands early. The beautiful bunny girl shyly placed her pale, soft hand in his. This is kind of romantic, isn't it? She murmured. Trying something new together, hand in hand? He grinned and gently squeezed her hand. Here's to having many adventures together, going new places and seeing new things side by side. Ooh, I like that. Dare abruptly lost all sensation in his body, including the feel of Lily's hand in his. Then he was catapulted straight forward, still in his seated position, the ground whipping past underneath him with alarming speed. It was like being in a car looking at the road whip by, except twice as fast, much closer to the ground, and without the benefit of a sturdy metal vehicle around him. The sight was terrifying and nauseating, and he might have had the urge to be sick if he could feel his stomach. He looked over, relieved to see that he was still holding Lily's hand, and she was right there with him. She was grinning ear to ear, eyes wide as she stared ahead in the direction they were rushing. Then her mouth opened in a scream of sudden alarm, although no sound emerged, and he looked forward again in time to see that they were heading directly for the side of a tall hill, at speeds high enough to splatter them across it. Dare barely had time to scream himself before they reached it and passed right through. For a few moments, they were surrounded by absolute blackness. Then they emerged back into daylight, only now they were about 6 inches higher off the ground than before. Or, more accurately, the ground was 6 inches lower. Right, ethereal. They both looked solid enough, but they must have been phased out in some way to allow them to see the world around them without slamming into obstacles in their path. And a good thing, since they couldn't control their movement, and the home ward was taking them on a direct line to their destination. As Dare got used to the mode of travel, it wasn't quite as nauseating or terrifying. Especially if he looked farther out, rather than at the ground whipping past beneath or around him at impossible speeds. Actually, it was almost restful, like being in some sort of VR world tour program, where he could see the beauty around him, without feeling the wind or the noise at this speed, or any other sensations. Or maybe being in an absolutely silent airplane with zero turbulence. In fact, if he closed his eyes, it became like the ultimate sensory deprivation chamber, because not only did it mute the sensations, but they weren't there at all. It was so relaxing he actually ended up dozing off, grateful for the chance to rest after a day of running. So it came as a complete shock when the sensations abruptly returned with a jolt, and he found himself seated on the ground with the feel of Lily's warm hand in his. He also heard her shrieks of delight practically in his ear. Had she been doing that this entire time? Dare's eyes flew open, and he looked around to see the spot he vaguely remembered binding the home ward to. South of the battlefield, where they'd defeated the monster horde. He climbed to his feet and helped Lily to hers, while she looked around curiously. "Why did you bind the artifact here?" she asked, long white ears twitching curiously this way and that, as she looked around for some landmark or other spot of interest. "It was the closest place to home, after I got the home ward," he said, tucking the item away in his pack. He motioned south. "Tirana is a few hours south of here, at a normal human's pace at least. And Niram Manor is about a day's ride farther, near the southeast corner of Bastion." The bunny girl absently fiddled with her glasses. "So even at our faster pace, we can't get there today unless we run half the night?" Dare nodded. "We'll need to set up camp. I can make you anything you don't have, like a tent or bedroll." She squared her shoulders proudly. "No need. I made all that stuff for myself." She hooked a thumb at her chest. "Leatherworker, remember? I even made a cool collapsible camp chair whose design appeared just a few months ago." "Oh yeah?" he asked casually, biting back a smile. "Yeah, it's amazing. Look." Lily reached into her pack and pulled it out. Dare recognized his design, but with more padding on the seat, backrest and armrests. She patted it affectionately. "And I'll tell you what, after traveling, it's become one of my favorite things. I could just kiss whoever invented it, and did my backside such a favor." Now Dare did grin. "I wouldn't say no." At her blank look, his smile widened. "That's my design." His new companion stared at him. "What? No way." Dare motioned. "Check the crafter's name." Her eyes went a bit unfocused as she checked the information in the world system, then widened. "Goddess, you actually did." She grinned at him again. "Aren't you full of surprises?" He shrugged self-consciously. "To be fair, I didn't really invent it, just recreated a design from my home." The bunny girl's nose wrinkled adorably. "How can you have copied a design from your home? It would still be in the crafting hash." Damn. And here he'd been trying to avoid questions about where he'd come from. At least until it was a good time to tell her, like he told his family and friends. They didn't use the crafting system. Making them is more laborious that way. But they could have more customized designs. All technically true. "Weird, is that like a religious thing?" she asked. He just grinned, so she laughed wryly. "Well anyway, I'm a girl of my word." She danced forward and planted a peck on his cheek before darting back, giggling and blushing slightly. She was so ridiculously cute. Dare resisted the urge to reach up and touch where he could still feel the brush of her soft lips on his skin. It seemed a small thing, but it was a memory he'd treasure. "Ready to get going?" he asked as Lily put away the camping chair and tightened the straps on her pack again. "I need to stop by Tirana to let friends know the threat is over. But unless you want to stay the night in a mansion, we could probably make it another hour or two farther after that." The bunny girl obligingly pulled off her poncho and tucked it away, then bounced on the balls of her feet a few times. "Lead the way, noble sir." Technically, Dare wasn't either of those things. But then again, she read a lot of romantic stories. With another laugh of enjoyment, he started off at a strong pace. After the relaxing ride with the home ward, he was rested enough to push himself harder for the final few hours of the day. Lily ran easily at his side, shooting him curious looks as they went. "I never asked, but what threat did you have to take care of in Redoubt?" "Rosa only told me your family was in danger." He shook his head grimly. "There's not much more to say. There was an evil knight trying to hurt my family, and I made sure my loved ones were safe." She gave him an approving look, then changed topics. "And what do you mean by staying at a mansion?" Dare felt his cheeks heat as he quickly explained his relationship with Morona, Baroness of Terrana. "She's invited me and my companions to stay with her whenever we're in town, and her maids are very accommodating. More so than would probably be proper to mention." The beautiful bunny girl looked a bit uncomfortable. "It would be nice to enjoy that sort of luxury," she said hesitantly. "But we need to get back to your family and let them know you're safe." He had a feeling there was more to it than that. "Are you worried about going into a town?" She hesitated, then nodded a bit sheepishly. "I may be different from other bunny girls in a lot of ways, but I share their reluctance to be around a bunch of strange people." She gave a strained smile. "One at a time is usually enough for my sisters, and for me, I'm usually content with my books." She grimaced. "Also, we usually don't fare well when we venture into the settlements of other races." Dare's stomach twisted as he thought of what Zuri had told him about how bunny girls were highly desired as pleasure slaves, but languished and died quickly in captivity. It was sickening, and again firmed his resolve to free as many slaves as he could, and if they had nowhere else to go, help them start new lives on his lands. "Things are different in Bastion, and especially in Terrana," he promised her. "We can trust Morona to keep the streets of her town safe for us." He veered slightly closer to give her arm a reassuring pat. "And I give you my word, anyone who tries to cause trouble for you will have to get through me first." Lily gave him a strained smile. "Thank you." She took a breath and squared her shoulders. "I guess if I'm going to be with you and part of your family, I'll need to get used to going where you go, even into towns." Dare glanced over at the lowering sun. Unless he just popped in and gave Morona the news, then popped right back out, they probably wouldn't get much farther today. It would probably be better to get a proper night's sleep and a good dinner and breakfast, then travel all the faster in the morning. "What do you say then?" he asked with a smile. "Want to meet a baroness and be a guest in her house?" She gave him a starry-eyed look. "That does sound very romantic," she admitted. "Most of the best stories take place in castles or mansions or lavish estates." "Well, I promise yours will as well. We're working to make Nerim Manor the most lavish estate in Bastion." Chapter 10. Home at last. The guards at the gate looked curious to see Dare accompanied by a bunny girl, as well as in clear awe of Lily's beauty. Not to mention showing a bit of jealousy for him. She'd changed into her lovely silver gown before they approached Terrana, and he'd offered her his arm as they came into view of the gate. She looked radiant as they walked down the road, showing no signs she'd spent the entire day running hard. Which was a stark contrast to his own disheveled state, in serious need of a proper bath and clean change of clothes. His companions stared at the guards a bit nervously as they approached, then jumped in surprise and looked on the verge of bolting, as the two men abruptly clapped fist to chest in salute and roared in unison, "Huzzah for the hero of Morona's field!" "What's going on?" she hissed anxiously. Dare smiled at the guards as he returned their salute. "Remember the party-rated monster I told you about? It was the leader of a monster horde we fought near where the home ward dropped us off." "Wow, that's incredible." Lily smiled a bit tentatively, the guards, who bowed low to her with the utmost courtesy as they waved them through the gate. Although her nervousness returned, and she pressed close to his side as they made their way down Tirana's streets, which at this hour were crowded with a modest number of passers-by, all of whom couldn't help but gawk at the beautiful bunny girl in an evening gown on the arm of a sweaty, travel-stained man. "Why are they looking at me?" she hissed. "Are they going to try to mount me?" Dare had no doubt a lot of the male onlookers would love to do just that. He comfortingly patted her hand resting on his arm. It's not every day they see a ethereally lovely, elegant young woman walking down their streets. You stand out like a rose in a thistle patch. "Hey," Lily protested, although she was smiling. "I like thistles. Their flowers are pretty and they're delicious." She grimaced. "Although, when I'm in my usual state, it's no fun to walk through a patch of them." He assumed her usual state was nude, like most bunny girls, and he could certainly appreciate the discomfort of brushing against a bunch of prickly plants like that. They headed straight for Montshadow Estate, although, on the way, Dare found himself stopping dead in spite of the hurry he was in, staring in amazement at a new monument in the market square. It was a simple stone block, separated off by ropes. In the center of the block, a familiar axe was buried in the stone deep enough to stick, its haft rising into the air higher than most men stood. The monstrous battle-axe trophy from the cursed orc warchief. He'd completely forgotten about the item in the wake of the Darkblade's attempted assassination, and in the brief thought he'd given it since, had assumed that it would find its way to Nerim Manor, along with the other loot he'd left behind. It seemed like Morona had other ideas, though. "Wow, that's a huge honking axe," Lily said, following his gaze. He chuckled and stepped over to where a metal plaque had been pounded into the stone, etched with a few sentences. "Cursed Orc Warchief's monstrous battle-axe, placed here to commemorate the heroism of Darren of Nerim Manor, who in glorious single combat slew the commander of the monster horde that imperiled us all." Wow. Dare was still on the fence about displaying trophies in his home, seeing the need to bolster his family's reputation, but not liking the aesthetic. But to have a trophy prominently placed in the center of Tirana praising his deeds, that was something else, something incredible. He felt his heart swell with pride at the sight. Lily read the plaque as well, looked up at him wonderingly, and silently leaned against his side as he took some time to appreciate this moment. He was vaguely aware of a few passers-by gathering and beginning to clap, and with a somewhat embarrassed smile, bowed to them before leading Lily on through the square. When they reached Montshadow Estate, the guard immediately pulled open the wrought iron gate and waved them through. "Please, Master Dare," he said. "The Baroness insisted you be ushered in to see her immediately when you arrived." "Thank you," Dare said, clapping his shoulder. "How have things been here?" "No trouble, just the expected chaos of the aftermath of our battle against the monster horde." The man bowed and motioned them to continue down the drive as he pushed the gate closed behind them. Miss Garena was waiting at the front doors and curtsied low. "Welcome, Master Dare. The Baroness asked you to attend her in her sitting room." She hesitated, glancing at Lily, who shrank slightly at her scrutiny. "This is my companion Lily," he said, patting the bunny girl's hand soothingly. "We've had a long journey today." The head maid curtsied to Lily as well. "Welcome, Miss Lily. The staff is drawing up baths and preparing a late dinner. We'll see to your comfort as Master Dare attends the Baroness." They were whisked into the entry room, where Marigold and a dog girl maid ushered Lily away, fussing over her with many an exclamation of wonder at her beauty and her striking silver hair. The bunny girl shyly went along, seeming disarmed by their warmth. Although Dare didn't miss the naughty look the gnome maid shot him before the three women disappeared, he had a feeling she might be paying him a visit or pulling him into a secluded nook sometime during their visit. He followed Miss Garena up to his noble lover's chambers on the 3rd floor, where just before opening the double doors, she looked him over with a critical eye. "Do try not to touch anything in there, particularly not the Baroness herself. She's already dressed for bed." Happy as he would have been to comply with that request, the moment he stepped through the doors, Morona wrapped him in a relieved hug and tugged him towards the love seat, pushing him down into it and settling on his lap. "You returned so soon," she fretted as she ran her hands over his chest and shoulders, as if searching for injuries, looking anxiously into his eyes. "Did something go wrong? Did you change your mind about going after Oliven?" Dare shook his head with a smile, stroking her leg. "Oliven has fallen, and the Assassin's Guild have assured me his contract is equally dead." The elegant noblewoman looked at him in amazement. "This quickly?" she said. "I know you can move fast when you need to, but it's been less than a week. A trip to Redoubt and back should have taken at least 2 weeks for travel alone, let alone the insurmountable task of taking care of matters there. I received some divine assistance, or perhaps provided it." He quickly filled her in on what had happened in Redoubt. By the time he finished, she'd taken his hand and was gripping it hard enough to be uncomfortable. "You went after the guild alone, in the dark? You're fortunate they didn't slit your throat, rather than treating with you." Dare shrugged uncomfortably. "I suppose so." He hastily moved on from that. "Do you think this will be the end of it? Will the guild keep their word? And is there a chance Oliven's family or friends will be suspicious?" Morona leaned back in thought, absently stroking his leg. "I'd say arranging for him to be killed by monsters was very well done. We can hope that the monsters devouring his flesh will conceal the cuts made by your hamstrings, although it's a detail few would note when the answer is plain to see. Wise to leave all his things as they were." She grimaced. "As for the other, I'm no expert on assassins' guilds. But while we'd be fools to trust in them, we should at least be able to trust in their pragmatism. You're not worth the effort when there's no gold in it for them. And as far as I can see, you did nothing to antagonize them." Dare let out a breath. Hopefully this nightmare is finally over, and we can get back to our lives. "I pray so," his lover said, kissing his shoulder. "Although, if you can successfully petition for knighthood at the first of the year, that will aid you greatly." She gave his leg a final caress and abruptly stood, tone becoming brisk. "Let's get you into a bath, and then I'll join you and your companion for dinner." She gave him a keen look, lips quirked upward in amusement. "Or is it lover? My maids tell me she's an exceptional beauty." He felt his cheeks heat, not sure exactly how to explain his relationship with Lily. A friend for now. One who's left home for the first time, and is excited to see the wonders of the world she's read about in the books she loves. He smiled fondly. A world she views with a particularly romantic mindset. Morona also smiled, expression wistful. Ah, to be young and see the world with such innocent eyes again. She took his hand. Come. Apparently when she said, "Let's get you into a bath," she meant it literally, because she entered the bathroom with him, Belinda waiting to attend them both. Through the door leading to the other bathroom, Dare heard splashes and giggles, and couldn't help but smile. It sounded like the Baroness's maids were showing Lily their customary warmth, and she seemed to have gotten over her previous nervousness. Her laughter was a wonder to hear. Belinda undressed him with brisk efficiency. Then Morona massaged his shoulders while the dragon girl maid shaved him, wiped the homely makeup off his face, and with some effort washed the dye from his hair. Then both women similarly disrobed and pulled him into the bath, where Belinda sensuously bathed them both while they cuddled in the warm water. Sore and weary as Dare was, he still found himself becoming aroused at their attention. Morona felt it and lovingly stroked him beneath the water, teasing him with growing waves of pleasure. Just as he began to squirm in imminent release, she urged him up to sit on the edge of the tub, then dove between his legs and took him into her warm mouth. He noticed Belinda rubbing herself frantically off to one side, and at the erotic sight, he took his noble lover's head in both hands to hold her still and emptied himself down her throat. She swallowed eagerly, making satisfied noises. After cleaning him up, Belinda helped him dress in silk pajamas Morona must have had made for him since his last visit. The maid dressed the Baroness in a sleek silk nightgown that hugged her curves, and hand in hand they made their way to an intimate dining room. Lily was there already, wearing her own comfy nightgown and happily digging into a salad. She somehow managed to look elegant and breathtaking and adorable all at the same time. Her pale skin was flushed pink from scrubbing, smooth and sweet-smelling with scented oils and lotions. Her silver hair had been brushed until it shone with hints of reflections from things around the room, hanging loose down to her waist in a shimmering waterfall. The lovely bunny girl immediately leapt up when they entered, rushing over to take Dare's hands. "Dare, this place is beautiful," she gushed, eyes shining. "And the servants are so nice." Her cheeks flushed even deeper pink. "They gave me a bath, and it was the most luxurious thing I've ever..." She cut off abruptly as she seemed to realize who Morona was, eyes widening. Then she fell into an awkward curtsy. "My lady," she murmured shyly. "Thank you for welcoming me into your mansion." The mature noblewoman smiled in a motherly way and lifted Lily upright, holding her by her slender shoulders and leaning in to kiss her cheeks. "My, but you are absolutely breathtaking," she said. "I'll admit, I've only had the pleasure of seeing a Cunard once before, and only from a distance. It's wonderful to finally meet one, and such a dear young lady too." She glanced at Dare, eyes twinkling. "If I didn't have the feeling you have other plans, I'd invite you to join my staff here at Montshadow Estate." "Oh, that would be grand," the bunny girl said with a dreamy smile. "It would be like a fairy tale." She gave him a shy look. "But yes, I have other plans. Dare's invited me to join him at Nearham Manor." "That sounds lovely, dear. I've been wanting to visit there and see for myself all the splendid improvements I've heard about." The Baroness led Lily back to her seat and settled into the one beside her. "Come, make yourself at home." And let me know if you need anything. A friend of Dare's will always be welcome here. The young woman wasted no time digging into her salad again. It's great that Dare has lovers to offer us such magical places to stay, wherever we go. Dare, who'd settled in on Morona's other side, coughed in embarrassment at that. His noble lover gave him an amused look, with just the slightest teasing edge to it. Does he now? And where did you stay before? Oblivious to his embarrassment, Lily eagerly told the Baroness about Rosa and her enchanted clearing. She also described her efforts, with the Dryad's help, to make sure meals were prepared for Dare's arrivals. He hadn't realized she'd gone to such pains for his sake, and was even more grateful to the caring young woman. Morona eyed him thoughtfully the entire time. Speaking of fairy tales, she mused, your life is full of wonder and excitement, isn't it? Dare smiled and took her hand. But wherever I travel, home beckons sweetly. Lily sighed dreamily. The meal was pleasant, if brief. Then Dare and Morona bid Lily good night, Marigold appearing to lead the bunny girl to her room, and his noble lover led him up to her chambers. Come, she said almost shyly, leading him into her bedroom. It was the first time he'd ever been in there, and to his eyes it suited her elegant simplicity. It looked as if she was finally going to share her bed with him. The big canopied four-poster looked incredibly plush and comfortable. They cuddled for a few minutes, sunk in pillowy softness. Then Morona kissed him hungrily. He began to caress her soft body, and their clothes came off again as they made tender but passionate love. Dare made every effort to guide her to a few intense climaxes before giving in to her breathless entreaties to come inside her. He grit his teeth in sweet release as waves of pleasure rippled through him, filling her with his seed, then afterwards gathered her into his arms and held his beautiful lover close. Although he'd been planning to clean them up, Morona drifted off before he could catch his breath. So, warm and content, he closed his eyes and let sleep claim him as well. Dare woke the next morning to find he was holding a rather smaller and plumper figure than the tall, elegant noblewoman. Marigold looked up at him mischievously as he started in surprise. Good morning, lover, she whispered with a giggle, rubbing her soft, naked body against him. He felt wetness against his hip from her arousal. Where did you come from? He asked, groggily reaching through her silky pink hair to fondle her round ass. Where's Ma, that is, the Baroness? She giggled again. I came from Deepwater, originally. As for Our Lady, she had pressing business in town and regrets she'll probably be occupied until after you leave. The naughty gnome climbed up to straddle his hips, rubbing her plump pussy up and down his quickly stiffening shaft and soaking it with her nectar, filling the air with the intoxicating cinnamon musk of her arousal. Which means I get to fuck you in her bed. The feeling of her petals gliding over his sensitive foreskin was incredible, but Dare gently but firmly pushed her away with a concerned noise. Prevent conception, he reminded her. I don't have any. Oh fuck, Marigold said, big blue eyes going huge. She knew his fertility was so high he could impregnate her just by touching her pussy with his dick. She bit her plump lip, urgently grinding against his thigh as she mulled that over. Then she sighed in resignation and squirmed around until her glistening sex hovered over his mouth. Okay, we'll do it this way. You just better make sure to make me feel good. Dare certainly did his best, luxuriating in the smell and taste of his tiny gnome lover as she began licking and rubbing his cock, then finally took him into her small mouth. After about a minute, he heard a clatter from out in the hall, and Marigold began riding his face more urgently as she pulled her mouth off his cock with a soft plop. "Quick," she hissed. "Hurry up and come before I get caught in here." He felt his orgasm retreating at the prospect. "I'm not sure it's happening anytime soon," he hissed back. She began frantically jacking him off with both hands. "What if I told you that your bunny girlfriend has the most beautiful pussy I've ever seen?" And how she flowed like a fountain as I fingered her in the bath, all the while talking about how I shouldn't go too deep because she was a virgin and was saving herself for the man she was going to marry. The image of sweet, innocent Lily squirming as the adventurous gnome pleasured her was definitely enough to take Dare over the edge. With a gasp, he grabbed Marigold's plump ass with both hands, squeezing her warm, pillowy flesh, and pulled her pussy firmly against his mouth as he began spurting. His tiny lover quickly wrapped her lips around him again, swallowing his seed as fast as he pumped it into her mouth. Then she vanished faster than a plump woman should be able to, diving behind the bed as the outer chamber doors opened. Dare hastily covered himself with a sheet, spraying a couple last jets against the soft cloth. But to his relief, whoever it was didn't come into Morona's room. A moment later, he heard Miss Garena clear her throat to get his attention before speaking in a polite, firm voice. "Your pardon if I woke you, Master Dare. The Baroness informed me you were eager to get home to your family and wanted an early start. Breakfast is waiting for you downstairs, and Miss Lily is already eating." "Thank you," he called, uncomfortably aware of Marigold's muffled giggles coming from beside the bed. "I'll be dressed and down shortly." "Very well," the head maid said primly, her voice moving towards the exit. "I'll send Marigold to attend to your needs and guide you down to the dining hall." The giggles abruptly stopped. The moment the doors shut, the gnome maid burst out of hiding, sexy little plump body moving in a blur as she threw on her maid uniform. "Be back soon," she hissed as she hopped towards the door, tugging on a long woolen stocking. Dare couldn't help but grin as he dressed in the fine clothes he'd purchased in Redoubt, which had been freshly laundered while he slept. Then he gathered his gear and made his way out into the hall. Marigold waited there, all prim and proper, aside from her flushed rosy apple cheeks, and the fact that her ruffled bonnet was slightly askew. "Good morning, Master Dare," she said with a perfect curtsy. "I trust you slept well?" "And had a very pleasant awakening," he said, grinning at her. She kept her placid expression, but her big blue eyes danced as she turned and glided away. "This way, please." Lily was dressed in her cozy leather poncho this morning, and she beamed at him as he settled down in the chair across from her. "I slept so well," she said after swallowing a mouthful of salad. "My bed was big enough I could share it with all my sisters, and so soft." He smiled back as he began filling his plate with bacon, sausage, and eggs. "I can see. You're looking even more radiant than usual this morning." Breakfast was delicious, and the maids kept an unobtrusive presence to allow him to share it with his bunny girl companion. There were no surprise visitors under the table this time. As soon as they finished eating, they set out, the maids once again lining up at the front door to bid him farewell and express their hopes that he'd return soon. As well as some of them subtly, or not so subtly, hinting that next time he visited, he should make time for them too. Considering there were over a dozen beautiful women of various races to be with at Montshadow Estate, and he'd only been with Belinda and Marigold thus far, Dare fully intended to take them up on their offers. Miss Guarena stood at the door ready to open it, but paused in doing so. The Baroness bade me to remind you of the trials to join the Order of the Northern Wall that begin on the 1st of the year. Bastion's yearly Council of Lords takes place concurrently, and she'll be setting out on the 21st of Pole to travel to Redoubt. She invites you to travel with her, some or all of the way, as you're able, and stay with her in the city as part of her retinue. Dare hesitated. Morona, Irene, and the rest of his loved ones had been urging him to petition for knighthood ever since the trouble with Oliven started. It seemed less necessary now that the man was dead, and his threat hopefully dealt with. And with Pella due to have her babies around that time, he really didn't want to leave her. On the other hand, he had a feeling his loved ones would still encourage him to do so for the opportunities it would provide their family, particularly their children being born into nobility. Besides, he could admit that a part of him wanted to undertake the challenge and adventure, to be a knight in a medieval world, to see that part of Heralda's culture, and maybe gain enough influence through those channels to change things for the better in the kingdom. "Give Our Lady my thanks," he told the head maid. "I'll need to speak to my family and make plans. And as my fiancé is due to give birth around that time, and I can travel quickly in any case, I may come later. But if I am traveling there, I'd be honored to be part of her retinue." The severe older woman inclined her head and opened the door, letting in a blast of chilly air. Dare offered Lily his arm, and together they walked down the drive, out the gate as the guards saluted respectfully, and through the town. On the way through the market, he paused to shop for gifts for his fiancées, getting the bunny girl's advice. He also used the opportunity to describe how he'd met first Zuri, then Pella, then Leilana, Sewir, and finally Sia and Irene, and the adventures and wonderful experiences they'd shared together. Her eyes shone as she listened, and she sighed happily. "You should see the way your eyes light up when you talk about each of them," she said. "I hope one day you'll look at me that way." He was certain he'd be able to come to love this sweet young woman, and he took her pale hand and kissed the back of it in response. After buying a soft little stuffed cat for Gila that she was probably still too young to appreciate, as well as an assortment of baby things for Pella's babies coming in about a month and a half, he packed everything up and they exited the city. Again with a cheer from the guards, which was as embarrassing as it was gratifying, as passers-by turned to stare. It was a relief to focus on running, leaping forward with Lily beside him, and their backs to the chill wind blowing down from the north. As a nod to the cold, the bunny girl kept on her poncho, and Dare pulled his hood low and put on the goggles Irene had given him for running at high speeds. His companion burst into peals of laughter at the sight, then apologized while giggling through her hands. Her own eyes were a bit red from the cold and the wind of their passage, but she seemed able to handle it far better than him. Ominous leaden clouds filled the sky as the miles fell away behind them, and after a few hours of running, a heavy snow began to fall. Luckily, he judged that at the speed they were going, they only had an hour or so more to go to reach Neram Manor. Dare loved being able to travel at car speeds. Lily stopped to stare in amazement when Neram Manor came into view, looking down on it from a rise so they could see past the low wall to the buildings within. "It's beautiful," she said. "Look at the gardens. Oh, I can't wait to explore them." To be honest, he thought it wasn't looking quite as good as usual, given the hole torn into one corner of the manor. Not from an attack, thankfully, but from construction in progress. A small indoor pool from the looks of things, based on the hole sunk into the ground lined with ceramic tiles and pipes connected to the rest of the house plumbing. It reminded him of something, but at the moment he couldn't put his finger on it. He was distracted by the sight of sunlight glinting off copper-bright hair, speckled with snowflakes and streaming in the wind, as Irene appeared through the gate and started towards them. Her delicate features were brightened by a radiant smile as she waved eagerly in greeting. Except it wasn't Irene's million-watt smile that always took his breath away, which made her seer. His betrothed threw her arms around him and kissed him fiercely. "Welcome home, beloved," she murmured, nuzzling his neck. "Oh, the challenges you've faced, and how magnificently you've conquered. I was rooting for you with every step, and I'm so glad you made it back to us safely." Before he could respond, the petite redhead turned to Lily and wrapped her in an equally enthusiastic hug. "Welcome to Nearham Manor, Lily of Bright Hill Warren." "Thank you," the bunny girl said. If she felt awkward about being hugged by a stranger, she showed no sign of it as she hugged the smaller woman back with equal warmth. "You must be Irene. Dares told me so much about you." The goddess smiled and displayed her black pearl ring. "I'm Sia, in fact." Lily immediately stiffened and dropped into a deep, clumsy curtsy. "Please forgive me, goddess." Sia lifted the beautiful bunny girl up by her shoulders. "None of that, my dear. In this home, part of this family, I'm merely another of Dare's fiancés, and soon to be the mother of our child." She kissed Lily's cheek. "Besides, I hope soon we'll be very close, as I am with the rest of the family, and such formalities will be unnecessary." The bunny girl smiled uncertainly, but seemed at a loss for words. Irene came to the fore and removed the ring, replacing it with her emerald one. "Welcome to Nearham Manor, Lily. I'm Irene." She turned to Dare and threw herself into his arms, trembling slightly as she looked up at him. "I'm so glad you've returned safely to us, my love," she whispered. "And that Olivan will trouble us no more. Sia assured me things were all right. But I was still so scared for you." Lily stared at her blankly, clearly lost as to what was going on. To be fair, Dare had described Sia and Irene to her, but hadn't included all the finer details, such as that the two women shared Irene's body as the goddess dwelt in her. Irene seemed to read his mind, as she seemed uniquely able to do, and drew back to give him a wry look. "I'm going to talk to Lily for a bit, then we can have a proper reunion. Leilana's in the garden if you want to greet her. The others are inside sheltering from the storm." She nudged him on towards the gate, then turned and hooked an arm through Lily's, walking off with her. "We have a few things to talk about, Lily, and they're going to come as a bit of a shock. First off, I'm a high priestess of the outsider, who is also known as Sia. The goddess has blessed me with the honor of dwelling within me." He left his fiancée to her explanation and headed through the gate. To his discomfiture, as he made for the gardens, a man he'd never seen before emerged from one of the guest houses and hurried his way. "Master Dare," he called, beaming. "Welcome home. Can I assist with anything? Take your things inside." "Okay then." The man was a level 11 tiller. In his late 20s, and with the wiry body and weathered features of someone who worked hard in the fields. An honest enough sort, at first glance. He obviously knew who Dare was, and acted like he belonged. But Dare wasn't about to give him his possessions, which included the home ward that was potentially worth as much as this entire manor and the lands it stood on. "Thank you, no," he said with a polite smile. "You can head back inside out of the cold." He paused. "Although, who are you?" The man chuckled ruefully. "Sorry, must be a shock to come home and be greeted by a stranger." He offered his hand. "I'm Johar, of Harold Province." Dare returned his handshake. "Well met, Johar. What brings you to Neerim Manor?" The man shuffled awkwardly. "Well, your pardon, Master Dare, but your generosity did. Yours and that of Mistress Irene, and the rest of your household." At his blank look, Johar ducked his head. "I don't like to think of it now the nightmare is over, but my family was betrayed by our landlord and taken as slaves." A shadow passed across his humble features. Then they brightened again. "Thank the outsider, Mistress Irene purchased us before we could be separated, gave us our freedom, and offered us employ here, as well as land to farm in the spring, if we want it. Which of course we will, with thanks, begging your pardon." That came as a surprise, but Dare was pleased to hear it. Irene had made it her life's purpose to help free slaves and give them new lives in Cove, and he was glad she was continuing that here. He'd been resolved to do what he could to free slaves and, if possible, find a way to abolish slavery entirely, but as yet hadn't made any efforts. He'd have to try harder, with Irene's help, and that of Zuri and Pella and Leilana and Sewir, and Ilin with his charitable efforts. At his reassurances, he didn't need anything. Johar retreated back to the guest house to weather the storm with his family, and Dare continued on to the garden. He paused for a moment where they'd planted Eloise's seed, the small mound of dirt covered with a blanket of snow, and knelt to rest a hand on it. "Home again, daughter," he murmured, smiling softly. "And hopefully that's the end of the danger to our family. In the spring, you'll be able to grow fast with no fear of trouble. I can't wait to finally meet you. Also, Grandmummy Rosacea sends her love and blesses you to grow strong and healthy." He straightened and continued deeper into the gardens, which were mostly dead and bare at this time of year. There was still plenty of tall, snow-covered shrubs and topiaries to block his view, and his heart momentarily stopped in wonder when he rounded a bend and at last saw Leilana kneeling on the path, working the earth with a trowel in preparation for spring. She was snugly dressed for the cold. The hood of her cape lowered so the snow gathering on her head was almost indistinguishable from her snowy hair whipping in the wind. Her ash-grey skin was flushed darker with the cold, and she was softly singing a hauntingly beautiful elvish tune as she worked. Dare strode to her, and she stiffened and turned to him, dark pink eyes widening with surprise, swiftly followed by joy. Before she could begin to stand, he dropped to his knees and gathered her into his arms, hugging her tight. Chapter 11. Personal Reunions. Leilana's soft, warm body pressed against Dare urgently as she hugged him back, peppering his face with kisses before pressing her plump lips firmly to his. Finally she pulled back, looking at him with tears in her eyes. "I was so afraid," she whispered. "Sia told us things were okay, but I was still so worried that you'd run into something you couldn't handle, while I was here hiding where I couldn't help you." He pulled her head down to his shoulder and stroked her silky hair, damp with snow. "It's all over now," he murmured. "Oliven is dead, and the Assassin's Guild is dropping the contract. It's over now, and we're safe." His dusk elf fiancée wordlessly pulled back, pushed gracefully to her feet, and tugged his hand insistently for him to follow her. Dare stood as well and let himself be led deeper into the garden, to the secluded nook where he and Sewir had shared their first time. It was a bed-sized patch of the softest grass he'd ever felt, surrounded by tall flowering bushes for privacy. At the moment, it was covered with a few inches of snow, but Leilana began casting a spell he hadn't seen before. And soon flames fanned out from her to melt away the snow, dry the deep green grass beneath, and finally encircle the bed in a line of flames that warmed the air inside to almost balmy temperatures. Sure enough, he saw that she'd reached level 30 while he'd been gone, and had gained a spell called Freeform Fire, which, if he had to guess, was a limited range and power pyrokinesis that allowed for great precision and control. His beautiful fiancée shed her clothes so swiftly she could have been wielding magic for that as well, then stepped into the center of the circle of flames and posed for him in all her glory. Dare looked in awe at the snow swirling around her, the firelight bathing her tantalizing curves. She crooked an elegant finger, smiling, and he hastily shed his own clothes and stepped over the flames to gather her beautiful body into his arms, kissing her passionately. As her tongue slipped hungrily into his mouth seeking his, he lowered her to the soft grass and climbed on top of her. After missing his beloved for weeks, his need for her was a sharp pang, and she seemed just as desperate as her hands gripped his ass and pulled him towards her. The few seconds he rubbed his tip against her entrance while she begged him to keep going were almost agonizing. But finally, he felt her arousal begin to flow and coat his tip. He wasted no more time pushing through her flushed petals in a smooth motion, savoring the pleasure of her silky walls. Leilana squealed and began to buck beneath him, gripping his back and scraping her fingernails over his skin in rapture, as he spread her open until he was balls deep in her tight warmth. He responded and moved with her, basking in the feel of her glorious body as his thrusts became more urgent. "Yes," she moaned as her legs clamped around him, hips rolling desperately. "Gods, yes, I needed this. After all the worry you put me through, this is exactly what you needed to do to make it better." Cool snowflakes kissed his back, a sharp contrast to his beautiful lover's heat as she climaxed. Her flooding arousal added a squelching noise to his vigorous thrusts, and her silken tunnel lovingly massaged his shaft as she buried her face in his shoulder to stifle her cries of passion. Even though it had only been a few minutes, Dare felt his balls boiling, and in spite of his best efforts, gave in to the pleasure. With a last gasp, he buried his face in her soft hair and breathed deep of her heady scent, pushing deep one last time to erupt against her core. The both froze in shared orgasm, fully joined and basking in the heat of their desire. Finally, Dare rolled to one side and gathered his dusk elf fiancée into his arms, running his hands lovingly over her flushed skin, slick with her perspiration. The air was starting to blow across them more coolly as her encircling flames died down. "I love you," he murmured, softly kissing one of her pointy ears. "And I missed you more than I can say." Leilana gave a low, throaty laugh as she turned her head so her plump lips met his. "I could tell. And I love you too." He shared her lingering kiss for several enjoyable seconds, savoring her sweet blackberry wine taste. I was worried for all of you the entire time I was gone. Then you have an idea how we felt. She buried her face in his shoulder, tenderly kissing his neck. So you fucked Oliver up, huh? Dare smiled grimly. Even better. With some help, we made it look like he was killed by monsters while farming gold. A monster killed by monsters. Poetic. His beautiful lover looked around at the flames, which were almost entirely gone, and shivered as if finally feeling the cold. Bah, my time's up. Go get dressed and head inside. I'm not the only one who was worried about you and missed you. He blinked. Wait, was this intentional? She grinned at him. You think I'd be working on the garden in the middle of a snowstorm? Sia gave us a heads up you'd be getting home this morning. She abruptly bounded to her feet, full breasts swaying hypnotically as she reached for her clothes. She also told me you brought home a beautiful bunny girl she thinks might join the harem. I want to go meet her. Dare began dressing as well, a bit bemused by that revelation. He should have guessed the goddess was on top of things, although she usually wasn't so forthcoming with her knowledge about what was going on. Maybe she made an exception for new additions to the family. Oh, Leilana said as he finished. Before I forget, can I get the legendary chest so we don't have to work the pumps by hand anymore? He laughed and dug into the secret pocket where he kept the peanut-shaped item, handing it over to her. You know this helped me kill a party-rated monster? She grinned. Yeah, which explains the hash balance change that happened that day. Even without Sia confirming it, we all guessed that had to be you. She gave him a last fierce kiss, slapped his ass with a giggle, then ran off towards the gate. Shaking his head with a smile, he headed towards the manor and slipped in through the nearest door, the one leading into the kitchen. To his pleased surprise, he found Saywir in there, busily making lunch. The plump hobgoblin barely came up to his chest, soft skin a lighter green than Zuri's avocado hue, and hair a luxurious wave of soft brown that fell halfway down her back. In the heat of the kitchen, she was wearing only a thigh-length tunic of soft wool and an apron. She turned at the sound of the door, froze when she saw him. Then her beautiful face lit up with joy. With a happy cry, she threw herself into his arms, hands powdered with flour grasping his neck as she pulled his head down far enough she could kiss him while standing on her tiptoes. Dare returned her fierce kiss, luxuriating in the feel of her soft body pressed against him. He'd missed her gentle warmth and unexpected passion, and the worry he'd felt for her all the time he'd been gone vanished in his own joy at their reunion. Finally, Saywir pulled back, pale yellow eyes looking up at him fiercely. Our enemy lies dead at your feet, my mate. He'll threaten our family no more, he assured her solemnly. She nodded in satisfaction. I had no fear you could deal with him, even without Sia's assurances. With startling abruptness, she pulled away from his embrace and stepped over to the table, bending over it and lifting her tunic, then shoving her cute yellow panties down to expose her round ass and glistening, hairless sex. Take me, my mate, the beautiful hobgoblin said, looking over her shoulder at him with a hungry expression as she lifted her ass higher in invitation. Dare eagerly unlaced his pants and freed his manhood, then stepped forward to rest his hands on her wide hips. He gently stroked her soft skin as he lined up with her entrance, rubbing his tip up and down her petals to gather her arousal. The crack of her ass waggled invitingly, and he pushed his erection between her soft cheeks and thrust a few times while she moaned in surprise and enjoyment. Do you wish to take my other hole, my mate? She said in a husky voice. I think I can handle your size. Maybe, although Sae-Weir was small enough, it would be hard for her. Zuri couldn't take him in the ass, even with stretching, and Sia struggled with it, even though she relished powerful sensations. He chuckled and playfully smacked her left butt cheek, watching it jiggle delightfully as she giggled in enjoyment. No, I just wanted to rub it between these sexy buns of yours a few times. Like with Leilana, his urgency for his lover brooked no more delay, and he pulled back and thrust into her in a smooth motion, stretching her tight walls. The beautiful hobgoblin squealed in pleasure and wiggled against the table, plump ass and thighs jiggling as he pulled back and thrust in again, then again. Her back made an undulating wave as he thrust harder, and she cooed and pushed back against him desperately. Yes, she panted, cheek rubbing against the table with every forceful penetration. Breed me, my mate. Bask in the glory of your victory with me. Show me I'm yours and you're mine, and you know what pleases me. Dare grabbed a handful of her hair and pulled her head back gently as he thrust into her, smacking her round ass with his other hand. That was enough to push her over the edge, and with a delighted wail, she quivered and sprayed his thighs in climax, velvety walls lovingly milking him. Since he'd already come once with Leilana, he could last a bit longer with Sae-Weir, even in the overwhelming pleasure of taking her over the table while she squirmed delightedly in orgasm. I missed you, he panted, rotating his hips to thrust in at a different angle. So much. I thought about you every moment I was gone. So did I, my mate, she panted, rising up on her tiptoes so he pushed against her G-spot every time he entered her. So did, His beautiful fiancée collapsed in another quivering orgasm, and Dare groaned and gave in to his pleasure, burying himself deep in her inviting warmth and coating her walls with his seed. When he finished, he gathered her into his arms and held her tenderly, breathing in her warm scent as he slipped a hand up beneath her tunic and played with her pillowy breasts. I love you. And I love you, my mate. She made a happy sound and nuzzled his chest. I didn't realize it was possible to feel like this before I met you. To be part of such a wondrous thing as this family that has welcomed me. Dare's ears pricked up at the sudden plaintive cry of an infant deeper in the house. Gila. At the sound, Sae-Weir sighed regretfully. Guess my turn's over, she said, leaning up to kiss him one last time. I'll see you soon, my betrothed. With a lingering smile for him, she returned to her cooking, the tantalizing smells promising a delicious meal to come. He left her in the kitchen and made his way upstairs through the strangely empty house, then down the hallway to Gila's room, ducking inside. To his surprise, he'd reached her first. An unusual thing in a house full of doting women who treated the newborn as if they were second mothers. She was lying in her cradle, adorable little face scrunched up and small arms and legs waving as she wailed at the ceiling. Shh, baby girl, Dare soothed, leaning down to gently lift his goblin daughter into his arms, cuddling her close. She was almost 2 months old already, but still felt so tiny. Daddy's here, Daddy's home, and he's made sure you'll be safe. He turned to see Zuri standing in the doorway, looking up at him with a tender expression. She quietly stepped over to him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and hugged him tight. Her small shoulders shook in a sudden surge of emotion. Dare dropped to his knees and shifted Gila to one arm to hug his goblin fiancée to him, stroking her sleek black hair and kissing her forehead. "I'm here, my beloved," he whispered. "I'm home. And I've made sure you're safe." "And so are you," she replied, kissing him softly before resting her head on his shoulder. "Safe and back with us. It should be over now. We can go back to living our lives without fear." Zuri smiled up at him, yellow eyes full of love. "I was never afraid as long as I knew you were protecting us." She paused a beat. Although it helped that Sia let us know things were going okay. Gila was still fussing, waving her little balled fists as she made plaintive sounds. Zuri gave him a final kiss, then gently took their daughter from him and moved over to settle in a rocking chair sized for her, freeing a breast so the baby could nurse. "Go on and find Pella," she said gently, nodding towards the door. "We can meet up again after Gila's done eating and goes back down for a nap." She looked up at him, big yellow eyes shining with love. "I want you." Part of Dare wanted to stay and share this tender moment, but that wouldn't really be fair to Pella. Especially if his fiancés had arranged this so they could all have a chance to be with him. So he leaned down to kiss his betrothed, then slipped back out the door, shutting it behind him. He turned away, half wondering where to go to find Pella, and decided the master bedroom was a safe bet. He turned out to be right, although before reaching it, his dog-girl fiancée burst out into the hallway and practically tackled him with a joyous squeal. She hugged him tight with her hugely pregnant belly nestled between them, eagerly alternating between fierce kisses and licking his mouth and face with her soft, flat tongue. Dare laughed and returned her loving kisses, running his fingers through her luxurious golden hair, down her back and to her soft, fluffy tail, which he ruffled and played with for a moment before pulling back. "Gods, I missed you," he murmured, tenderly brushing her cheek with his fingers, while he looked deep into her soft brown eyes. He dropped a hand to rest on her belly. "How are you and the babies?" "Missing you with all our hearts while you were gone." Pella looked up at him with a big smile. "But I can smell your calmness, which means you must have dealt with the threat like Sia assured us you had." She paused, sniffing. Then, to his chagrin, dropped to her knees and buried her face in his crotch. "That's not all I smell," she moaned. "Your cock is tantalizing right now. I mean, it always is. But now it's not just your sexy scent, but also say Weir, and Leilana, and, oh, Marigold and Morona." She giggled and nuzzled his growing erection. "You must have had fun last night." His beautiful dog-girl fiancée breathed deeply. "And even from before you last bathed. The scent of," her brow furrowed, "cherry blossoms." She grinned up at him mischievously. "Dare, did you fuck a cherry tree?" He threw back his head and laughed, ruffling her floppy ears. "A dryad, actually. She offered me rest in her enchanted clearing on the way to and from Redoubt. Her name is Rosacea." Pella stiffened. "Wait, as in the mother of Rosie's entire race? The demigoddess who birthed all Florins?" Dare shrugged and grinned, and with a laugh, she slapped his ass. "That's something I want to hear more about later. What was it like?" He chuckled ruefully. "She picked me up as if I was as small as Zuri and fucked herself with me." His dog-girl fiancée pealed laughter as she gracefully rose to her feet, ushering him towards the bedroom next to the master bedroom. "Okay, go get undressed. I was expecting to be after Zuri, so I'm not quite ready. Give me 5 minutes, okay?" "Sure." I could use a few minutes to recharge anyway if this is going to be a marathon. More like a gauntlet. Eyes dancing, Pella bounded back into the master bedroom. Dare stepped into the other bedroom and shed his clothes, sitting at the end of the bed to wait. He was a bit bemused by the fact that his fiancées all wanted to jump him the moment he got home, before he'd even had a chance to bathe after the morning's run. And other recent activities, as Pella had pointed out. Speaking of her, it was less than a minute later when she stepped through the doorway, grinning hugely and tail wagging enthusiastically. "Okay, Dare, I'm ready." "Wait," he blurted, staring at her in delight. She paused. "What?" she asked uncertainly. Dare grinned at his beautiful fiancée. "The light streaming through the doorway is backlighting the thin nightgown you're wearing, so I can see the silhouette of your body through the cloth." His smile widened. "Including that you're naked underneath." Pella laughed a bit quizzically. "Dare, you've seen me naked plenty of times." "And I never get tired of it," he teased. His eyes traced the beautiful curves of her heavily pregnant body. "You look seriously sexy like this." "Really?" Her tail began wagging harder again. She playfully reached down and rubbed herself through the thin cloth. "Want me to dance in the light?" Dare felt his cock lurch at the prospect. That would be incredibly sensual. "Later," he growled with a grin. "Right now, I need to run my hands all over your sexy little body." His fiancée giggled and bounded towards him, peeling off the nightgown as she climbed onto his lap and straddled him. "Little?" she teased, pressing her hugely pregnant belly against his stomach. "Aside from where you're round and sexy, like here." He gently rested his hands on her stomach and began to stroke the taut, silky flesh. "And here." He moved his hands around to dig his fingers into the yielding flesh of her luscious ass, even bigger and more tantalizing now. "And here." Pella giggled again as she pressed her soft, pillowy breasts against his face. Dare's cock throbbed against her soft pussy. "Gods, I need you right now," he groaned, voice muffled. "Me too," Pella panted, grinding her incredible softness against him. "You were gone for so long." She began licking his face with her soft, flat tongue, then kissed him deeply. He continued to caress her perfect body as she broke the kiss and pushed his head down to rest between her full breasts. And he breathed in her clean scent and luxuriated in the softness of her pillowy mounds. He trailed his lips over her soft skin until he found a stiff nipple, kissed his way around it, then took it into his mouth and gently sucked. Then stiffened in surprise as warm liquid squirted into his mouth. "Ooh," Pella whimpered, fluffy tail wagging furiously. "Oh gods, that feels. I don't even know how to describe it. Indescribable." Dare reflexively swallowed, tasting a somewhat sour, slightly chalky flavor. It wasn't exactly unpleasant, just unexpected. "Sorry," he said sheepishly. "I didn't know you were already producing milk." She giggled and pulled his head back to her nipple. "It's fine, that was sexy. And it felt really good, too. Go ahead and have more if you want." His cock lurched against her soft pussy at the prospect. "Are you sure?" His dog-girl fiancé grinned mischievously. "Something tells me you think it's hot, too," she teased. "And besides, you can't get enough of lapping from my fount when we're making love, just like I enjoy swallowing your seed." She stroked his hair. "Come on, my love, savor me." Dare eagerly took her nipple between his lips again and gave another gentle suck. feeling a second squirt of sweet milk fill his mouth. Pella moaned and ground her soft folds against him even more urgently. "That feels incredible," she panted, as she soaked him with her arousal. "Keep going, more." He switched to her other nipple and took another, deeper pull, and she squealed and mashed his head against her yielding breast with both hands. As he suckled, she rose up, silky petals gliding up his length to press against his tip, and with a needy whimper, impaled herself on him in one slow, sensuous movement. Dare groaned in pleasure at the sensation of being inside his beautiful lover, tasting her sweet milk as he ran his hands over her round, pregnant belly. She'd always been ridiculously sexy, of course, but he wasn't sure he'd ever felt such an intense surge of raw desire for her. After weeks away, he needed her more than he'd realized. Pella made sure he stayed latched on as she moved up and down on his cock, silky walls gripping him tight as she rose and squelching as she dropped back down. It only took a minute or so before she let out a whimpery little whine and clutched him desperately around the head, pussy clenching around him in orgasm as her nectar drenched his lap. His final suck drew only a little milk, and he realized he'd drained her dry. That thought, combined with the pleasure of her rippling walls, was enough to make him release inside her with a grunt of pleasure. When Dare finally finished, he turned sideways and drew her down to cuddle with him on the bed, stroking her tenderly as he buried his face in her golden hair between her floppy ears, breathing in her clean scent. "I love you," he whispered. "And I you, my mate," she murmured, licking his chest, "for all the wonderful life we'll have together, and whatever awaits beyond." After a few minutes of contentment, holding each other, the beautiful dog girl's ears twitched up alertly. "Sounds like Gila's asleep, and Zuri's ready in our bedroom," she said with a grin, bounding up and reaching for her nightgown. "I'm going to go say hi to the new friend you brought back. She smells beautiful." Dare couldn't help but laugh at that. "You can smell beauty?" She laughed. "Of course, I'm surrounded by it everywhere in our family. It's like a constant warm hug for my nose." Well, he learned something new every day. He stood and hugged Pella from behind, gently supporting her big belly with both hands as he kissed her neck. "And even more beautiful within," he murmured. His dog girl fiancé contentedly nestled against him. Then with a laugh she danced away, disappearing out the door. "See you later." Dare contemplated dressing, then decided it seemed a bit pointless considering he'd be in bed with Zuri in 30 seconds. Although he did take a minute to wet a cloth in the wash basin by the door and give himself a quick wipe down. Then, grinning with anticipation, he ducked out into the hallway and through the doorway into the master bedroom. His breath caught in wonder at the sight of his beautiful goblin fiancée, practically lost in the middle of the huge bed they all shared. She was dressed in a leather tunic he recognized as the one he'd made for her long ago after they'd first met, which he didn't realize she still had. And honestly wouldn't have minded if she'd thrown out. It looked crude and clumsily made now. Most noticeably, however, was that the translation stone she always wore around her neck was resting on the bed beside her. He found out why when she sat up and looked at him, giving him a solemn, shy smile. "Dare abur Zuri," she murmured. In an instant, Dare was back to those peaceful days of just the two of them, discovering the world and the leveling system together. And then finally discovering their love. In an almost Pavlovian response to the familiar invitation from so long ago, his cock stiffened and began to grow until it stood out rock-hard and proud in front of him. His goblin fiancée looked at it hungrily, big eyes roaming his tall, muscular body. She flushed dark green with desire and wasted no time shedding the tunic and tossing it aside. It was Dare's turn to feast his eyes on her gorgeous little body, with her disproportionately large breasts, even bigger from producing milk for their child. She'd swiftly shed the baby fat, and while she might have barely come up to his belly button, she had a figure any college co-ed would envy. Her beautiful face was all sharp angles, her yellow eyes big and smoky, and full of such deep love and desire it took his breath away. Her sex glistened with arousal, and her thighs squirmed against each other in quiet pleasure at his awed scrutiny. Zuri took the translation stone and draped it back around her neck, then held out a small hand to him. "Dare mate, Zuri," she murmured with a smile. After weeks apart, he felt the same urgent need for her as he felt for his other beloved. But after coming 3 times in fairly quick succession, he wasn't in a hurry. And he didn't want to hurry. Dare climbed onto the bed and crawled to her, pulling her to him for a fierce kiss. Even though she hadn't really understood kissing at the first, now she was not only expert at it, but enjoyed it hugely. His goblin fiancée moaned and rubbed her tiny body against him, small hands running up his stomach, across his chest, over his shoulders, and down his arms. He just as eagerly fondled her large breasts, ran his hands over her flat tummy, and gripped her small but round ass. Her skin had a slightly slippery feel, as if she'd just applied lotion, and was incredibly soft and warm. He didn't think he'd ever tire of touching her. It quickly became clear that Zuri was in more of a hurry than he was, which she proved by finally shoving him onto his back and then straddling his face, rubbing her pussy all over his mouth and coating him with her flowing arousal. Dare eagerly pressed his tongue between her folds, savoring the heady strength of her musky pheromones and her sweet taste. He found her clit and worked it firmly, grabbing her ass as her thighs clamped around his head. She squirmed against him desperately as he pleasured her, until finally, with a cry of bliss, she rose up slightly and squirted all over his face. Giving him no time to get his bearings, his goblin lover scrambled to the edge of the bed and positioned herself on her hands and knees, staring at him with eyes glassy with lust. "Take me," she murmured. Dare wasted no time rolling off the bed onto his feet. She was just the right height for him to position himself at her small entrance and begin to push in, reveling in the ease with which he slipped through her folds and sank in deeper, in spite of the vice-like tightness of her walls. He'd thought Marigold was tighter, but at the moment he'd swear he'd never felt anything like Zuri's sweet pussy around his cock. Even more than the pleasure, the familiarity of every inch of it felt like coming home. Zuri squealed and pushed back against him, grinding him hard against her cervix, with over half his length still outside her. The way his girth stretched her tiny folds until they made a pale ring, straining to encircle him, was ridiculously sexy, knowing that the world system that allowed him to make love to such a small woman made it perfectly safe and pleasurable for them both. And it was definitely enjoyable. He groaned and sped up his thrusts, grabbing her small hips and pulling her back into him. She went nuts, quivering in orgasm and squirting his thighs as her arms give out and her face pressed into the comforter. Her vice-like walls clamped down and milked him so hard it was an effort to keep moving inside her, and her moans of pleasure were loud, even with being muffled by the bedding. Even after being with Zuri so many times, Dare could never hold out for long inside her, and missing her for weeks made it even harder. Having come 3 times already didn't seem to matter, and finally with a gasp, he lifted her entirely off the bed with his hands supporting her slight weight, pushed into her core, and released powerfully inside her. She wailed her pleasure the entire time, limp and quivering everywhere, but within her crushing pussy as it milked him for every drop. Then finally he collapsed onto the bed beside his tiny fiancée and gathered her up into his arms, holding her tenderly. "I've missed you, Zuri," he murmured, nuzzling her inky black hair. "I love you so much." "I love you, my heart, my soul," she said between panting breaths. "I'm glad you're back now, and we can put this nightmare behind us." They cuddled for a few minutes. Then his goblin betrothed reluctantly squirmed out of his arms and sat up. Dare chuckled. "Time to send me off to find Irene, or Sia first." She grinned at him. "Actually, they're both more patient than the rest of us, and they've been busy welcoming Lily, so next is lunch." She rubbed his knee fondly. "Come on, let's take a dip in the shower and I'll cast Cleanse Target." Dare blinked. "We have a shower now?" He'd meant to get one installed as soon as he could, but none of the others had seemed interested in that compared to baths. Zuri laughed delightedly. "Did you think we've been sitting on our hands while you were gone? Irene and Leilana have been figuring out ways to add hot water and heating for the house through the winter. And the indoor pool in the corner?" She gave him a mysterious smile. "That's a surprise. And not the only one by far." She tugged on his hand. "Come on, my beloved. We've had our personal reunions. Now it's time for everyone to celebrate your return." Chapter 12. Surprises. The dining room table was large, but even so it was close to crowded now. A reminder to Dare that he'd probably soon need to make more renovations to increase the size of the dining room, as well as commissioning a much larger table. All his fiancées were there, glowing with happiness. Lily sat beside Irene, freshly bathed and wearing a stunning white dress with white ribbons twined through her long silver pigtails. Even after spending days with the beautiful bunny girl, he often found himself stopping and staring each time he saw her again. She returned his stare with a shy smile, fiddling with her glasses. Ilin intercepted him at the door to pull him into a back-slapping hug, smiling wide in relief. "It's good to see you, my friend." Dare gripped his shoulder. "And you? Thank you for looking after my family while I was gone." Amelisa was next, hugging him tightly as well. Dare noticed she'd gained a couple levels since he'd last seen her. Zuri was right. Everyone had been busy while he was away. After that, his fiancées swarmed him for their own hugs, filling the air with warm chatter as they guided him to a seat at the table. Irene was quick to claim his lap, and he wasn't about to complain, even if it made eating awkward for both of them. He noticed his petite fiancée was trembling slightly and pulled her closer, kissing her head. "Hey, you okay?" She nodded, although her big green eyes were filled with tears. "I was just so worried for you." Dare was a bit surprised by that. "I would have figured Sia would tell you more than anyone that I was okay." Irene nodded and rested a hand on his cheek. "But being all alone, frightened for us, and not knowing if we were okay, and bearing the weight of what must have felt like an impossible task, It had to be awful for you. It had been. But better he bear that burden than his loved ones. I was too busy solving the problem to dwell on my fears, he said, which wasn't entirely true. He hastily changed the subject. How about here? I notice you've been busy while I was gone. And we have some new guests. Lily blushed, then her brow furrowed when she realized he didn't just mean her. Irene nodded. Johar, his wife Hani, and their daughter Eni and son Ollie. Morona pointed me and Ilan to their plight. She grimaced in sympathy. They're serfs from the Harald region, near the capital. Their lord wanted their and the other tenants valuable farmland for more favorable leases, so he began grinding them down with taxes. As families began buckling under the pressure and missing payments, he used the opportunity to sell them off into slavery as debtors. Dare swore in sympathy. And they couldn't relocate. Many could and did, which suited the greedy noble just fine because it fit his goal. Irene scowled in quiet fury. Taking slaves to sell off for extra profit was just an added benefit. She motioned vaguely in the direction of the guest house. Anyway, Johar and his family were carted north together, but they were due to be split off and sold individually soon. So I purchased them and invited them to the manor. I'm glad you were able to save them, he said, hugging his petite betrothed closer. So they'll serve as house staff here? Short term, certainly. Although their hope is to begin farming in the spring under a tenant's contract. Good. Dare leaned down and kissed her softly. I'll admit, even if it's optimistic, I can envision founding a village here where we can give freed slaves a chance to start new lives. Ones with all the opportunities they deserve. We can even think about buying more of the surrounding land. That drew a chorus of approval from the others. Sayweir bustled in with a tray of food, and Zuri and Amelisa hurried to help her bring in the rest. She'd gone all out, providing a generous spread worthy of Thanksgiving. Which, now that he thought about it, would be just a few weeks away, going by an Earth calendar. Dare could only laugh as his fiancés loaded his plate with a huge steak, mashed potatoes swimming in butter, peas, fluffy bread with butter and cheese, salad, chopped fruit, and of course an assortment of pies and cakes. Thankfully, Irene was happy to help him eat it all, as well as playfully feeding him bites every now and again. The mood during the meal was merry, although with a few somber moments. They talked about the Battle of Morona's Field, and Dare described in full his trip to Redoubt and what he'd done there. Then they talked about improvements to the manor, including the progress in the Avenging Wolf Tribe's village, and what everyone had done while he was gone. So what happens now? Leilana asked as the meal wound down to nibbling on desserts. The danger's past, and we can get back to doing whatever we were planning. So what's the plan? Dare hesitated, looking around. Well, first off, Morona invited me to accompany her to Redoubt at the beginning of the year to petition for knighthood. But I'm not sure I want to leave Pella so soon after she has the babies. His fiancés exchanged looks, then turned to Irene. You have to go, she said simply. Morona's already taken steps to sponsor your petition, and a chance for you to earn a noble title is a huge opportunity for us and our children who'd inherit it. Pella nodded solemnly. I understand the necessity, and the babies will be okay without their daddy for a few weeks. She abruptly brightened, bouncing excitedly. Speaking of inheriting noble titles, Irene got... Shh! His 4 other fiancés at the table exclaimed at the same time. Lily looked bewildered, Ilan grinned, and Amelisa giggled. Dare looked between them in bafflement. What's going on? Later, my love, Irene said, leaning up to kiss his cheek. Let's settle for now that you'll be leaving, and earlier than you likely expect to get through the snow. No running off a couple days beforehand and expecting to get there in time. He couldn't help but grin ruefully, since he'd actually been thinking of doing something like that. Besides, she continued briskly, Morona needs the company, at least for part of the journey, and we owe it to her. She looked around at the others. We'll have to see who wishes to accompany you, although rest assured, I for one will be going. So what else? Leilana asked. That's over a month and a half away. What are we doing until then? Everyone looked to Dare. Well, as a start, let's talk about what everyone wants, he said. Personally, I want to try to get at least 3 levels, ideally 5, in that time. And of course, farm enough gold to support the family in comfort through the winter. Irene cut in gently. I think you should also make it a priority to kill 5 more party-rated monsters and earn the Protector of Bastion achievement. It's a public achievement and will be a point in your favor when you petition for knighthood. He jumped slightly as text appeared in front of him. Quest offered, playful challenge. High Priestess Irene of the Outsider has given you the daunting task of killing 5 party-rated monsters before the end of the year. Dare laughed as he accepted. You just gave me a quest. Everyone leaned forward intently as he described it, then shared a laugh. Sounds like the world system has doubts about whether you can do it, Ilan joked. But I'm not about to bet against you. Irene waited until the merriment died down, then looked around. As for what I want to do, I propose Ilan and I take Armor and Lily out and help them level. Having a high-level enchanter and leatherworker will allow us to create powerful gear for Dare, Zuri, Pella, and Lily. And with enchantments and the right materials, Zuri can create good enough gear for myself, Ilan, Leilana, and Armor. She smiled crookedly. Or who knows, maybe a main-class tailor will join us at some point. Zuri cleared her throat, expression regretful but firm. Don't prioritize gear for me. I think my adventuring days are over, while I focus on Gila and the other children I'll have with Dare. Pella nodded reluctantly. Same for me, at least for a while. I always wanted to be a mother and raise the children of a man I could love with all my heart. I had enough excitement in my life with my old master, and in the years before I met Dare, now I just want to put all my passion and energy into my family. She paused, expression turning determined. Although, make me gear even so. I want to be able to defend my home and loved ones if I need to. Dare wouldn't have expected anything else from his gentle but fiercely protective dog-girl fiancé. Then I suppose I should probably get gear too, just in case, Zuri agreed, although it was obvious she only planned to use it as a last resort. Going back to leveling up Amelisa and Lily, he said, I think you should take the home ward. I don't really need it for travel. And if Irene and Amelisa use it to get home each day, then Ilan and Lily can run back at a faster pace. Sounds great to me, Amelisa said with a grin. And me, Irene agreed. We're both small enough to ride double on a single horse on the way out, and bring it with us on the way back. Well, my plans shouldn't surprise anyone, Sewe said. I'll stay here and do my best to make our manor a comfortable home for everyone. And when I have time, visit the village of my kin and help them how I can. She rested a hand on her belly, eyes soft as she looked at Dare. And be a good mate to Dare, and a devoted mother to our children. Leilani sniffed. To be honest, I don't want to go out in the cold if I don't have to. And anyway, I need to stay close to maintain the heating system, and I'm using a good chunk of my mana each day on that. Although, of course, I'll accompany Dare to read out as his W. She froze, looked around guiltily, then hastily amended, his fiancé. Dare chose not to dwell on that hint, although he wondered if it meant the indeterminate date his fiancés had been debating for their wedding had finally been settled. Speaking of the heating system, he said, what did you guys think of for that? The beautiful dusk elf blushed slightly. Well, I kind of drew on the idea you had of painting the hot water tanks on the roof black. The water in them stays warm even after the sun goes down, and the more there is, the longer the heat remains. Dare nodded in understanding. So you're using a heat sink? She nodded. I'm not sure if you noticed, but we covered the tanks in their own insulated shed. It helps, but even when the tanks are full, they won't stay hot all day. I usually have to reheat them if we want water in the evening, or wait until noon to heat them. She smiled at the petite redhead in his lap. As for heating for the house, Irene helped me figure it out, with help from Morwar. We're pretty proud of it. We dug a basement beneath the manor and put a giant rock in there. It's massive enough that the heat I pour into it lasts for almost a full day, and in the enclosed space it dissipates slowly. And the heat just drifts through the floorboards? He asked. Irene laughed. No. I borrowed some ideas from how your people do things on Earth. She glanced at Lily and smoothly shifted what she'd been about to say, and heating systems with underground rooms. She motioned to the wall, and with a start, he recognized a vent there. It looked surprisingly similar to what he remembered from his old life. We installed a whole system of vents connected to the heating room. We have another pump in the closet, right above it connected to a fan, which will blow the hot air from below throughout the entire house. Leilani chimed in eagerly. Even better, we rigged up a system that acts like the thermostat Irene described to me. Since water expands when it freezes and shrinks when it melts, we can use it to work a lever that activates that translation stone you used to record your voice for the automatic pump. If it gets too cold, it moves the lever and starts the fan blowing warm air. Then when it heats up enough, the lever lifts off the stone and it stops. Now that we've got the legendary chest back for the pumps, we'll be able to have easy running water again and automatic heating in the house. Dare whistled, genuinely impressed. He'd still been trying to work up an optimal system, and here they'd done it while he was gone for a few weeks. You two did an incredible job. Pella eagerly clapped her hands. And best of all, it's all connected to the new pool room for... This time she cut off without needing to be reminded by the others. Dare chuckled. Okay, I'm happy to wait on whatever secret you're keeping. His fiancés exchanged looks. Actually, now seems like a great time, Sia said, coming to the fore and grinning up at him. Girls? With a delighted squeal, Zuri scrambled out of her chair and rushed over to a nearby table, pulling open a drawer and almost reverently withdrawing a sheaf of papers. She brought it over to Dare, eyes shining. What's this? He asked, leaning in to kiss her as he accepted the papers. They all just grinned at him, so he brought the papers closer to the glowstone in the center of the table and began reading. Then his eyes widened. He looked to Irene, who he was certain was the only one who could have managed this. She'd returned to the fore and beamed back that million-watt smile he loved. How? He asked. I thought the bureaucracy in Heralda was a hopeless boondoggle, and we don't have any of the documents we needed. Pella leaned over and enthusiastically rubbed the bookish redhead's shoulders. Our girl is amazing as how, she said. Of course, we couldn't have done it without Morona too. Dare spread the papers on the table, reassuring himself they were all there. Official documents confirming his marriages to Zuri, Pella, Leilana, Sewir, and Irene, and legitimizing all children as heirs. Signed by Baroness Morona Arrel of Tirana Province, under the authority of the Duke of Bastion as a representative of the King of Heralda. As he read them, his fiancées gathered around him to wrap him in their arms. He was surrounded by beaming smiles and teary eyes shining with love. We talked about waiting until the wedding to show you those, Leilana said, nuzzling his head from behind, but we were all too excited. Lily clapped her hands, eyes bright with excitement behind her large, wire-framed glasses. Oh, this is so romantic. I'm so glad I got to be here for this. Dare looked over the papers again, a bit dazed. So we're all married now? He was happy his beloved were officially recognized, of course, and that Gila was legitimate in the eyes of the kingdom, and all his other children to come would be as well. Still, this was all a bit sudden. Irene seemed to sense his thoughts, leaning up with a laugh to kiss him warmly. We still need both signatures on all the papers, witnessed by Morona or one of her official representatives. She playfully nudged his shoulder. Which will happen at our combined wedding. Which we're still deciding on a date for, Zuri said. Although, if you ask me, the sooner the better. I'll leave that decision in your hands. Since you're all making most of the preparations, Dare said, riffling through the papers and feeling a warmth at seeing the names of his beloved on them. Then he froze when he realized he'd missed one at the bottom. Irene felt him tense and followed his gaze, then winced. Oh, I thought I separated all those out. She tried to reach for it, but Dare snatched it away before she could, holding it out of reach of her shorter arms and reading hastily. Then he finally let her have the 6th marriage certificate, although from her expression, she knew it was too late. Trizella, he said flatly. The mermaid he'd had sex with in Irene's brothel in Cove. Sia came to the fore, hands raised placatingly. My beloved, Irene was just being her usual efficient self. If she was going to go through the bureaucratic boondoggle, as you called it, better to get all the paperwork we needed done at once, even if we weren't going to use it quite yet. He looked around at his other fiancées, as well as Ilan and Amelisa, whose expressions were guarded. Only Lily seemed as bewildered as he was. So the indoor pool is for her bedroom? The goddess nodded placidly. You'll recall, when Irene and I first came to you, we told you Trizella would be joining our harem. I don't recall that at all, Dare said. And given his fond memories of his time with the beautiful mermaid, he was sure he would have. She hesitated. Oh. Well, we were going to, before we got derailed with your reservations about us sharing Irene's body. Although I could have sworn I mentioned that I was going to be sending Elle. She cut off, glanced at Lily, then said hastily, Lots of opportunities for new women to join our family. Trizella is at the very top of that list, someone I care deeply for. Irene pushed forcefully to the fore, expression pleading. And believe me, even if you don't really know her yet, I'm sure you'll love her. She's one of my dearest friends, and one of the kindest and sweetest people I know. She hesitated. Also, you'll remember she's carrying your child. Thanks to another thing you didn't deign to tell me. Dare scrubbed his face with his hands. It's not that I don't. I mean, I liked her just fine when I was... He cut off before he could say, paying to fuck her. Somehow, that didn't seem like the best thing to say at the moment. It's just a lot on top of everything else. Some heat found its way into his voice. It's not every day I find out I'm married to almost a complete stranger. Only after you both sign, Irene insisted. It's just paperwork. It doesn't mean anything until it's been made official. You have plenty of time to fall in love with her before you decide anything, which I know you will. His dazed mind seized on something else she'd said. Wait, what did you mean, all those? Are there more certificates you drew up? His voice took on a slightly frantic edge. For who? Her eyes darted ever so briefly to the side, towards where Lily was sitting. Okay, maybe I should have waited until they were needed to arrange for them, she admitted. But I didn't mean anything by it. It's just a seriously irritating and time-consuming process. And if it was going to happen anyway, or at least there was a chance it could, I figured I might as well. His petite fiancée cut off with a plaintive noise as he gently lifted her off his lap, then stood and strode out of the dining room into the entry hall. I need to unpack all this, he mumbled, reaching for his gear. Did my beau make it back here? Dare, Pella pled as she watched him through the door, tail drooping and eyes anguished. She wasn't the only one looking after him helplessly. Ah, there it was, in the corner. Good to see, Ilan had brought it back with him. He absently kissed his dog-girl fiancée as she followed him into the entry room, pulled his heaviest cloak off its hook by the door, and stepped out into the teeth of the snowstorm. Part of him knew he shouldn't just be running off like this, that it would be better to sit down and talk this out. But what the serious hell? He'd literally run himself frantic these last few weeks, only to come home to the warmth of his loved ones and find out that they'd been secretly arranging his life for him behind his back. And Sia, giving him nudges as he was traveling Calissa to help him cross the paths of women he could fall in love with, and who could come to love him in turn, was one thing. It felt like they were both still pursuing their own happiness, and had been fortunate enough to find it with each other. But this, bringing women around to throw at him and expecting him to fall head over heels from the impact? Even their own introduction, when Irene had just waltzed in and announced she was going to be part of his life from then on. Sia, sure, he had a relationship with already, but, damn it, he couldn't complain about that because them walking into his life had been one of the best things that had happened to him. He loved Sia and Irene with all his heart, but that didn't change what they'd done. And it wasn't just him this affected either. Was this the sort of fairy tale romance Lily had always dreamed about? Nudged by Sia's acolytes to find her way here, only to discover she already had a marriage license all written up to a relative stranger? This was too much. Failing to point out his high fertility stat so he'd inadvertently knock up the women he'd slept with before finding out, all the while thinking they were being safe, had been a seriously dick move. But at least he'd been mostly to blame for not looking closer at the stat and what it did. Sia had promised him she wouldn't fuck with his life here. That she had no interest in tying strings to him and making him move like she wanted, because she wanted to see him succeed and fail by his own decisions. She was interfering too much. Dare had been intending to go out and hunt some monsters, work off some steam. But he didn't really want to go out in the middle of a snowstorm. And even with his cloak, it was colder out here than he'd expected. But he didn't want to go back inside. Instead, he made his way to the garden, settling down next to where he'd planted Eloise. Want some company down there? He half joked with a wry laugh. Curled up in a warm, safe hole underground. Sounds pretty good right now. The crunch of snow alerted him to someone's approach, and he tensed. But it turned out to be Lily, bundled in her poncho over her white dress. It got a bit awkward in there after you left, she said a bit sheepishly. And I don't really know any of them, so it was even more uncomfortable. Mind if I sit out here? I'm not sure I'd be the best company at the moment, he said with a wry laugh. The bunny girl grinned at him. Actually, I was talking to Eloise. She plopped down on the other side of the dirt mound and patted it fondly. It's an incredible thing, having a plant girl like you enough to ask you to bring her seed home for you to raise. Dare supposed it was, and if she spent so much time with Florence, she'd probably know. I'm glad I'll have a chance to be part of my daughter's life. She smiled down at the planted seed. Did you tell her yet that Rosacea sends her love? I did. He also patted the dirt mound. What do you think of that, Eloise? I got to see the demigoddess who birthed your race. A very ancient, wise, and kind dryad, and one who watches over you from afar with love. Silence settled between them as the snow continued to fall, Lily looking around the grounds and at the various buildings. This place wasn't what I expected it to be. Dare sighed. I understand. I'm sorry you ended up here like this. I feel like we tricked you. She looked surprised. How? I followed the guidance of a goddess to find a man I hoped I could love. She laughed wryly. Although I wasn't expecting she'd already have a marriage certificate prepared for us. That was a bit of a surprise. He laughed too. Yeah. The bunny girl reached out and rested a hand on his. Nobody likes to think they're being pushed into something, she said gently. Even if it's something they think they could be happy with. But you know that if I didn't want to be here, I'd just leave. Dare sighed. I wouldn't blame you. You deserve to find a man who can make you happy and give you the best life possible. I agree. Although, you know, when I said this place wasn't what I expected, I meant it in a good way. She bounded to her feet, offering her hand to help him up. Tell you what, there are 5 women in there who love you with all their hearts, and it'd be a shame to spoil your reunion over this. How about I have Irene give me the marriage certificate, so I can tear it up if I decide that's the path through the bramble thicket? Otherwise, I say we give this a try and see if we can make it work. He accepted her help up, shaking his head. Thanks for being so understanding about this. Lily laughed. What can I say? I'm a hopeless romantic. When Dare stepped back into the dining room, he saw that Ilan and Amelisa had pulled a disappearing act. He couldn't really blame them, considering the tense atmosphere. So much for an enjoyable lunch and then chatting and maybe sharing some drinks in the parlor. Maybe even games. He'd copied a few board games from Earth for them to play, which had all received a fantastic reception, as well as their patterns being put into the crafting system. Irene was in the seat he'd vacated, bawling her eyes out while the other 4 women clustered around her comfortingly. The moment she saw him in the doorway, she rushed over and threw her arms around his waist. I ruined everything, she wailed, burying her face in his chest. Yeah, how selfish of her to work tirelessly so you and a bunch of beautiful women can have a happily ever after together, Leilana said sarcastically, glaring at him. It was obvious where she stood in this argument. I'd stomp off in a huff too. Didn't you throw a huge hissy fit because your honor made you swear a life-sworn oath to him, Pella pointed out, sounding genuinely curious. The dusk elf flushed. That's completely different. Leilana has a point, though, Zuri said quietly but firmly. As his soon-to-be wives, we have a duty to help him find other wives and consorts and lovers. That was the first Dare was hearing of any such duty. But at the moment, his focus was on Irene. He wrapped his arms around her and stroked her hair gently. Irene, I love you, he said. She kept her face buried in his tunic. You know I just want you to be happy and loved. And you know I want the same for the women we bring into our family, so they can be happy and loved too. I know, he said. He gently but firmly pushed her to arm's length so he could meet her tear-filled eyes. But you know what's often been missing with you and Sia? What we're doing right now. Talking about it before making any decisions. Something this important can't afford to be a surprise, unpleasant or pleasant. His beautiful fiancée nodded miserably. You're right. After all the times in my life where my choices have been made for me, sometimes without even any warning first, it should be the first thing I consider. She bunched his sleeves in her fists with a plaintive noise. Sia warned me to be careful with what I was doing. I thought she meant not to make any mistakes on the paperwork that would bite us in the ass later. Dare leaned down and kissed the tears from her cheeks. I like Trizella, Irene, and if she's your friend, then that just makes me all the more willing to try to make it work with her. This caught me by surprise, but I'll give it a chance. At some point, the others had gathered around them, aside from Lily in the doorway that was, and one by one they joined the hug. He met each of their eyes to make sure they were all okay, and felt humbled by the love he saw returned there. With a rueful laugh, he looked back down at Irene. Well, looks like we're going to have another guest. When is Trizella coming? As soon as it's warm enough in the spring, she replied with a wry laugh of her own. When you live in water, traveling in winter becomes a lot less enjoyable without special and expensive accommodations. Mermaids are hardy to the cold since they often live in the deep sea. But it's different in open air. They're not adapted to it. So he had plenty of time to get used to the idea and prepare for her to join their lives. Also, that extra time was good, since he'd resolved to do his best to properly woo Lily the way she deserved, and having his attention divided between two lovers would complicate that. Zuri stroked his arm. You've had a very exhausting few weeks, my mate. Even if you've had chances to rest in peace and safety in that time, none of those places was home. She tugged on his hand. Come, how about we take a short nap, all of us together? Then maybe we can invite Ilan and Arma and Lily back, and get out your games and share dessert over them. We can wait out the rest of this snowstorm in the comfort of the manor, together with family and friends. Dare smiled and lifted her into his arms, nuzzling her slender neck. That sounds perfect, he murmured. He shifted to hold her in one arm and did his best to gather up the rest of his fiancées with the other. All but Irene, who excused herself to lead Lily to a room they'd set up for her in the guest house Amelisa occupied, promising to join them later. He gave their bunny girl guest a goodbye smile, and got a surprisingly warm one in return, as the two women bundled up and disappeared out the front door. Then his other fiancées began tugging him towards the stairs, and together they made their way up to the master bedroom, where he a bit sheepishly submitted to being undressed down to his underwear and tucked in beneath the covers, while his lovers similarly stripped down to lingerie or more functional panties and joined him. There, After weeks away from his loved ones, Dare could finally feel all of them cuddled close against him, a loving pile of soft, warm bodies. He wasn't sure any of them were really tired, even after that big lunch Say-Weir had prepared. But they lay still and peaceful around him as he drifted off, listening to the soft sounds of their breathing. Chapter 13. Back to routine. Dare must have been more exhausted than he'd realized, even with the excellent nights of rest he'd gotten in the beds of Morona and Rosa. That, or the comfort of being back in his own bed, content in the knowledge his loved ones were safe, had eased the last of the tension out of him. Either way, when he woke up, he got the sense he'd slept for a few hours at the least. Elsewhere in the house, he could hear conversation and laughter and the clink of dishes, an inviting sound. Although his main focus was on the petite, soft body in his arms, his only companion in the otherwise empty bed. He didn't need to open his eyes to know it was Irene. The feel of her pressed against him, her scent, even the sound of her breathing, was as familiar as anything in his life. Dare opened his eyes to find her looking up at him, big green eyes, soft and shining with love. "Hey," he said, leaning down to tenderly press his lips to hers. "Your turn?" His petite betrothed smiled wryly and tucked a stray wisp of auburn hair behind her ear. "I suppose," although it was more that the others got bored and wandered off not long after you fell asleep, aside from Pella, who napped for about a half hour before leaving to visit Lily with the others. "And you stayed this entire time, awake and bored out of your mind?" She laughed. "I'm never bored, since Sia is usually available to talk to." She gently stroked his bare chest. "And much as I'd love to talk to Lily more, there's nothing I'd rather be doing than cuddling with the man I love for however long I can." Dare pulled her closer, relishing their shared intimacy. "That sounds incredible right now." They lay for a few minutes in contented silence before he stirred. "So, any other news I missed?" Irene furrowed her brow in an adorably thoughtful expression. "Well, we've been feeding the slime girl we brought back enough that she split recently. The avenging wolves asked if they could have the new slime for their village." Dare couldn't help but smirk. "I'm sure they did. We don't need two, right? Unless you want to do pink slime girl threesomes," she said dryly. Tempting as that was, he shrugged in approval. "It's fine by me if everyone else doesn't mind. It'll help the goblin villagers with improving hygiene." He stroked her soft shoulder, looking down at her in wonder. "You know how amazing you are, right? You've got this place running like a well-oiled machine, where otherwise I get the feeling we'd be running around like chickens with our heads cut off." "Well, maybe not quite that bad," his bookish fiancé said with a smile. Then she hesitated. "Will you forgive me if sometimes I go overboard in that efficiency and get ahead of myself doing things like ordering marriage certificates in bulk?" Dare grimaced. "I suppose Leilana and Zuri had a point. We all seem to agree we want the harem to keep growing, which means more women will be coming." "They sure will be," she cut in, eyes dancing mischievously. "You know how to make us very happy in bed." He chuckled. "And if I never complained about Zuri acting as a wingman, even appreciated her help, it would be kind of dickish of me to begrudge you and Sia doing the same for me." He kissed her softly. "So forget about forgiveness. Let me thank you." Irene made a contented sound and kissed his shoulder. "I think at this point we're not strangers to love, are we?" "No, thanks, Sia." Dare rubbed her back. We've been very lucky to find so many wonderful people to share a family with. She looked up at him with her big green eyes. Dare, are you ever going to give me up? He blinked and held her closer. What? Never. Good. His bookish lover gave him a small smile. And are you ever going to let me down? Where was this coming from? I give you my word, I'll never. He abruptly cut off, realization dawning. Wait, did you just rickroll me? Yes, she squealed, rolling on the bed giggling. Son of a... Dare flopped onto his back and put his forearm over his eyes. Even on another world. I got you, she said, nudging his shoulder. You didn't even see it coming, sucker. He mock glowered at her. Sucker, huh? He growled, then pounced and started to tickle her tummy. Irene squealed for a different reason and giggled even harder, although he noticed she didn't try to get away. In fact, she almost seemed to be pressing into his hands. Beautiful doll-like face flushed and eyes sparkling. Dare found himself holding her, then kissing her tenderly. She was soft and sweet in his arms as she kissed him back, running her hands over his chest and shoulders, then down his back. He caressed her as well, wondering at her graceful curves, her silky skin, her beautiful coppery hair. His lips followed his hands in exploring her body, while her small hands held his head and she sighed in quiet enjoyment. The morning's urgency to be with his lovers after they'd been separated for weeks, and in such frightening circumstances, didn't make an appearance with Irene. He'd missed her just as fiercely, and he wanted her just as much. But this was exactly what he'd wanted with her. To make love, to share quiet, peaceful moments, to show their feelings with their tenderly shared gaze, with soft touches, with quiet words of love and affection. For Dare, whose life on Earth had been dominated by lonely days in his little apartment playing games on his computer, to share this intimacy with a woman he loved was something he treasured. And his sweet fiancée made no secret that after the life she'd lived, if anything, she treasured this even more. I love you, he breathed as he pushed tenderly between her silky folds and slipped inside her, her tight walls welcoming him in. With all my heart, my love, Irene murmured in reply, legs wrapped gently around him as she stroked his back. Her hips moved almost placidly, but in perfect timing with his thrusts. As the minutes passed, their passion slowly built, until finally his red-headed betrothed went limp with a happy sigh, her sweet tunnel rippling around him in orgasm as her nectar flowed. Dare kissed her softly as he pushed a last time into her core and released inside her, filling her with his seed. Afterwards, they went back to cuddling and caressing. I missed you, he said, kissing her glistening rosebud lips. It's good to be home. She said, kissing him back tenderly. Hopefully the next time you leave, it won't be under such tense circumstances. He looked over at the black pearl ring on the bedside table. I haven't seen much of Sia. Doesn't she want some time? The goddess came to the fore, smiling lazily. I got to experience all your other reunions, so I was content to wait. Her eyes flashed with sudden heat. But I've been missing you for a long time, and since I volunteered to be last, you'd better do your best to make it worth the wait. Without another word, she pressed against him. All passion and hunger, where Irene had been soft and intimate. Her hands explored him eagerly, lips trailing over his muscles with quiet little moans of enjoyment. Dare just as eagerly roamed his hands over her soft little body, making her gasp as he toyed with her nipples and kneaded her small ass with his fingers. He kissed her auburn hair, her lips, down her jaw, then paused to nibble and suck on her delicate neck. His divine fiancée moaned and pressed against him urgently, nectar glistening on her thighs as she ground her sex against his hip. He dipped a hand between her legs and rubbed her soft folds, making her whimper and push against him almost desperately until he plunged 2 fingers inside her, hooking his fingers upward, seeking her sweet spot. She let him know when he found it by arching against him, biting down on his shoulder to muffle her cry of pleasure. Her arousal flowed down his fingers and over his hand, and he brought them up to his lips and tasted her ambrosia. Suddenly impatient to be inside her, Dare flipped her over onto her stomach and pulled her hips up towards him. She eagerly lifted her ass, presenting her glistening sex, and he guided his tip to her entrance and pushed all the way to her core in a long, hard thrust. Sia buried her face in a pillow, just in time to stifle another, louder cry of pleasure, bucking her hips up against him. The angle of his penetration seemed to be perfect to stimulate her, and he had to hold her hips to keep her from squirming right off his cock in sheer delight as he began moving inside her. "Gods, you're sexy," he panted, staring down at her delicate body beneath him. Her furnace-hot, tight walls felt heavenly against his shaft, squeezing and rippling in her pleasure as she welcomed him in deeper. Her movements were perfectly in time with his, maximizing both their enjoyment, and it only took a few minutes before she slumped to her stomach on the blankets, nearly pulling herself off him when her limbs seemed to give out as she sank into a powerful climax. "Don't stop," she moaned, before burying her face in the pillow to muffle more squeals of pure bliss. Dare followed her down, fucking between her tightly closed thighs and into her soft tunnel as she quivered beneath him, building up to an even higher peak. She felt even tighter in this prone position, but her flowing nectar drenched her thighs and let him slip easily in and out. Whether intentionally or by happy accident, thrusting between her soft thighs meant they squeezed and caressed the base of his cock, making it feel like he was going balls deep every time he bottomed out inside her. It was incredible, and he was certain he wasn't going to last for long. But he held out, hoping to tease another orgasm out of his beautiful fiancée. It didn't take long before Sia arched her back again, lifting her ass against his weight and clamped down in an even more powerful climax. Dare let her rippling walls tease him over the edge to his own orgasm, and with a grunt pushed in a final time and emptied himself inside her tiny pussy. His sexy red-headed fiancée wasn't done though. As they came down from their shared climax, she insistently squirmed and twisted until he was on his back with her on top of him. Somehow, she'd managed to keep him inside her the whole time, still in that same prone position, except now her weight rested on him with her back against his chest. Well, this was a new position, one he hadn't even considered before. With a whimpering moan, Sia pushed with her legs, sliding up his shaft. "Your turn," she panted as the back of his sensitive tip brushed her entrance. It took Dare a second to realize what she meant. With her position on her back against him, she couldn't really make herself slide back down onto him without doing some serious gymnastics. Which meant he'd have to do it for her. Just like he didn't really have any easy way to move inside her in the other direction. So she'd have to do that for him. Cooperative fucking. or more cooperative than usual, that is. He took his fiancée's hips and pushed down, thrusting his own hips upward at the same time, and she whimpered as she slid back onto him until he bottomed out. Then her slender legs pushed her back up, and he pushed down again. It took much longer to get used to timing his movements with hers to make a good rhythm, but somehow that just made it all the more intense. Like they were learning more about each other, learning to work in sync to bring each other pleasure. Soon they were moving like a well-oiled machine, a very well-oiled machine. Their cooperative movements lasted until Sia abruptly collapsed mid-movement with a quivering moan, squirting his legs with her juices as she climaxed again. With the angle of penetration, it felt like she was massaging his shaft upside down, and he bit his lip around a groan and decided he was ready to join her in a second orgasm. He pushed her hips down until he was bottomed out again, then rubbed her clit to make her squirm and squeal until she squirted again. That did it for him, and with a twitch of his hips, he gave in to the overwhelming pleasure and emptied himself up into her. As they came down together, Dare wrapped his arms around his petite fiancée and cuddled her close. "I love you, Sia," he murmured, kissing her hair. "I love you, Dare," she replied, lying limp and satisfied atop him. They stayed like that for a few minutes as he shrank enough to finally pop free of her silken embrace, freeing a flood of their juices that soaked his crotch and the already sodden blankets beneath him. Then she squirmed around to lay on her stomach atop him, green eyes solemn but with a slight crinkle of amusement around the edges. The goddess motioned to the door, through which the talk and laughter from downstairs continued to entice them. Although speaking as the nerd who fell in love with a gamer from Earth, I want to go join the fun now. Dare laughed and wrapped her in his arms. "Sounds good." He sobered, looking into her mysterious eyes. "I know I already said it, but I love you, Sia. And I'll admit, I might have missed you most of all during the last few crazy weeks. Being able to talk to you at any time and hear your voice through the system was more of a comfort than I'd realized." Her typically amused, almost detached expression softened, showing more tenderness than usual. "You may have missed me, my beloved, but I was there, rooting for you every step of the way, even if I couldn't act openly." He kissed her softly, and maybe helping me more than I realized. The goddess's delicate features became mysterious. I may have approached a beloved sister about a shared purpose. And of course I knew I could count on Rosa to look after you, the dear. He opened his mouth and she laughed and held up a hand. "Yes, I will visit her soon. It's only polite when she's practically a next-door neighbor." With another laugh, she hopped off the bed, his seed trickling down her slender thighs, and grabbed his hand. "Come on, let's go play with everyone." With a laugh, Dare allowed her to insistently tug him off the bed. After lovingly cleaning each other with wet cloths, they dressed and made their way down to where the others were playing games in the parlor. He accepted a glass of wine from Ilan as he and Sia settled down between Saywir and Leilana, holding out his arms in invitation for Zuri to bring Gila over for him to hold. Looking around as the others finished their game, gently rocking Gila in his arms as she cooed and looked up at him sleepily, he realized something. One of the things he'd longed for when playing RPGs and reading fantasy stories had been to sit in a tavern common room, quaffing ale and laughing with companions as buxom serving maids served food and drinks. Warmth and good food, a bard playing music in a corner while a table full of dwarves laughed and competed with him to sing bawdy songs. And yeah, now that he'd had a chance to experience that, it was definitely an enjoyable way to pass the time. But what he had here, in this room, was infinitely better. When a debate broke out about what game to play next, Dare cleared his throat. You know, there are a few games I used to play with larger groups that would be funner with this many people. Want to try one of those? How do you know so many games? Lily asked, milky pale cheeks flushed after a couple glasses of wine. Do the people where you come from have that much free time? Some of them. But it's more that we're able to produce enough food that most people can turn their labor to other things, including making games. And romance, the persistent bunny girl said, grey eyes sparkling behind her large glasses. Oh, you're just too cute, Leilana, sitting beside her, said as she wrapped Lily in a hug. With the age similarity, it was no surprise the two gravitated towards each other, along with Amelisa and Sawyr. Although everyone seemed to have fallen in love with the sweet, innocent, romantic bunny girl. Pella, sitting on Lily's other side and looking overjoyed about it, suddenly began tugging on the younger woman's hands to get her to stand. Come on, I just thought of something. Zuri, Sia, Leilana, you guys too. The four women joined her, looking bemused as the eager dog girl arranged them in a line facing the rest of the group. Although not according to height or any other reason Dare could see. Then Pella took her own place and faced them, tail wagging. Look, she said excitedly, brushing her fingers through Sia's coppery hair, then Lily's silver pigtails, then her own golden ponytail, then Leilana's snowy locks, and finally Zuri's jet black hair. Now that Lily's here, we've got copper, silver, gold, true silver, and god metal. All the precious metals. Leilana groaned. That's what you got us up here for. Rolling her eyes, she made her way back to cuddle up to Dare, letting Gila hold her finger in a tiny fist. Are you going to make the game so we can get playing? Pella reluctantly returned to her seat. I thought it was fun, she said, pouting. Chuckling, Dare asked Zuri to grab some of the paper she used for her scrolls, making the necessary cards with it. Then they gathered around to take turns, pantomiming the words on the cards, to much laughter and ribbing. And so the day passed, the snow swirling outside while inside the house was full of warmth and laughter. Dare woke early the next morning, gently disentangling himself from the warm pile of women cuddled around him. Then he shivered at the unexpected cold and looked at the master bedroom's vent. Time to troubleshoot, it looked like. A quick check down in the new basement confirmed that the huge stone was still radiating heat from Leilana's spells yesterday, easily enough to warm the house. The legendary chest was similarly in place to power the fan. A check of the makeshift thermostat, which was embedded in the wall to connect to the outside to regulate temperature, showed that it had sprung a leak in the night and no longer had the pressure to push the lever. He fixed the leak and refilled the tank to the line Leilana had drawn, then waited impatiently until the water inside froze enough to push the lever and get the fan going. The balance between the cold outside and the heat inside melting the ice was a fickle one, and even if Leilana and Irene had tinkered enough to get it fairly good, he resolved to see if he could find Mercury to rig up a proper thermometer. Or at least get a stronger container for the water thermostat. Dare checked the water pressure next and determined the tanks were less than half full. So once the house was heated up enough that the thermostat turned the fan off, He snagged the legendary chest and moved it over to the pump shed to get water pumping up to the roof. He was pleased to see that his fiancées had also thought to insulate the pump shed and add a vent to the small room, as well as moving the pipes inside the house so they wouldn't freeze. They'd done a great job. Once the tanks were filled and the chest moved back down to the heater, he gathered his gear and began looking it over. Especially his bow, just to make sure it hadn't taken damage on its trip home out of his care. He'd been so emotional yesterday when he'd taken it outside that he hadn't taken the time to inspect it. But as he looked now to check its durability, he was pleasantly surprised. Amelisa had apparently been busy, and it now had an enchantment. Granted, it was a lower-level enchantment, using one of the materials they'd gotten from the same dungeon where they'd gotten their fortune and the legendary chest. As such, it only added a few extra points of shock damage and a minuscule buff to range. Even Quill's shot did more. Still, every little bit helped. And it promised exciting prospects in the future as the young noblewoman leveled up. Speaking of which, a knock on the door turned out to be Amelisa, Lily, and Ilan, ready to pick up Irene and get an early start leveling up the two young women. Outside, the newly risen sun glittered brilliantly on several inches of fresh snow. But it looked as if the storm had passed and the day would be good for leveling. Dare invited them in to sit at the dining room table and rummaged in the kitchen for something quick for breakfast. Irene appeared in the doorway, dressed in her adventuring robes and gear, and pulled him off to one side for a good morning kiss. Your goals for today, my love, are to farm any spawn points on the way to the mountains that'll get you experience. He blinked as he dug into his pouch to retrieve the home ward to give to her. The mountains? She nodded. The spawns there are so random that you'll have a higher chance of finding party-rated monsters. After all, you've already found 2 in that area. She tucked the fast travel item away. For now, find any party-rated monsters you can, but move on and farm spawn points to get experience. Once you've found a couple, Ilan and I will join you hunting them. There are enough low-level spawn points in the mountains that we can even bring Armor and Lily and help them level there. Sounds good, he said, grinning. Thanks for the tip. His petite fiancée's eyes danced merrily, and she leaned close to his ear. Speaking of tips, you should take Lily for a romantic walk this evening and look at the stars, and go for runs with her whenever you can. You both share a love of running. Dare sobered. Do you think the others will mind if I spend so much time doing my best to give Lily the storybook romance she's longing for? I don't want them to feel like I'm neglecting them. She giggled. The obvious answer to that is, of course they won't, as long as you don't neglect them. She playfully patted his cheek. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. Spending time with the women I love is the opposite of work. Irene laughed outright. Good answer, but we appreciate the effort all the same. Dare heated up some leftovers from the icebox, and they shared a hasty breakfast. Everyone was in good spirits, not seeming bothered by the prospect of going out in the cold and snow. Although Lily especially seemed eager to really focus on leveling. In her usual thoughtful, efficient way, Irene had purchased the best possible bows and arrows for the bunny girl to see her all the way up to level 20. That would have been hugely helpful for Dare in his own leveling, and would certainly ease her efforts. Even better, she'd arranged for Amelisa to practice her enchanting by improving the bows with shock damage, like Dare's own bow. Although at that level the bonus was much more significant. Even with a combat subclass, Lily would be getting experience quick. And the fact that as an archer, she could hit multiple targets would only speed things up. With Irene buffing and shielding her, she had pretty much every advantage imaginable. The rest of the family dragged themselves out of bed to see them off, and after saddling the horses, Johar stood off to one side waving. A plain but kind-looking woman stood at his side, and a rosy-cheeked daughter of about 8 and son who was 5 or 6 played in the snow nearby. Dare was a bit disappointed that he couldn't travel with the others, but they were heading closer to Tirana, much closer in Lily's case, to farm the lower-level spawns there. Meanwhile, he was going in pretty much the opposite direction. And on foot, trusting he'd have enough room in his mostly empty pack for any loot he found. In the cold, the storm had dropped a fine powdery snow. Deep enough that he had to wade through it, but light enough that it didn't impede his movements too much and wasn't too tiring. At the speeds he traveled, he also kicked up huge clouds to hang shimmering in the air behind him, which was neat. Of course, it was harder to see what the ground looked like beneath the snow. Dare found himself tripping more often than usual, although thankfully the snow was forgiving and cushioned his fall. Admittedly, he might have been paying less attention than he should have to where he was going, because he was occupied by the breathtaking sight of Bastion blanketed with snow. He'd fallen in love with this region's rugged beauty almost from his first view. The expansive plains, rolling hills, dense forests of old-growth trees, and stark mountain ranges. It all had a wild, untamed feel to it, a frontier waiting to be explored in all its wonder and excitement. Maybe there were more beautiful lands Dare and his family could have made their home. But he felt fortunate that Bastion was where they'd been when they decided to settle down. And in his definitely unbiased opinion, the area around Neram Manor afforded the most breathtaking views, with the Gadrus Mountains looming in the distance. It was only a short run to the first spawn point on his way to the mountains, with level 26 to 28 monsters like large vultures with wicked talons. For some classes, they'd be a huge pain in the ass, but for him, they were relatively straightforward. And, interestingly enough, with his bow's new shock enchantment, each arrow sent a skittering web of electricity spreading out from the point of impact. It may not have done much damage, but it was pretty awesome looking. At an average of 6 levels lower than his, he killed most of the monsters in 2 or 3 shots, and often one with a critical hit. It didn't take long at all to clear the spawn point, and he was never close to in danger. Same as his other times fighting these things. The loot wasn't great, but it would net a few gold. At this point, they had an entire shed devoted to trash loot, which they'd cart in bulk up to Tirana every month or so to sell at the market. As expected, Irene was a formidable haggler, catching merchants by surprise to find such a petite, beautiful young woman unwilling to back down an inch as she pressed for the best deal possible. And unlike Dare, who tended to leave the people he haggled with a bit disgruntled by his bartering style, the bookish redhead always left them charmed and smiling, even if she'd gotten a favorable deal. Pella was also great for that, with her keen senses that often let her know if she was being deceived or leaving potential profits on the table. And Leilana, while she tended to be even more aggressive in her bartering than Dare, had a keen eye for the value of things and stubbornly refused to accept anything but the best possible deal, even if it meant walking away. Between them, the big loot-selling trips to town were enjoyable as well as profitable. He left the vultures behind and continued on to a slightly higher level spawn point, clearing it out as well. In a way, it felt good to finally be focused on leveling efficiently again, like scratching an itch that had been irritating him for weeks now. The frustration of other things getting in the way of working to better himself and improve his family's circumstances. Now, fingers crossed, they'd all be free to get back to their lives. Scaling the mountain slopes was a bit treacherous with the snow, causing Dare to stumble and occasionally slide backwards a few feet. He made good time even so, doing his best to hit the spawn points he and Irene had found on their way to spots he hadn't explored yet. Although he had to swing by the raid dungeon they'd discovered on their last trip just to check it out again. He was way under level for the place, if even the entry mobs were level 41 to 42. Going by his experience with the dungeon he'd gone through with Zuri, Pella, and Leilana, that meant the end boss would probably be 2 or 3 levels higher than that. Maybe even more, for a dungeon that was obviously intended for a large party or small raid. Or maybe even a large raid, if the other monsters in there were stronger than the entry ones. Even though it was way out of his league for the near future, Dare was glad he'd checked the place when he spotted a party-rated monster perched in front of the ruins. It was a massive tree, withered and rotted, motionless and as innocuous-looking as any tree, but giving off a clear aura of menace. Dare recalled that outside of the lower-level dungeon near Driftwain, there'd been a large camp of even lower-level kobolds guarding the entrance. There'd been no such guardians for the Glittering Caves dungeon they'd beaten, but this guy was clearly here for that purpose. He looked at it with his adventurer's eye. Ancient Outpost Watcher, Monster, Party Rated, Level 39. Attacks: Ensnare, Root, Crush, Colossal Stomp, Leaf Blast, Infestation, Vine Whip, Regenerate, Dream Gaze, Stone Bark. Phew, that was a lot of daunting abilities. And its stats were nothing to sneeze at either. Even after nearly soloing the cursed Orc Warchief, with some help from the legendary chest, of course, Dare wouldn't have wanted to go anywhere near an enemy like this without a solid party, including a sturdy tank. Was it possible to get strong enough to kill this thing by the end of the year, with the help of Irene, Leilana, Ilin, and possibly recruiting some of the adventurers from Terrana? Assuming he could ensure his pregnant fiancées would remain safe during the fight. It was something to consider at least. He ran on, finding and clearing more spawn points. He even took a chance on level 37 to 38 monsters, whose attacks hinted they were swift and dealt high damage, but were easy to kill. Nothing he couldn't handle with Cheetah's dash, if he was careful and made sure it was always off cooldown. And they provided great experience and loot. In spite of the unavoidable delay in leveling while dealing with Olivin, Dare was well on his way to his next level. Mostly thanks to the huge bumps given by Morona's quest to destroy the monster horde, and the XP bonus for defeating the cursed Orc Warchief. He estimated that with the continually rising experience requirements for each level, even under ideal circumstances, it would take him up to a week once he reached level 34 to level again to 35. And the time for subsequent levels would increase by a few hours to a day every time. And at 40, once he finally reached that point, the requirements would probably jump just as sharply as they had at 30. It might take him weeks for every level, no matter how well he optimized his experience gains. Not to mention the monsters would jump sharply in difficulty as well. He had to wonder if at some point it would become impossible to solo level, even with advantages like Fleetfoot and Adventurer's Eye. For now, though, Dare was confident he'd level up within the next few days. And he couldn't wait to reach 35 a week after that and see what he got for it. While he found more good spawn points in his searching, to his disappointment, he didn't see any more party-rated monsters. Although he supposed it would be optimistic to find a bunch of the rare spawns all over the place, even in the mountains. As the sun started to sink in the sky, he grudgingly turned back for Nerim Manor. He wanted to get as much experience as possible in the time he had, and it frustrated him a bit that travel time took up such a significant chunk of his day. Even with his ability to move at high speeds, the distance between home and the first spawn points, then between each spawn point, and finally the trip home, all added up. He loved having a home for his family, but it was hard not to long for the days when they'd traveled from one ideal leveling location to the next, camping beside the best spawn points, so they could get a good start each morning and make the most of the day. Part of Dare was tempted to keep leveling and set up camp in the mountains. But he'd never do that without making sure his loved ones knew his plans, so they wouldn't worry. And anyway, he'd promised Irene he'd be back in time to take Lily on a romantic moonlit walk. Although he did resolve to bring up the possibility of spending 2 or 3 days at a time in the mountains. Hopefully his fiancées and Lily could forgive him for being gone that often, considering what he needed to accomplish before the beginning of the year. Chapter 14. Winter Days. Running hard for home, Dare made it just before sunset. He was there just in time to see Irene and Amelisa appear out of thin air in front of the stables, seated on the back of a sturdy gelding, which made him jump a foot into the air in shock, heart pounding, before he realized what was going on. Good to see the home ward had worked for them. The first thing Amelisa did after sucking in a shocked breath was whoop loud enough to make the horse dance nervously. "That was amazing," she shouted, scrambling off the horse and looking around, cheeks flushed. "Goddess, that was the biggest rush I've ever experienced." She spotted him standing there and rushed over to take his hands. "You've used the home ward, and you get to run super fast all the time. Is running fast even better than that?" Dare couldn't help but laugh. "In some ways, I can't go a third as fast, but I can feel the wind blowing past and the joy of pushing my body to the limits. I guess, but even sprinting as fast as I can wasn't anywhere near that fun." The young noblewoman laughed and whirled away, spinning around the yard. "Did you go through a hill? I screamed so loud," she giggled. "Or I guess not loud, since I didn't make any noise, but I tried to." Irene slipped off the horse and came over to wrap her arms around him, nuzzling his shoulder. "It was certainly something new and amazing," she agreed. "Although I prefer being carried by you as you run. I certainly enjoy it." He leaned down and kissed her softly. "Lily and Ilan running back?" She nodded. "Lily and I had to go farther than I would have liked to find monsters she could take on, even with my help. But we made good progress and were able to put in extra time, thanks to the home ward." Before he could ask any follow-up questions, his organized and purposeful fiancée briskly turned him around and started pushing him towards the house. "Speaking of Lily running back, we should have just enough time to get you bathed and shaved and dressed in something nice for your moonlit walk after dinner." Dare laughed and let her guide him inside, where the rest of his fiancés emerged to greet him and, to his chagrin, lead him into the bathroom and undress him, then push him down into the tub. It was enjoyable, but he was certain they had even more fun than he did as they soaped him up and rinsed him off, with much splashing and laughter and more than a little groping. Finally, they dried off and dressed him in a fine suit Zuri had made, special for occasions like this. Soon after that, Saywir, who'd excused herself early to begin dinner with the help of Johar's wife Hani and daughter Eni, called up that Lily and Ilin were back, and Amelisa would be joining them as well. Dare was shocked when his hobgoblin fiancé set a genuine hamburger in front of him, complete with bun, ketchup, mayo, sliced onions, and lettuce and tomatoes. Not to mention a heaping pile of golden fries. Saywir happily admitted that Irene had described the earth meal to her, and putting their heads together had figured out how to grind the meat and fry the potatoes. From the first bite of their own burgers, everyone agreed it definitely had the potential to become a favorite. Although Lily looked a bit puzzled about the mention of Dare's home world, they still hadn't explained his past to her. The conversation around the table was mostly focused on everyone's leveling. Dare described the party-rated monster he'd found outside the raid dungeon, getting everyone's view on it. Irene thought they could kill it with some planning, and maybe hiring a tank from Tirana. Assuming they wanted to risk the tank discovering the location of the dungeon, which was apparently highly prized information that could be sold for a fortune to the right people. Although Dare speculated that if they also offered the tank a position in the raid to clear the dungeon, that would be incentive to keep the secret out of self-interest. Irene and the others who'd gone out leveling together then described their day, which had been productive but mostly uneventful. Then finally everyone who'd stayed home talked about how things had been at Neram Manor, quiet and peaceful, thankfully. After dinner, the girls ushered Lily up for her own bath and makeover. Aside from Amelisa, who excused herself and left for her guest house to get in an early night after a long day of leveling. Dare and Ilin made their way to the parlor, settling into overstuffed chairs beside the fireplace, which, in spite of Leilana's and Irene's ingenious heating system, still had a lit fire crackling merrily. Dare poured himself a small splash of brandy, and to his surprise, his friend asked for one as well. "Are you sure?" he asked the bald ascetic. Ilin smiled wryly. "My path is my own to tread, my friend." Dare shrugged and poured another glass. "As long as I'm not corrupting you with my hedonistic ways." Rather than the expected easy laugh from his friend, Ilin just smiled absently as he accepted the glass. He took a slow sip, showing no reaction to the strong liquor as he stared into the fire. He didn't look sad or worried or even bothered by anything, just thoughtful. Dare let the silence stretch for a few minutes, then cleared his throat. "How did the leveling with Amelisa go today?" The normally unflappable monk actually gave a start at his voice, looking over quickly. "It was productive. Lady Amelisa killed monsters swiftly and without issue, and I was able to keep them subdued and away from her, even when she ran out of mana and had to switch to her sword. It helps that she was able to give her weapon the best enchantment possible to speed the killing. No levels, but she's making astonishing progress." He chuckled and nodded towards Dare as he took another sip from his glass. Or at least, astonishing for most. "I still need to thank Amelisa for the enchantment she put on my bow," Dare said. "She's been a good friend." "Yes, a good friend, and an exceptional young woman," Ilin mused, gaze returning to the fire. "With kind and gentle heart, speaking to a beautiful soul. With a start, he sat up, looking embarrassed. He swiftly drained his glass and abruptly stood. It's been a long day, and we start early again in the morning. I'm going to get in as much meditation as I can. A bit surprised, Dare stood as well. Probably a good idea. Good night, my friend. Ilin nodded absently and strode from the room. Dare stared after him, bemused. If he didn't know better, he almost would have thought the stoic monk had a crush on Amelisa. Before he could dwell on that, a flurry of voices heralded the return of the women. Lily was ushered into the room, wearing her silver dress, thick white woolen stockings, and matching white shoes, and a heavy coat of white fur from the fell tundra wolf monsters Dare regularly hunted from a nearby spawn point. She looked breathtaking, yet still adorable with her long silvery pigtails and big glasses. He couldn't help but gawk, and suddenly felt a bit awkward. He'd been interested in the ethereally beautiful bunny girl from the first. That went without saying. But they hadn't really done anything romantically speaking while traveling together. Now, knowing he was taking this perfect woman on what was basically their first formal date, knowing where it could lead in the future, made him feel nervous and excited in a way he hadn't felt in a long time. Closer to what he felt dating back on Earth. Dare became aware of his fiancée's giggling behind Lily, while the bunny girl's milky pale skin turned pink in a characteristic blush. Somehow, knowing he wasn't the only one nervous and excited put him more at ease, and he smiled and offered her his arm. "You look beautiful, Lily," he said. "Shall we?" She nodded and slipped her slender arm through his, leaning against his side a bit. "It's beautiful out tonight," she replied with a dreamy smile. With the others all watching eagerly, they made their way outside, feet crunching in the snow as they started for the garden. Lily's face was upturned to look at the night sky, which tonight featured a dazzling nebula and the bright accretion disk surrounding a black hole. Also, the glittering arm of a spiral galaxy, an uncomfortably large gas giant planet looming in the distance, and a vast void in the sky where no stars shone. The gods of this world cared a lot more about spectacle than realism. Dare briefly wondered if Calissa would ever have a space program. And if so, what exactly they'd find if they sought out those stellar phenomena. Sia always just laughed when he asked about it. Lily sighed as she stared upwards, the lenses of her glasses reflecting the glittering show in the sky. "You're educated, Dare," she murmured, pointing. "What do you call that?" "I've never had any books about the sky." "The binary star system?" he asked. She nodded. "I guess. What's that glowing band between them? Is it a celestial pathway?" Dare laughed ruefully. "Actually, it's where one is drawing the stellar matter from the other, basically eating it." The beautiful bunny girl frowned. "Well, that sucks. So even in the sky things are killing and dying?" "In their own way. Although they're not alive, they're just burning in a nuclear fusion process." She stared at him blankly, then pointed. "What about that one?" He couldn't help but grin. "That's the spiral arm of the galaxy we're in. It has billions of stars like the sun. Assuming this world followed any of the usual rules of the universe." Lily sighed, turning her head so her silky hair brushed his arm. "It's all so beautiful. So many things still to learn, even with all the books I've read. I've been meaning to get a library started at Nera Manor. There's still so many things about Heralda and Calissa I don't know either." She squeezed his arm tighter against her side. That would be wonderful. I'd love to learn all the secrets of the world with you. Well, we're both fast enough we could travel and explore together, he said. That would be fun. His date gave him a solemn look, eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Careful, you make offers like that, and I'll hold you to it. Dare laughed. I hope you do. The conversation turned to the day's leveling, even though most of it had been covered over dinner. Lily was close to level 9 and excited about how quickly she was killing monsters and getting experience. She was already planning the perfect armor set for Dare and urged him to start saving up the materials she'd need. I wish quality was determined by the work you put in, she said with a sigh. How careful you did things and how highly skilled you were. But in the crafting system, once you max your ability proficiency to your level, it's all random after that. Unsurprising. For balancing purposes, the only really fair way to do things in an ability system was with RNG, since you couldn't exactly get better at abilities that basically did the work for you. So you might have to make dozens of pieces of armor to get an exceptional quality piece. The bunny girl made an adorable face. More like hundreds. And up to a few thousand for master quality, unless we get lucky. I don't even know for fabled. I don't think you even have a chance to craft them until higher levels. She nudged him with her elbow. Anyway, from now on we'll both have to gather leather and hides from every animal we find, and probably even buy materials, to get enough for me to craft us the best items. Dare smiled wanly, a bit daunted by the prospect. Good thing we can break down items to get back some of the materials. True, although it'll be more profitable to sell the higher quality ones we don't plan to use. They reached a bower that had been cut through the middle of 2 interlocking evergreen bushes, creating a fragrant and surprisingly cozy spot, and settled on the bench there. Dare was surprised but pleased when his beautiful companion scooted close and leaned against him for warmth. Are you enjoying it here, Lily? He asked. The bunny girl looked at him, startled. Are you kidding? She smiled warmly. I'll admit I miss home a bit. Mother and my sisters and little baby Petro. But this, she looked around, expression contented. It feels like a second home. I'm glad. He found her elegant hand in the sleeve of her coat and held it. I'm happy you're here. Even in the dark, he could see her blush, and she shyly squeezed his hand. They sat for a time, enjoying the night and looking up at the sky. Finally, Dare noticed Lily's head nodding and suggested they should head inside. He walked her to the guest house she shared with Amelisa, and at the door took her hand and kissed it. Thank you for a wonderful evening, Lily. I hope you sleep well. And you. She hesitated, then in a rush leaned in to kiss his cheek before darting inside. He found himself grinning like an idiot as he walked back to the manor, where, of course, all the girls wanted to know how his date had gone, pressing for details and critiquing his conversational tidbits. You were way too academic with the sky stuff, Leilana said. Try to frame it romantically. Sure, that binary star system is a celestial pathway that lovers walk when they depart Calissa. Pella nodded enthusiastically. And that black hole surrounded by swirling light is the sky's butthole, waiting to be filled by the sky's lover. That drew a gale of laughter from everyone. Although once the talk turned to filling holes, his fiancés shifted from a romantic mindset to an amorous one. Sia was the first to claim him. And since they'd already been talking about it, she waved her curvy little ass invitingly in front of his face with a playful expression. Or, in other words, the night ended how they tended to, until finally Dare and his well-satisfied lovers fell asleep in a contented pile. 8 days later, Dare reached level 35. He'd really been looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. So when it came time to return home, so he'd make it back for a late dinner and bedtime, and he only had a dozen or so kills left to get it, he pushed for a bit longer to get the last bit of experience he needed. He was glad he had. The levels ending in 5 were almost as good as the levels ending in 0. But in this case, he almost would have said that this level was better than 30, if not for the fact that he'd gotten Cheetah's Dash, which was one of his favorite abilities ever. The reason this one was so great, though, was because he got not 1, not 2, but 3 new abilities. One, of course, was the one he could get every 5 levels from his Student of the Wild tree, which let him take abilities from certain animals he killed and put them in a pool he could choose from. He'd been killing nocturnal animals eagerly hoping to get night vision, but to his disappointment, hadn't found it yet, if it was available at all. Still, he had a few choices. One was a melee attack called Claw, that he was avoiding because his focus was on ranged attacks and survivability. And recently he'd found Eagle's Screech, which could be used to signal allies up to 5 miles away. That seemed of limited use, and also redundant since he already had Snap, which he could use to create a moderately bright light that could be seen from even farther away. Then there was Squirrel Claws, which passively increased his climbing speed by 10%. That was actually pretty badass and would be fun to have. Dare was all about anything that increased his speed in any way, and passive boosts were always nice. But ultimately, he went with one of the first options he'd been given. Escape Bonds. On use, remove all snare or root status effects. Cooldown 5 minutes. Simple and to the point. Dare had been tempted to pick that for survivability every single time he could pick a Student of the Wild ability, but had put it off. But he'd come more and more to realize that his mobility was everything, and if something stopped him, he was probably dead. And he could admit that the ancient outpost watcher he'd seen gave him even more motivation to pick it, in order to counter its attacks. The second ability was super exciting, not just for the ability itself, but because it was a secret one he'd unlocked, by, of all things, putting a point in Snap. Dare had already loved that ability based on the potential to produce light, which he considered useful under many circumstances, even if it was only for a moment. And he just laughed when the others had looked at him in bafflement for his choice. Now he'd unlocked another ability in the Snap tree, which he hadn't expected. Strobe Arrow. Congratulations, Hunter. You have discovered an untapped resource in the mana pool, and found ways to use it to advantage. Using the mana equivalent of 20 snaps. Enhance the tip of your arrow to briefly produce a moderately bright light every half second until it strikes the target. That could be all sorts of useful as a distraction, to mess with people's night vision, to light up dark places at a distance, for signals, and probably lots of other things he hadn't considered yet. But the shining glory of level 35, the moment he'd anticipated eagerly for 25 levels now, ever since getting Rapid Shot at level 10, was finally getting another archery ability. And hot damn, it was a good one. Burst Arrow. Blindly channeling the raw, untapped potential of your mana pool. Infuse your arrow with a surge of mana from one of the schools of magic: Earth, water, air, fire, nature, holy, and void. Increase damage by 200% and add a status effect based on magic school used. High mana cost, 2-minute cooldown. Dare wasn't sure if this was another ability he'd unlocked by having some other ability that used mana, or if he would have gotten it anyway. His immediate takeaway was that by letting him use it for any different school of magic, he could get around magical resistances to specific schools and exploit magical weaknesses, like, say, fire, nature, and holy against undead. Not counting the status effects, which he'd have to experiment with, it was also effectively the same damage increase as rapid shot, except front-loaded instead of distributed over 4 arrows, which certainly made a difference. Although also with double the cooldown, which actually made it less damage overall. It also used a limited resource. Speaking of which, given the high mana cost, it would probably only be usable so many times a day, and would almost certainly be reserved for emergencies, or at the end of a day of monster farming to get some added efficiency. But it was still incredible. It seemed tailor-made to be useful in boss fights, particularly raid-rated monsters with their stupidly big health pools. And in the regrettable instance he had to fight other humans, between it and rapid shot, he'd be able to end a fight fast. Dare was enough of a child that he went nuts celebrating, running around yelling excitedly and loosing arrows at random trees and other targets that wouldn't break his arrows. He wished Zuri was here to celebrate with him. And all the others, of course. But some of his fondest memories of excitedly sharing new abilities from hard-earned levels had happened with his beloved goblin fiancée. He wanted to pick her up and spin her around, run around at max speeds, laughing for the sheer joy of the moment. When he finally calmed down a bit, he got down to the business of checking his new abilities. Given his limited mana pool, he wasn't sure how many burst arrows he'd be able to loose, although hopefully he had enough to test all of them. And ideally use the ability at least a dozen times. He wasn't officially a magic-using class, so he wouldn't expect his mana abilities to be as powerful as, say, Leilana's spells. But even so, he hoped they'd be versatile enough to make Burst Arrow awesome. Dare returned to the spawn point he'd been hunting at and found a target for his new ability. As seemed obvious, he decided to go with fire for his first arrow, drawing the fletchings to his ear before activating Burst Arrow. It was a rush, literally. The ability's description made a bit more sense now, as he felt like he'd opened the floodgates of his mana pool and just poured it all into the arrow, which began to flicker with an unstable, sullen orange glow. He loosed it, and the shaft burst alight as it hissed through the air and slammed into the monster, exploding in a burst of sparks that blackened its skin and made it shriek in pain and fury. Damn, that looked cool. He hastily killed his target, looted it, then found a new monster to try the next school of magic on. Over the next 15 minutes, he tried all the different schools of magic for his ability, seeing what status effect they caused. Most lasted less than 10 seconds, and were fairly straightforward, like fire putting on a burn damage over time. But for the most part, they were pretty unique and useful for a lot of situations. Disappointingly, water's effect was to increase the target's vulnerability to cold. Which, well, definitely made sense, but it probably sucked the worst out of all of them. Although it had its uses, especially in winter. Air got the arrow spinning like a drill and increased armor penetration, which was definitely handy. Earth caused a minor stun effect, up to 1 second, which was one of the more exciting ones. Nature caused a 2-second snare effect to both movement and attacks, also a more exciting one. Holy reduced the target's regeneration and health restored by spells and abilities, which would probably be of limited use. And Void put a temporary curse on the target that reduced their chance to hit with attacks by 20%. Which could be nice, but Dare wasn't about to trust his life to randomness like that, except in an emergency. Maybe in party or raid fights to help mitigate damage on the tank, or help a companion in an emergency. They were all small effects, none of them overwhelmingly powerful. But maybe enough to tip the tide of battle in a critical moment if used correctly. Dare used Burst Arrow as quick as it came up, and confirmed that he could shoot it exactly 13 times before depleting his mana pool, which just left seeing what Strobe Arrow cost. After that, a quick glance at the sun told him he'd lingered too long. And even running at reckless speeds, it was still close to full dark before he panted his way into the manor yard. As soon as he stepped inside, he was mobbed by women who'd been waiting for close to an hour, growing more anxious with each passing minute. He was a bit surprised Sia hadn't reassured them, but he supposed the goddess couldn't step in for every little thing. Dare tended to greet Zuri first, especially if she had Gila with her. But this time he waited until he finished hugging and kissing all the others before taking his daughter in his arms and cuddling her for a few moments. Then, while his goblin fiancée looked at him in confusion, beautifully angular features showing slight hesitancy, he handed the baby to Sayweir. Then he swept Zuri up into his arms with a laugh and began spinning her around eagerly. "I finally got an archery ability," he shouted, hugging her close and kissing her fiercely. The others all cheered and crowded around to hug him and shower him with kisses in congratulations. After he stopped spinning, of course. Dare happily answered questions as they pressed him for details. It was probably a bit silly to make such a big deal about a new ability like this, but it had been a long time coming. The others had already eaten, but they joined him at the table to keep him company. And Pella, Sayweir, and Leilana unapologetically went for a second dinner. He was so tired he found himself nodding off after a few bites, and allowed himself to be led up to bed and undressed before rolling beneath the covers and drifting off beneath a pile of warm, soft bodies. The next morning, Irene stopped Dare as he was preparing to set out. "No monster hunting today," she said. He frowned at her. "Why?" Rather than answering, she handed him his bow. "Because I need you to go hunting. Hunting. Could you take several horses out and bring back as much meat and as many hides as you can? Try to be home before noon. You and Lily have some crafting to do." That request was even more bewildering. With the cold to preserve the meat, Dare had been going wild with hunting already, and they had enough to last them throughout the winter, and even trade a bit to the goblins and in Terrana. Not to mention all the foraged greens, root vegetables, and herbs and spices he'd gathered. He didn't really have to worry about overhunting either, since one of the features of Calissa was that animals bred far faster and grew to maturity in a fraction of the usual time. Carnivores and omnivores could also eat monsters, which made their populations explode with the plentiful food available. As for bringing home tons of hides for crafting, hell if he knew what that was about. But Irene didn't seem inclined to explain her mysterious behavior, and he trusted she had a good reason for her requests. So he loaded 6 horses with packs and set out in search of game or monsters that dropped edible meat as loot. Another reason to love this area, especially for Zuri's sake, was the abundance of ipins. The meat produced by the smaller, cow-like animals was almost impossibly tender and flavorful, and their hides were as soft and supple as calfskin, both of which made them hugely popular for both hunting and domestication. They seemed to prefer the plains just below the mountains, as well as the foothills, and usually traveled in small herds, although the males could often be found wandering on their own. Dare had a stroke of good fortune and came across a larger-than-usual herd of them, fleeing south from the cold. A dozen of them provided enough meat and hides to load down the horses, and he downed one last one and harvested it into a bundle of its meat, wrapped in its hide, to carry on his back, barely able to handle the weight, even with his belt letting him carry 20 more pounds. When he came in sight of Neram Manor, he saw a line of around 30 ragged, miserable people approaching on the path from Tirana, leading a few overloaded beasts of burden. Even at a distance, especially with the help of Eagle Eye, he could see the drooping ears and tails that identified most of the column as felids. And his eyes were especially drawn to 2 distinct catgirls at the front, who had a creamy orange coloring, Linnea and Felicia Mellorawn, which would make the grizzled felid behind them Erawn. Dare was torn between happiness at the sight of his friends and worry about what they were doing here in such a state. He dropped the bundle he was carrying and ran forward, leading the horses behind him. By the time he arrived, the column of mostly felids, as well as a few canids and a young bovid woman, had reached the gate, where basically the entire household had emerged to greet them, rushing around with blankets and mugs of steaming cider. Felicia spotted Dare and ran towards him with a cry, throwing her arms around him. Her big, pale orange eyes were filled with tears of relief. "Hey," he said, hugging her. "Are you okay? What happened?" Over her shoulder, he noticed Linnea still standing with the column glaring at him, shoulders pulled back proudly. Rather than her flanker chainmail, she was snugly dressed in winter clothes with a thick cloak, the hood pulled low to cover her pale orange cat ears. And even bundled up like that, the beautiful catgirl was clearly pregnant, round tummy a sharp contrast to her slender figure. Dare couldn't help but think that she looked sexy as hell, and if she wasn't so clearly irritable, he might have found himself thinking of the possibilities now that she was here. That, and the fact that she'd come with a group of people who were clearly refugees in need of aid. And he had more important things to think about at the moment. Felicia pulled back, almost angrily scrubbing at her eyes. Marauding orcs from across the border attacked our village. They killed or enslaved most of the villagers there before Linnea was able to flee with the people you see here. Her lip quivered. I was in Redoubt when they reached it, and my captain gave me leave to come with them. Dare stared in amazement at the dozens of miserable people. You came all the way across Bastion? Why? Linnea finally approached, answering curtly. We didn't have a choice. No one else would take us unless we bound ourselves in slavery or indentured servitude in payment. All the northern border is in chaos, with monsters rampaging and feral tribes fleeing into the region and raiding and pillaging any settlements they come across. Villages are evacuating, towns are hunkering down. Heroes are flocking to where the action is, and with the snows, everyone's worried about starving. Besides, we wanted someplace far from the danger, Felicia added. He could hardly blame them. If things were really getting that bad on the border, then Neram Manor, all the way in the southeastern corner of Bastion, was about as safe as it got short of leaving the region. Safe enough, he hadn't even heard news of the dire situation, aside from vague whispers. Although, even so, things up north must have deteriorated quickly, as they often seem to. He just hoped the encroaching monsters and dangerous tribes didn't reach this far. What about the heroes who came north to fight back the monsters? He asked. Felicia spat furiously, looking remarkably cat-like in the act. Raiding a ruined city for loot and renown. The marshal has the irregulars trying to pick up the slack, but we're outnumbered and underleveled. Wow. Even from a cynical perspective, that was a dick move. So much for being heroes. Irene arrived, snugly bundled in a thick coat and carrying 2 mugs of steaming cider, which she gave to the Catgirl sisters. We have plenty of room in the manor, she said. Ilin, Lily, and Amelisa will move in with us, and Johar's family as well. And even then we have half a dozen empty guest bedrooms that can hold 2 or 3 people apiece. More if you want to sleep on the floor. That, plus the 2 guest houses, and nobody will have to sleep out in the cold. Dare motioned to the loaded horses he'd returned with. And we've got plenty of food, not just this, but a fully loaded larder and ice house. In spite of her proud posture, Lenia's shoulders sagged at that. Thank you, she murmured, gulping the warm drink. We'll find a way to repay you, somehow. And the moment we can go home, or find some other place to go, we'll be out of your hair. Don't be silly, he said firmly. There's plenty of space on our land. You can even rebuild your village here, if you wish. I offer you my protection, and whatever assistance I can provide. Really? Felicia asked, eyes shining with hope. Irene warmly hugged the young teenager, who was almost as tall as her. Of course, we would never turn away friends in need. Dare nodded. We already have a goblin village here that's prospering well. He should have realized that might not draw the best response. Goblins? Lenia said, wrinkling her nose. Why? Don't they just try to constantly steal and wreck shit? She abruptly seemed to remember his goblin lover Zuri and looked a bit guilty. Sorry, but that's usually how it goes. Not in this case, he said. Rek-Ugar is a friend. Soon to be a brother, since I'm engaged to his sister. Zuri? Lenia asked. Dare chuckled. A lot's happened since we met in Nyan's holdout. I'll say. Her glare returned, and she pointedly rested a hand on her visibly pregnant belly. And we're definitely going to talk about that. Gulp. Also, you're what, like 10 levels higher than when I last saw you, Felicia added. Fucking how? Language. Dare, Lenia, and Irene all said at the same time in the same stern tone. The young catgirl crossed her arms sullenly. Right, I'm just a little kid, so I'm not allowed to do anything. You're all so much more mature at 4 years older. Dare grinned at the fact that she thought Irene was the same age and him and Lenia. With her delicate, doll-like features and petite size, the red-headed priestess looked younger than her years, but she would actually be turning 25 in a few months. He'd been a bit disappointed to learn that people didn't celebrate birthdays on Calissa, and everyone had looked at him funny when he suggested it. Still, he hoped he could encourage them to adopt the practice. And since Irene knew about Earth, she'd probably be on board with having a birthday party. After all, you could never have too many excuses to celebrate, right? He certainly planned to celebrate his children's birthdays, even if he couldn't convince anyone else to celebrate theirs. 4 years is an eternity at your age, Lenia said, pulling her little sister into a hug. Believe me, I remember, and I worry that you're growing up faster than you should. Especially since you're around coarse, ill-mannered mercenaries, day in and day out, and learning things a proper young woman shouldn't. Like how to swear. Felicia muttered something too quietly for Dare to hear, but obviously loud enough for Lenia with her sharper hearing. The older catgirl's expression darkened dangerously, and she grabbed her little sister's big velvety ear and twisted it hard enough to make her yowl in protest. Care to repeat that for the group, Recruit Felicia? Irene cut in gently. Let's get everyone in out of the cold. We can have this discussion around a warm fire and lunch. She prodded Dare. You should go retrieve that pinned meat and hide you dropped and take it all to the ice house. Then get the hides curing so we can make warm clothes for our guests. Well, that explained why she'd sent him out. I'll help, Felicia said. She beamed at him. I switched my class to hunter, see? Sure enough, she was a hunter now, which was a marked change in attitude from when he'd first met her, and she'd mocked his class choice. Although, as refugees surviving in the wild, hunters would have a lot more useful tools than an archer. Level 6 now, nice, he said. He glanced at Lenia. And you're up to 22. Shut up, the Orange Dream Catgirl said, glowering. Thank you for taking us in. I half didn't believe Lissy when she told me you had a mansion and might be able to help us. Her glare intensified, and she pointedly rested a hand on her belly again. But we're still going to talk about this, and I expect some groveling. Dare winced. Felicia explained what happened, right? That you're a huge idiot who doesn't even know what fertility does, she snorted. Yep. And you're just naive and good-hearted enough, I can actually believe such bullshit coming from you. Without another word, she strode back to her column to get everyone through the gate and into the manor. Chapter 15. Guests. So, she's pissed at me, Dare said as he salted a hide. Felicia grinned, inexpertly but enthusiastically working on her own. Actually, she's calmed down a lot. When I first told her what you told me, she was literally spitting mad and scratching the furniture. I learned a lot of interesting new swears. He shook his head wearily. Think she'll come around? Well, she's here, isn't she? The teenager paused with admirable comedic timing. Of course, she didn't have many other options. But at least she didn't tear your head off and stuff it up your ass like she was threatening to do. That's a good sign. Fantastic. I'm glad you're okay, he said, changing the subject. Me and Irene were worried about you after Zor kicked us out of the raid. Felicia grimaced. We didn't have any trouble after that. Most people were angry about what Olivan did to poor Irene, and the fact that Lord Zor didn't do anything about it. I know a lot of women and healers and support decided not to work with either man again. As for the Irregulars contingent, we hunkered down and kept to ourselves until the loot was assessed and we got our share. Then we traveled to Redoubt separately. She brightened. Here's something you'd probably be happy to hear. When we left Redoubt, word was spreading around the city that Olivan died to monsters, the idiot. He was fighting alone, because what healer would ever want to group with him? Dare felt a moment of sadness for Thorn. I heard, he said. The young teenager spat off to one side. One less piece of shit in the world. Hard to argue with that. Silence settled for a few minutes. Then she stirred and gave him a thoughtful look. It's not as bad as you might think. He jumped slightly. What isn't? With Nia, duh, she said with a laugh. She'll probably be mad at me for telling you. But even though she's furious at you, she was looking forward to seeing you too. And not just because she hoped you'd be able to help us. Dare perked up. Really? Of course, she laughed again, tossing a pinch of salt at him. She likes you and had fun with you in Yan's holdout. And why wouldn't she? You're handsome, rich, high level, a complete badass on the battlefield. And on top of it, a good person who genuinely cares about her. He heard a gagging sound behind him and whirled to see Lenia standing there, hands on her hips. Run inside and get some food, sister, she said curtly. But I'm help. Felicia started to protest. Lenia's sleek tail went stiff and bristly, and she took a step forward. Go. Sulking, the young teenager stomped off, leaving Dare with his pregnant former lover. He had to say she looked stunning. She'd had a chance to bathe and put on clean clothes, which he thought she'd borrowed from Irene. They fit her slender body, but with a higher hem on the taller woman. Her peaches and cream complexion was flushed with the cold and with the healthy glow of pregnancy, and her pale orange hair was pulled into a shimmering braid. I wish the circumstances were better, Lenia. But it's good to see you, he said. She snorted and made her way over to take the seat her sister had vacated, out in a corner of the yard where the stink of curing hides wouldn't bother the animals or any of the guests. I suppose we should address the mammoth in the room, she said, absently rubbing her pregnant belly. Right. Dare set the hide he was working on aside and reached for a cloth to wipe his hands. First off, I'm sorry about screwing up with prevent conception. Felicia explained what happened, right? That you're an idiot who doesn't know the basic facts of life, the orange dream catgirl laughed sourly. Yeah. From any other guy, I'd say that was the lamest line ever, but I actually believe you. Her expression softened. It helps that you practically begged Lissy to help convince me to let you be a part of the baby's life and help however you can. She paused pointedly. So I'm going to let you. He felt a bit of tension between his shoulders. Ease. Thank you. Lenia sniffed. Honestly, I might have been willing to come, even if things hadn't turned to shit up north. Felicia told me about Nira Manor, and how you and your harem have created a comfortable home here. She looked around, and she wasn't exaggerating. This place is beautiful. And it's got luxuries you usually only expect to find in the wealthiest homes. Dare smiled, pleased at the praise. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. Good, because with my village evacuated, this is the best place for me to give birth to our child. Then, after it's weaned, I'll go back to the irregulars, and you and your consorts can raise the baby. I'll visit as often as possible, of course, but I'll leave the responsibility to you. The cute catgirl leaned forward to loom over him, orange dream eyes holding his with absolute seriousness. Can I count on you for that? Absolutely, Dare said in his firmest voice. I want to be in our child's life and help however I can. I would be honored to have the baby here and help raise it, and I'm sure my fiancés will feel the same. Good, although obviously I'm going to be talking to them, since, no offense, but when it comes to the child, they'll probably be doing the lion's share of the work. True, he smiled. Zuri and Pella are excited to see you again, in case you didn't notice. and the others are eager to meet you and welcome you to Neram Manor. Lenia tapped her pouty lips as she looked at him. Even though I'll be staying here, I'm not going to be part of your harem. You know that, right? That was reasonable enough under the circumstances. Although Dare was still a little disappointed. He liked the beautiful cat girl and wouldn't have minded spending more time with her. Although, of course, she was basically indentured to the irregulars as a freed slave under contract with them, so he would have had to arrange to pay off her contract or something. And she'd already made it pretty clear she was happy with her mercenary company and loyal to them. All right, he said. I'm pleased to have you as a guest and as the mother of our child, and I hope you'll be a good friend as well. I want to make you as comfortable and welcome as possible. Lenia rolled her eyes. Ancient forebears, you need to be led to the point, don't you? He stared at her blankly, and she sighed and gracefully slid over onto his lap, snuggling close and firmly pulling his arms around her, with his hands resting on her pregnant belly. Lips twitching with amusement, she looked up at him with her big feline eyes. Handsome, I've spent the last few weeks traveling here, remembering the fun time we had in Yan's holdout, and looking forward to more of the same. Long months of it, until I give birth, and then after while I'm nursing the baby, until it's weaned and I have to leave and return to my duties. She shifted so her narrow but curvy ass pressed against his crotch, firm but soft and definitely eliciting a response, which drew a satisfied cat-like smirk as she continued to hold his gaze. I've already told you felids don't do relationships. We have friends, we have lovers, we move on. If we see them again, we're happy. And we can have more fun together if they're up for it. But we won't be held down or even held to someone else. It's just how we are. The slender catgirl waved around the yard. I hope to visit here often and think of it as a place I can call home when I'm here. And I definitely want to have fun with you and Zuri and Pella and any of your other fiancés who are interested. She paused, then continued very firmly. But I'm not going to settle down and marry you, or become your concubine, or whatever. And if I fuck other men, I fuck other men. Understood? Dare wasn't sure how he felt about that, but he nodded. Understood. Smiling, he leaned in and kissed her pouty rosebud lips. It's good to see you again, Lenia. And I look forward to having more time to spend with you. Good, because I'm going to take you up on that right now. Smiling with very cat-like satisfaction, she bopped him on the chest with a cutely curled fist and hopped off his lap, grabbing his hand and tugging him towards the house. His family, friends, and beast-kin guests all looked on in amusement as Lenia peeled off her cold-weather gear, practically tore his cloak and coat off him, and dragged him through the entry room and up the stairs. As she burst into the master bedroom with him in tow, Weir, who'd been changing out of a flour-dusted and grease-spattered tunic, squeaked in surprise and reached for the clean dress she'd laid out nearby. Oh, excuse me, she said. I was just about to head downstairs. Nuh-uh, beautiful, the orange dream catgirl said with a grin. You're going to stay and help me fuck your fiancé's brains out. The plump hobgoblin brightened. Really? Dare couldn't help but watch in amazement as Lenia minced up to the shorter woman, tail lashing as if stalking prey, and ran her hand up Weir's bare arm. If you're up for it, she purred. His fiancé blushed. Oh well, if you're Dare's mate, of course. She bashfully looked up at the pale orange catgirl. You're really pretty. Lenia laughed. Thanks. Without hesitation, she leaned down and kissed the other woman firmly on the mouth. After a moment of surprise, Sewir kissed her back with equal passion, even slipping her tongue into the taller woman's mouth. Linia upped the ante by fondling the hobgoblin's ample breasts through her bra, making Sewir giggle and hug her closer, eagerly slipping a hand beneath the catgirl's shirt. It didn't take much of watching that before Dare was hard as a rock. Linia reached out and pulled him into the kiss, and he found his mouth invaded by wet lips and exploring tongues. Somehow, in the blur of passion, his lovers stripped his shirt and pants off him, the catgirl managing to lose her own clothes, as if by magic at the same time. And they all piled onto the bed together. As Sewir kissed and sucked on his neck, soft body pressed to his back, he wonderingly ran his hands over Linia's lithe body, amazed by how she'd managed to stay so slender a good 4.5 months into a 7-month pregnancy. Her small breasts might have grown slightly, but aside from her sexy swollen belly, she looked about like he remembered. The thought of his baby growing inside the beautiful catgirl was a huge turn-on. He ran his hands over her taut stomach, rubbing her popped-out belly button and making her squirm and giggle, then leaned down and began kissing over her roundness. Linia let him explore her body for a few minutes. Then she quickly took charge, and almost before Dare knew it, she had Sewir on her hands and knees, with him positioned behind her. The brash catgirl mercenary seemed to have quickly homed in on what her hobgoblin lover enjoyed too. As Dare thrust into his fiancée, she slapped the plump woman's ass and pushed his hips to urge him to harder thrusts, goading them both on with sexy suggestions and dirty talk. Sewir went nuts, grinding back against him with the most delicious moans, her plump body jiggling in delight. After a few more spanks from Linia, her soft pussy clamped down on his cock, and she flooded his thighs with her juices as she buried her face in a pillow and squealed. The catgirl stripped off her soaked panties and climbed beneath the hobgoblin, almost roughly grabbing Sewir's hair and dragging her face between her legs. The plump woman eagerly lapped at the wet pussy, drawing moans of enjoyment from both. Dare's fiancée climaxed again on his cock, and he rode the edge of his own orgasm as he rutted into her. But when he watched her push a finger into Linia's asshole, causing the catgirl to go tense as a bowstring and squirt all over Sewir's face with a wail of rapture, his discipline shattered. With a grunt, he bottomed out in his fiancée's quivering pussy and exploded inside her, clutching her thick hips to him as they came together. Linia wasted no time squirming out from beneath Sewir. She pulled Dare out of his hobgoblin fiancé, shoved him onto his back on the bed, and climbed on top of him. With a needy whimper, she rubbed her pussy lips up and down his erection, her hard little bud pressed firmly against him as her panting became more and more ragged. To his amazement, she orgasmed again, just from rubbing on him, arching her back so her pregnant belly jutted out as she flooded his cock with her warm nectar. At that point, Dare couldn't stand being teased anymore. He gently lifted the orange dream catgirl to lie on the bed and knelt between her legs, pulling her tight little ass up to rest on his thighs so he could press his sensitive tip to her flushed, glistening folds. To his delight, Sewir, showing a bit of brashness of her own, straddled the beautiful catgirl's face. She positioned her gaping pussy so their combined juices dripped into Linia's eagerly opened mouth for a few seconds, then lowered herself until her pouting labia kissed her new lover. the slender woman gave another caterwaul of pure enjoyment, muffled between the hobgoblin's thighs, and urgently wiggled her hips to try to push herself onto Dare's cock, tail lashing at his thighs and butt. He grabbed her ass for leverage and pushed into her in a smooth motion, moaning at the feel of her tight pussy stretching around him. "Goddess nurturing, I've missed your huge cock," Lenia moaned, voice muffled against Say Weir's pussy. "Give it to me." Dare ran his hands over her taut, round tummy and began to thrust inside his beautiful lover, enjoying the way she couldn't seem to get enough of him, just as much as he basked in the incredible feel of her tight walls. Her nectar poured freely, filling his head with the heady scent of her strong musk and vanilla. He'd thought about being with the playful catgirl ever since they'd parted ways in Yen's holdout. In his excitement at finally being reunited with her, it only took a few minutes before he felt his balls churning eagerly at the prospect of filling her pink little pussy with his seed. He toyed with her small breasts, tweaking her sensitive nipples, and between his attention and Say We're eagerly riding her face, Lenia lost it. One hand darted down to furiously rub her clit, and with a wail muffled by the hobgoblin's pussy, she clamped down hard on his cock and climaxed so powerfully her entire body trembled. That was enough for Dare, and with a last gasp, he grabbed the catgirl's slender hips and pulled her against him, bottoming out inside his sweet little lover as he emptied himself inside her. Squeaking frantically in her own excitement, Say Weir lifted herself off Lenia's mouth and furiously mauled her throbbing bud, tensing as she returned the favor and squirted all over the catgirl's delicate face with a moan of pure release. If Dare thought they were done, Lenia proved him wrong. She gave him a few minutes to recover while she and Say Weir made out and fingered each other, which not only kept them both keyed up, but soon had him hard as a rock again. His hobgoblin fiancée finally sat up against the headboard and pulled the catgirl back into her arms, while Lenia grabbed a pillow to wedge under her ass so he'd have a better angle to penetrate her. She spread her legs wide in invitation, gaping pussy flowing obscenely with their combined juices, and he kissed his way up her round belly, kissed and sucked on her breasts and nipples, and finally pressed his lips to hers as he pushed inside her yet again. After coming twice, he was able to hold out for much longer, coaxing the catgirl to 2 more orgasms with the help of Say Weir, who fondled her breasts and rubbed her clit while kissing her neck and velvety ears. Finally, as Lenia's pink walls rippled over his shaft in her strongest orgasm yet, squirting all over his crotch and thighs, he buried himself inside her one last time, and with a grunt, gave into a powerful orgasm of his own. Afterwards, they cuddled for a few minutes, languidly kissing and caressing each other. Then, Say Weir, bless her heart, grabbed some wet rags and warm water and cleaned them off. Dare would have happily stayed in bed with Lenia all day, but with a sigh he began to dress. "Well, I guess we should tell the others what's going on." "What is going on?" his hobgoblin fiancée asked, grinning up at him as she wiped down Lenia's thighs. "I mean, this was lots of fun. But I'd have no idea who Lenia was if you hadn't shouted her name as you came inside her." He couldn't help but laugh as he playfully swatted her round ass. "Come on, let's get everyone into the parlor and we can explain the situation." The explanation was briefly delayed while Zuri and Pella hugged Lenia and made a huge fuss over her. Then the catgirl made a huge fuss over Gila, as Dare's goblin fiancé proudly introduced her, as well as Pella's hugely pregnant belly. The two hadn't spent nearly as much time with Linnea as he had, although they'd all made love together for a few hours the morning before parting ways. Apparently, that had been enough for them to be happy to see her months later and carrying his baby. Iran and Felicia joined them, and Dare shared drinks with everyone who was drinking, which to his surprise again included Ilan, before they all settled down to talk. Arranging to care for the refugees took some time. Iran was hesitant about Dare's invitation for them to settle permanently on his land and rebuild their village, but Linnea and Felicia both pushed for it, and he agreed to bring it up with the others. Then Dare explained what he and Linnea had discussed about her staying, and then asked his fiancés if they'd be willing to help care for the baby after the catgirl had to return to her duties with the irregulars. The consensus was, of course, duh, you don't even have to ask, and a bit of squeeing at the thought of having an adorable little Felid baby in the house. He thought that was awfully reasonable of them, considering they'd all have children of their own to care for soon. And before long, Neram Manor would be crawling with babies. Pun intended. We'll just have to hire more servants, as well as wet nurses and nannies, Irene said matter-of-factly. Growing the household even more, Dare couldn't complain about the idea of getting help for his family, but the speed at which things were happening still left him a bit dazed. Will you be sleeping in the master bedroom? Pella asked, cuddling up to Linnea on one side. Zuri, on the catgirl's other side holding Gila, nodded in agreement. Linnea grinned, although her peaches and cream complexion turned a bit rosy in a blush. If you've got room for me. All the other rooms are occupied right now, aren't they? That prompted some light laughter. What would you think about bringing her along to level with you and Amelisa? Dare asked Ilan. His friend hesitated, looking reluctant for some reason. Amelisa did as well, surprisingly. She was usually generous and eager to cooperate with the group. But the young noblewoman only paused a few moments before nodding and giving the catgirl a warm smile. Of course she's welcome. Dare glanced at Irene, about to ask if she'd be interested in taking Felicia with her and Lily to help the young teenager level. But to his continued surprise, she shook her head subtly. Maybe it was because the catgirl sisters might have been their friends, but they were also irregulars and not part of the household. And, more importantly, there was that warning he'd gotten a while ago about not misusing his power or there'd be consequences. Helping everyone he met level up willy-nilly was probably not the best idea. He was probably already doing more of that than was strictly safe, especially since he was noticed. The meeting broke up after that. Dare and Irene went with Iran and the catgirls to talk to the other refugees and help them get settled in. They also broached the topic of the displaced villagers building a new home here, and got some positive responses. Although it was obvious they needed time to think about it. Dare was about to head back out to start crafting the cured hides into warm fur clothing and blankets, but Irene pulled him aside for a moment and silently handed him a pair of keys. For the heating room and loot shed, she murmured. He guessed she'd used the padlocks they'd ordered when Olivan had been threatening them to secure the rooms. A part of him didn't like the thought of locking things up just because they had unfamiliar guests in the house. But on the other hand, the legendary chest was worth thousands of gold, as was the home ward, and some of their other gear and loot was similarly valuable enough to be tempting. Beyond the value even, losing the legendary chest would cripple the house heating and plumbing, and losing any of their gear would hamper their leveling efforts and leave them vulnerable to attack. Best not to take chances. So Dare nodded and tucked the keys into his pouch before ducking out into the cold, heading over to the smoke shed to check the curing meat before gathering up the fur and leather he'd created to begin crafting. Thank the gods for the ability system, or all of this would have taken days or weeks instead of hours. It didn't take a genius to guess that with Lenia joining them in bed, the evening was going to be a lot of fun as the other women all got to know her. The adventurous Catgirl was more than happy to play with any and all of them, which was good because she quickly became a favorite. Even Irene wanted to kiss and cuddle with her while they explored each other's bodies, and Sia was as amorous as always. Although, when Lenia was finally tired out, she retreated to cuddle between Zuri and Pella to sleep. Dare was a bit disappointed to not get to sleep next to her, like he usually did with new lovers when they joined the group. But he was glad she felt welcome and comfortable with his first two lovers. And honestly, he'd gotten to spend plenty of time with her, so he couldn't really complain. The next morning was a bit awkward, with so many unfamiliar faces in the house. Although the refugees were eager to help out however they could, joining Sayweir in the kitchen or grabbing cleaning implements to thoroughly tidy up the house. Still, with all the noise and confusion, Dare was eager to get out of the house, even though usually he didn't set out to hunt monsters until after breakfast, when the others left to level as well. So he found Lily in all the confusion and pulled her aside. "Want to go run around for a bit?" he asked with a smile. The bunny girl looked almost absurdly relieved at the offer and eagerly grabbed the soft white fur cloak he'd gifted her and followed him outside. He supposed she was probably feeling even more overwhelmed with all the new arrivals than the rest of them, since she'd grown up in a secluded warren surrounded by familiar faces, and had been taught to be wary around other races. Particularly since she had a unique personality, even for Cunids, and seemed to enjoy solitude and a good book nearly as much as a pleasant evening surrounded by friends. Although Lily certainly had a playful side, especially when doing something she loved, like running. "You're it," she shouted, slapping his back before taking off in an explosion of snow, her long, shapely legs propelling her more in bounds than in a run. Dare grinned and activated Cheetah's dash as he sprinted after her. In spite of his focus on leveling over the last 9 days, he hadn't neglected the romantic young woman. They hadn't had a chance to run together since their trip here, but they'd gone on moonlit walks, he'd cooked her dinner, and they'd shared private meals together. And if nothing else, they always spent at least a few minutes sitting together in the parlor, talking quietly about various things. Usually her life back in her warren, and any romantic stories he could remember. They had yet to kiss, although they'd held hands and hugged, and even sat close together with their legs and shoulders just touching. Now though, as Dare chased the beautiful bunny girl around the yard, he couldn't help but think about the last time he'd played tag. Back near Lone Ox, not long after he'd arrived on Calissa. When he'd chased Clover, a game which had ultimately ended in him making love to her and conceiving his firstborn son, Petro. This game of tag was far more innocent. Lily held back just enough that he was able to tag her after several minutes of effort, and then he used every trick in his book, or ability on his character sheet, to try to keep away from her in turn. Obviously, she could have caught him any time she wanted, but she kept herself to just fast and nimble enough that he was pushed to his limits, staying ahead of her. Finally, the silver-haired bunny girl tackled him into a snowdrift with a playful giggle. It devolved into an impromptu snowball fight, which was interrupted when Felicia and a few children from the refugee caravan, then Johars and Hanny's 2 kids, appeared as if by magic to join the fun. It soon became him and Lily against the 6 newcomers, an epic battle against all odds, which eventually ended with the 2 of them being tackled into the snow again. Say Weir rescued them, appearing at the door to call that the food was ready. With a laugh, Dare easily escaped from a canid boy enthusiastically trying to dump an armful of snow onto his head, and rescued Lily from a similar attempt from Felicia to dump snow down the back of her coat. Together, they herded the kids towards the manor to eat breakfast. On the way, the bunny girl slipped a gloved hand into his, smiling up at him with a flushed face and sparkling eyes. That was fun. It reminds me of winters back home, playing with my sisters and our friends. It was, he agreed, squeezing her hand. In spite of our humiliating defeat at the hands of our mighty foes. The kids laughed, and Felicia grinned at him over her shoulder. Lily laughed too, although her expression was soft as she leaned against his side. Your kids are lucky to have such a fun daddy, she nudged him playfully with her shoulder. Although you're going to be vastly outnumbered at the rate you're going. With so many people gathered in the manor, breakfast was served in the kitchen, dining room, living room, parlor, and even entry room. Sawyr, Harney, and several of the refugees had put out a good spread, with plenty of meat as the Felids and Canids preferred. Everyone was very complimentary as they dug in, looking eager to have delicious and plentiful food after so long going without. Although Dare ate surrounded by his friends and family in the dining room, he caught snippets of conversation from the other rooms. A surprising amount of it was their guests' amazement at the manor's heating system, plumbing, and even warm running water. The toilets especially drew praise bordering on awe. Apparently those sorts of luxuries hadn't been available back in their village. For those who weren't heading out to hunt monsters, the plan for the day revolved around sorting out the best possible long-term situation for the refugees. Many had seemed relieved at the idea of having a safe place with a friendly landlord where they could rebuild. A lot of free people from other races had trouble finding that, even in a more reasonable place like Bastion. In fact, in some places, lords who discovered secret villages on their lands swept in and enslaved everyone, or demanded crippling taxes beyond the usual payments required for a tenant lease. The poor villagers of other races could do nothing about it but endure the mistreatment or leave, since if they tried to seek justice, they'd only be punished for being caught squatting on someone else's land. So, if nothing else, for the refugees who were still on the fence about his offer, his land provided a safe place to stay, at least until they figured out what they wanted to do. And while they were here, they agreed it made sense to take care of temporary living arrangements. Say, Weir, Linia, and Erawn planned to visit the Avenging Wolves to see if they could hire them out for the work of cutting logs and constructing cabins. Although the decision was based on need rather than a sense of cooperation, the Felids were a bit cautious of the nearby goblin village, to the point that they intended to put their own on the exact opposite corner of Dare's land, to the northeast of the manor. Dare didn't much care where the refugees put their new village, as long as they didn't insult his soon-to-be brother-in-law and the goblins, and the 2 groups didn't start trouble. He finished eating and kissed his fiancées goodbye, as well as Linia, and took Lily's hand and kissed the back of it. Then he set off, determined to get as much done today as possible to make up for the previous day's change of plans. He still hadn't discovered any party-rated monsters, and even though it meant potentially missing out on good spawn points, he set off for a different part of the mountains this time. Farther to the southeast and basically right next to the tangle, the wall of enchanted briars that served as a fence between Bastion and the elvish kingdom of Ileva. It was not only awesome to think of a living wall built by elves, but also a beautiful landmark in its own harsh, forbidding way. Dare had visited it to admire the sight a few times, although never closer to the Gadrus Mountains, and he was curious what the elves had done about stretching the tangle across the mountain range jutting into their kingdom. Unsurprisingly, going southeast away from Terrana meant he encountered even higher level spawn points than he would have going south, which would have taken him closer to Yen's holdout to the west along the mountains, as well as settlements in Kovana on the other side. They were still far enough below his level that the experience and loot gains from farming them were modest. But if he gained too many more levels, this might end up being the only spot close to Niram Manor where he could really find good hunting. Aside from in the mountains themselves, where the spawn points varied wildly. But even there, they were too unpredictable to really make for reliable farming. In fact, as Dare hunted a spawn point of level 2829s he came across, he couldn't help but think of the future of his leveling. As in, long-term future. Seer had told him at the beginning that no one had ever reached the level cap on Kalissa. And even though she hadn't specified exactly what that cap was, and wouldn't elaborate on what the higher levels would be like, he thought he knew why. On the surface, her claim seemed a bit unbelievable to him, looking back on his own swift leveling over the last nearly 8 months. Even considering the huge advantage Adventurer's Eye gave him. But the higher level he got, the more he saw it. Not only did it become more difficult, from a logistical perspective, to hunt appropriate level monsters farther and farther from a home base in some town, or, in his case, an established estate, but the experience requirements increasing with each level were significant, especially when they jumped every 10 levels. And getting better gear and finding faster ways to travel only helped so much. As Dare calculated it, the amount of experience, and thus the amount of time, effectively doubled every 5 levels if you counted the big 10-level jumps. Even if it seemed like it had been quicker for him before now, a lot of that had been because he went from basic gear he made himself to more powerful crafted gear and loot. And the difficulty of carrying loot in a single backpack and selling when it was full, which seriously slowed him down. But if he looked at it now, at level 35, it would take him an average of 10 days a level until he reached 40, at which point it would be taking 2 weeks a level. By level 45, it would be taking him about a month a level, and at 50, about 2 months. Up to 4 months at 55, to 8 months at 60, to 16 months at 65, and almost 3 full years at 70. To around 5 years at 75, and a decade at 80, a level. 2 decades at 85, 4 decades at 90, 8 decades at 95, and a mind-boggling century and a half at level 100. Assuming everything remained as it was, and assuming optimal leveling efficiency, which meant he'd practically have to live out in the higher level zones and never see his family, which he wasn't about to do. Dare could almost believe the level cap really was 100, when during his initial leveling, he'd optimistically thought he'd be able to reach 100 in no time at the rate he was going, and so it must be even higher, 150 or 200. But 100 could work, because even the longer-lived racers wouldn't be able to reach that in their lifetimes. Even with the start he'd had, eventually that wall of doubling experience was going to hit him right in the face. He could probably reach level 45 by the time his 19th birthday rolled around if he pushed, and 53 when he turned 20. And then level 57 by 21, 60 by 22, 65 by around age 26, 70 by 33. And by the time he reached 75, he'd be 46 or so. At which point to reach level 80 would take about 25 years, and he'd be over 70 by the time he managed it. And that might just be the end of Dare's leveling career, unless he managed one or two more in his twilight years. No wonder all the higher-level heroes he'd seen were all so old. Especially since they didn't have the benefit of Adventurer's Eye to speed up their leveling. Sia had also told him he'd live far longer than most, thanks to the body she'd made for him. But even if he lived centuries, he'd still be lucky to make it over level 90. That bothered him a little, but not as much as he'd expected it would. He could still get higher level than anyone he'd ever met while he was still a young man, and maybe by that time, life would be offering other challenges and blessings than what he got from leveling. Besides, within those levels, there were dungeons and raids to clear, a world to explore, kingdoms he could make a difference in, people he could help, exotic women to meet, friends to make, wives to love, children to raise, a home to build into the paradise his family deserved. During Dare's musings, he'd cleared 2 more low-level spawn points, and now he paused at the top of a rise to take in the view of the Tangle meeting with the Gadrus Mountains in front of him. Wondrous sights like this to see. A lazier people might have called the mountains a good enough barrier and resumed the wall of brambles on the southern side of them, but not the elves. They directed the Tangle up and over the mountains in an impossibly straight line, winding its way up slopes and cliffs, down out of sight into valleys, until finally it disappeared over distant peaks. He had to wonder if the elves of Elevar would be willing to let him travel their lands and see what other wonders they'd created. Leilana had told them that while Heralda gave elves free passage and most citizen rights within their lands, that openness wasn't mutual, and Elevar strongly discouraged human traders and visitors. Maybe as a high-level hero, they'd grant him a special exemption. Especially if he bought up more land around Neram Manor and had a strong enough presence on their border, they thought he was worthy of trade agreements and treaties. Also, it was possible that being married to Leilana would confer on him some rights and privileges he wouldn't otherwise have among the elves. Or he could help them handle some crisis and become an elf friend. The possibilities were there, he hoped. Until then, he finally caught a break in his search for party-rated monsters. Chapter 16. A True Party. It was an undead giant, easily 12 feet tall and powerfully built. Or at least it had been before its flesh started to rot off its bones. It bore a small tree as a club and was angrily walking along the Tangle, slamming its crude weapon into the enchanted brambles, which boasted a dense knot of branches and roots that were thicker around than Dare's entire body. He wasn't sure whether the monster was trying to get through into Elevar or just tear down the wall in pursuit of mindless destruction. But either way, it wasn't having much luck against the magnificent barrier. He looked at it with his eye. Rotten Shambler, monster, party rated. Level 26. Attacks: batter, stomp, rot aura, unholy regeneration, vile breath, hurl debris. For all its intimidating size and appearance, its stats weren't all that impressive. Dare was fairly confident he could solo it with little difficulty. But as he looked at it, an idea struck him. With low-level party-rated monsters like this, why kill them alone? Most of the benefits from these kills came from achievements, trophies, and experience bonuses, not the simple experience from killing the monster. If Dare could find a few of these, he could bring along as many of the others as he could, and they could all get the progress towards the achievement. Make a day of it. Of course, there was the risk someone might wander by and see the party-rated monster, and it would be killed before he and the others could come back for it. But given its location and the fear even seasoned adventurers had of traveling in unknown areas of the wilds, he thought it would be fine. So he left the rotten shambler behind and continued on into the mountains, clearing spawn points, scouting, and searching for more party-rated monsters. Instead, to his amazement, he found a wonder of the world. Running past a narrow ravine in a secluded mountain valley, he spotted something along the face of a cliff at the back of it and skidded to a stop. It was an opening, perfectly square and about 7 feet tall, skillfully carved with runes and intricate artwork, although time had worn them away until they were almost gone. In front of the opening lay the torn and rusted remains of a thick metal door. What in the world? Dare had met dwarves before, in the raid with Lord Zor, and had even slept with Ulma, a dwarf maiden who was hairy in all the right places. Although he hadn't taken the opportunity to ask them if they lived underground or what their homes looked like. This certainly matched most dwarvish doorways into underground kingdoms he'd seen in games. An ancient dwelling of theirs, maybe? He cautiously approached, adventurer's eye searching for any threats. There were none in sight, so after checking the entrance for traps or pitfalls, he cautiously entered the carved stone tunnel. About 10 feet in it opened into an antechamber, about 10 feet by 10 feet, and showing signs of rotted and mouldering fortifications to defend the tunnel leading deeper into the mountain on the far side. He kept going, even more cautiously, until it grew so dark even his eagle eye's slight vision bonus didn't help. It wasn't a dungeon, he was pretty certain about that. The glittering caves had been a dungeon. And as you'd expect with dungeons, it had light sources in most places. In that case, glowing moss and lichen. And they ran into dangerous monsters almost from the start. This was just an empty, abandoned ruin. Or maybe not. Dare jumped at creepy skittering sounds echoing down the tunnel to him, then turned and bolted back outside, pausing in the sunlight to stop and listen in case he'd been pursued. He hadn't, and honestly those sounds could have carried for a ways underground if the tunnels went deep enough. He went in search of animals to hunt and began making preparations. A half-hour later, he had several torches made, soaked in animal fat. Armed with that, plus snap and strobe arrow, he felt ready to do some exploring. This was exactly the sort of thing he'd wanted to do ever since coming to Kalissa. Discovering secrets, exploring the deep places of the world, looking with awe upon wonders long forgotten, and, ideally, finding some treasure along the way. The torch wasn't as bright as Dare would have liked, which just made him miss the reliable glowing moss of the glittering caves all the more. It also flickered constantly from gusts rushing out from deeper within the tunnels, or pouring in around him from the entrance, almost like vast breaths. A disquieting thought, and he moved a bit quicker as he made his way deeper down the tunnel. Finally, after hundreds of yards straight into the mountain, the walls around him opened up into a new room. Or, judging by the way his footsteps echoed in the distance, a vast underground hall. Dare shoved the torch into a crack in the worked stone at the end of the tunnel and drew his bow, shooting a strobe arrow angled for maximum distance. One of the nice things he discovered about the ability was that even though it used the mana of 20 snaps, if the arrow flew for long enough, it kept strobing until it hit a target, even if it meant more than 30 or 40 individual snaps. Which was good, because the arrow arced through empty space before dipping in its trajectory and finally dropping to the ground, skipping a ways farther before rolling to a stop. And the entire time, what it revealed in its pulsing flashes of light was a wonder beyond wonders. The ceiling was probably 100 yards overhead, supported by massive stone columns carved with spiraling ramps that connected to the openings of tunnels in the ceiling leading upwards. All the walls sported tunnels as well, of various sizes, and ramps in the floor led down to tunnels below. A vast network of places to go and things to see. The vast hall was at least 300 yards across, since that's where the arrow had finally come to a stop, and most likely equally wide. But rather than simple bare stone around the various ramps and columns, the entire floor was carved into masterfully flowing thoroughfares, garden plots, fountains, and hundreds of mounds that looked like low dwellings. All dead, sadly. The fountains were dry, the gardens full of withered, blackened remains of vegetation, and the thoroughfares dusty. But in its heyday, it must have been a beautiful sight. How many dwarves had lived here, if that's who'd created this wonder? How long ago? What had forced them to leave? Dare jumped when he heard more skittering, echoing through the vast hall from somewhere to his left. He whirled and fired off another strobe arrow in an equally long-distance arc, then immediately knocked another one and backed towards his flickering torch. The flashing arrow revealed more majestic ruins as it passed into the darkness, then finally illuminated a familiar shape as it ducked into one of the low, round dwellings. A goblin, almost certainly. No surprise, really. Zuri had told him that her people preferred being underground if they could, for safety. Although, with the crude tools they were able to make, they couldn't usually tunnel through stone, and stuck to places where they could dig through dirt and soil. Calissa certainly had its share of subterranean creatures, but among them the most well-known were dwarves, goblins, and kobold monsters. "No need to fear," Dare called, just loud enough to be heard by the goblin from a few hundred yards away. He didn't want to draw too much attention in this vast, empty space. "I'm a friend to goblins. Do you know of Garuwek, of the Avenging Wolf tribe? My friend, and father of my mate." There was no answer, and no more sounds to be heard but the fading echoes of his shout. He bit back a sigh. "I'll leave you in peace." Turning, he retrieved his torch and made his way back down the tunnel. He'd have to return with better light sources. And in the meantime, he could discuss this discovery with his family and friends, and ideally come back with them, along with Rek and some of his tribe, to negotiate with any goblins who'd found their way into this place. An abandoned dwarven city might not offer much in the way of experience, or probably not even loot if there were scavengers lurking about. But he was struck by a powerful urge to explore its tunnels and learn its mysteries. Although that might have to wait for when Dare returned from petitioning for knighthood. He had too much to accomplish at the moment to take the time to explore ancient dwarvish ruins. Even so, between this and the raid dungeon ruins farther into the mountains, he wondered what other secrets could be found in the Gadrus range. He was eager to find them all. A few minutes later, he was out in the fresh, cold mountain air, running up the ravine. Part of him was disappointed to be going back to the mundane grind of scouting, clearing worthwhile spawn points, and searching for party-rated monsters, when he could be exploring his underground discovery. But the other part of him was excited to see what else he might find. As it turned out, nothing else that day. Some spawn points worth farming, a few roaming monsters, but none of them party-rated, and more than a few majestic views of the surrounding mountains and the region of Bastion to the north. Still, he was satisfied as he headed for home, going by a different path to clear more spawn points and scout more of the mountains on the way. He'd found the rotten shambler, discovered ancient dwarvish ruins, and explored a new area. All in all, an exciting and productive day. When Dare arrived home, he found the other group already returned from leveling, in the stable yard taking care of mounts. They'd needed to rearrange things slightly with Lenia part of the group now, making it 3 people who could benefit from the home ward when only 2 could use it. The solution had been to have Ilan help Lily, traveling farther out with her because of her lower level, so the 2 swiftest people could run to their leveling spot and then use the home ward to get back. Meanwhile, Irene, Amelisa, and Lenia rode horses to their leveling spot, then rode back. Irene and Lenia seemed happy enough about the day's leveling, and Lily was ecstatic about gaining a full level with Ilan's help. But Dare couldn't help but notice that the monk was uncharacteristically terse, almost surly, while Amelisa was a bit reserved and distant. They all went inside together, where they discovered that with all the refugees to accommodate, Saywir had basically kept the kitchen open all day, so people could eat their meals in smaller groups. She looked a bit tired, but happy about being able to help. She and the others who'd stayed home all gathered around the returning adventurers, ushering them into the dining room and making sure they had full plates in front of them. Everyone was eager to hear how things had gone with everyone, and Dare let the others speak first, wanting to save the best for last. It came as a surprise when, halfway through the meal, Amelisa abruptly spoke up. "Can we trade back so I'm with Ilan?" she asked, eyes on her plate. "I'm more familiar with him, and I think we work well together." That led to some raised eyebrows around the table. "Fine by me," Irene said. "I can go with Lily, and we can use the home ward back. It'll be a bit slower, but not too much more." Dare glanced at Ilan, who almost looked embarrassed. "We do work well together," he admitted, which seemed to settle the matter. Finally, everyone else finished reporting their days, and Dare found himself the center of expectant attention. Most of them knew him well enough to guess that he had big news, even if they'd been content to let him save it for last. He grinned. "It's been an interesting day." He quickly told them what he'd found. That drew a lot of interest and excitement, especially when he suggested that they save the lower-level party-rated monsters so as many people as possible could get the experience bonus and achievement progress. Although most of the conversation revolved around the dwarven ruins, I'd love to go with you to explore it all, Lily said, eyes sparkling enthusiastically behind her glasses. It's amazing to think something like that could just sit there undiscovered for all these years. Dare supposed he should amend his previous list of subterranean races, since Cunids also lived in underground warrens. Although they tended to be more airy, cheerful places closer to the surface. The wilds tend to swallow things as spawn points take over and become increasingly high level if left alone, Irene said. Especially up in the mountains, where they're already so unpredictable in levels, and there are so many roaming monsters. Often forgotten wonders are waiting just under our noses. Do spawn points ever appear underground? He asked. That place was huge enough to justify a few. Sia took the fore, although she hesitated in her answer. Yes to spawn points appearing underground, but no to them appearing in ruins. Molzog, god of deep places, delves endlessly beneath the earth, creating tunnels, caverns, and chasms. Molzog's delvings are home to their own variety of plants and animals, including intelligent races, and monster spawn points will appear within them. That was badass as hell. An entire underground world to explore. Dare wanted to see what else she'd tell him about that, but at the moment his interest was the dwarvish ruins. So we won't find monsters in tunnels and chambers dug by subterranean races? She shook her head. It depends on a few things. If there are intelligent creatures still living there, like the goblin you saw, then it might remain classified as a settlement. Although, most often with abandoned ruins, the world system turns them into dungeons, or even raid dungeons. Usually populated by monsters appropriate to whatever people had lived there before. Lenia nodded. Like the ruins, the heroes up north are so busy looting while the border gets overrun. Her sarcasm contained a heavy dose of bitterness. Dare stayed on topic, frowning as something occurred to him. Wait though. Dungeons despawn after they're cleared. Does that mean the world system clears away all these ancient ruins and the knowledge of the people who lived there is lost forever? The goddess shook her head. Ruins, dungeons are an exception. After being cleared, they remain to be explored, and depending on what happens next, whether enough people remain or they're abandoned again, they'll either go back to being a dungeon or stay empty. So what would happen if we decided to move into the ruins and rebuilt the underground city? Saywe asked, eyes dancing eagerly. My tribe could join us. Pass, Leilana said immediately, making a face. Pella nodded, ears drooping. That doesn't sound comfortable at all. And what about Eloise? Zuri asked. I wouldn't mind living there if it came to it, but we can't abandon our home. Dare nodded. It might be a place to retreat to if there's ever a major threat, and we could find a way to relocate Eloise. And I'm excited to explore the place, and could even see people settling there. The main hall I saw really was beautiful. If everything could be restored, with working fountains and some sort of artificial sun, it would be an amazing place to live. Felicia, who was sitting near Zuri holding Gila, shifted eagerly. We should contact Gorfram and Ulma and the other dwarven irregulars. They might even know something about this place. He liked that idea. Dwarves settling in the mountains would mean trading opportunities, and would help civilize the area around Neram Manor even more. What if the party we put together to kill whatever party-rated monsters you find swings by the place to explore a little? Irene asked. We could bring lights and rope and other gear and see what we find. Everyone seemed to agree with that. to the point it was decided that if Dare was able to find one more party-rated monster in his search, the group would set out the next day to kill it and the rotten shambler, and then explore the ruins. By that time it was late enough that people were nodding off. Felicia had passed the baby back to Zuri and fallen asleep with her head on Pella's lap. And Dare wasn't the only one who kept starting awake as the murmured conversation around him took on a dreamlike quality. He finally excused himself to bed, which was the cue for everyone else to do the same. He carried Gila to the nursery and helped Zuri put her to bed. Then with a chuckle, carried his goblin fiancé to bed as well at her sleepy insistence. Everyone was tired enough that after undressing and piling into bed together, most fell asleep immediately. Or at least so Dare assumed, since he did. Dare threw himself into the search for party-rated monsters with full enthusiasm after that, looking forward to the prospect of leading a party into the dwarven ruins as a reward for his efforts. To his disappointment, in spite of his best efforts, it took 8 days to finally have some luck, in a ravine deep in the mountains past the spot where he'd found the entrance to the lost underground kingdom. In that time, he managed to reach level 36, which was actually a pretty good speed, so he considered himself to be making good progress. Still, after killing these 2 party-rated monsters, he'd still have 3 more to find to finish the achievement. Unless, of course, he wanted to tackle the ancient outpost watcher. And only 3 weeks, 4 at the most, if he really delayed to the last second to accomplish it. The party-rated monster he found was a stone golem or elemental of some sort. A dark grey, featureless humanoid, maybe 6 or so inches taller than him, and almost creepily skinny, like aliens looked in a lot of movies. His adventurer's eye identified it as basalt animate, monster, party-rated, level 29. Attacks, durable, null magic shell, weighty blow, crushing tackle, shift earth, land swim, headbutt. Didn't sound particularly fun to fight, but from what Dare could see, it didn't have any ranged attacks or movement speed increases, which was always good to see. He might have headed home a bit earlier than he strictly needed to that evening, passing on a couple potential spawn points in his rush. He even made it home before everyone else for once, and so veered by the new settlement the refugees were raising on his land. Thus far, they hadn't gotten farther than gathering piles of logs for cabins, digging a few basements in the hard, half-frozen soil, and marking out plots to build on, including a large communal structure similar to an old Viking feast hall, where they'd all live while the other houses were being built. Iran was there with a few other men, notching logs so they could be fitted together to make sturdy cabin walls. It was laborious work using axes, and even in the chill evening air, they were all shirtless and sweating profusely. Dare grabbed an axe and pitched in for a bit, grateful for the boosts to strength and stamina he'd gotten from Power Up. In fact, he was a log-notching machine compared to the more wiry Felids. When he finally declared he was heading home, the others decided to call it a day as well. They exchanged banter on the short walk, and he was pleased to conclude that the men would make good neighbors if they decided to stay. Dinner was a flurry of planning for the party to set out the next day. They'd already planned out who'd be coming, and the lowest levels among their companions had been working extra hard to get high enough level to participate. A party was capped at 9 members, and in order to invite any more, you had to make it a raid. Still, 9 spots was plenty for the people able and wanting to go. Thanks to Lily's incredible efforts, she was already level 19, blowing his and even Irene's already mind-blowing leveling pace out of the water. It meant she'd be able to get credit for the level 29 kill, which was great news. Then there was Linnea at 24, Amelisa at 24, Zuri at 30, Leilana at 30, Ilin at 31, Irene at 31, and to fill out the party wreck at 25. It was the biggest party Dare had been in other than Lord Zor's raid. Since he so far out-leveled most of those he'd invited, it would trash his own experience from the monster kills themselves, although he'd still get the bonuses. But that was just fine with him, since his main goal was the achievement. They'd also planned for several goblins with experience exploring underground to accompany them to check the ruins, and were prepared with glowstones, torches, rope, climbing harnesses, pickaxes, rock chisels and hammers, and shovels. This time, not only would they be able to see where they were and what they were doing, but would be able to clear any blockages they encountered. Dare couldn't wait. He felt like he had as a kid, eagerly anticipating a trip to the amusement park. The excitement of the next day's outing had everyone in an extra frisky mood, even those who wouldn't be going like Pella and Say We're. So even though they headed to bed later than usual, they stayed up a bit longer making love. He was put through his paces by his eager lovers, and by the time he finally cuddled up between Say We're and Pella, he was so worn out he drifted off immediately. The next morning was a whirlwind of activity, and the group made for a merry gathering as they mounted up to head into the mountains, with Dare, Ilin, and Lily running on foot. Pella, Say We're, Felicia, and the others remaining behind all waved from the gate as they set off, some looking disappointed about not being able to go. Especially his dog-girl fiancé, who was getting so close to delivering twins, and Linnea's little sister, who sulked while trying to pretend like she wasn't. Not wanting to waste opportunities, when the party passed spawn points, everyone level 30 and over would drop from the party so the others could clear them. It still wasn't as good for them as a day of committed farming at their usual spawn points, not even with the higher level monsters giving better experience. But it was still pretty good. Amelisa even got to level 25 along the way, an event they all celebrated. She got a few new enchantments that would be far more useful for the higher level people with her Enchanter main class, and with her Spellwider subclass, got a new spell that did low damage, but put a minus snare on the enemy. Dare wasn't sure it would stack with other snares, especially not Zuri's Nature's Curse, but he could imagine a Spellwider would find it invaluable for solo leveling. Speaking of his goblin fiancée, she looked clearly antsy the farther they got from Nehrim Manor, obviously worried about Dila. Say, Weir and Pella were taking care of her, and since Pella was producing milk, she could nurse the baby. Still, he wondered if he hadn't pushed too hard, encouraging her to come out with him today. She genuinely seemed done with leveling and had little interest even in achievements. It made him miss the days when they'd hunted monsters together, just the two of them. Zuri caught him looking and gave him a wan smile. "One last adventure before I settle down?" she said gamely, seeming to read his thoughts. Dare smiled back. "Of the monster hunting sort. I plan to have many other adventures with you throughout our very long, blissfully happy lives together." Her eyes softened and she held out her arms. Surprised but pleased, he lifted her out of her saddle, Irene obligingly taking her pony's leads. and he carried his tiny fiancée the way he so often had in their adventures together. It felt nice to him, right? And by her happy sigh as she snuggled beneath his cloak, she obviously felt the same. "This I'll miss," she admitted, kissing his neck. In spite of the light-hearted mood of the party, they set a hard pace for the horses. They had a lot of ground to cover today, especially if they hoped to kill the two party-rated monsters in time to explore the dwarven ruins. On the plus side, the monsters themselves didn't look as if they would be a problem. The level 26, Rotten Shambler, for all its fearsome size, was almost a joke to a full party that mostly outleveled it. They ripped through it with almost ludicrous speed before it could even land a hit on Ilan, who was serving as tank while buffed and shielded by Irene. In spite of that ease, its drops were as good as any party-rated monster, 100 or so gold and loot that would sell for a few hundred more, as well as a few grisly trophies. Dare wasn't eager to display, even if they did offer a prestige boost, which Rek and his goblins asked to take when nobody else seemed interested. The highlight was an exceptional quality necklace that would be useful for the casters, giving a modest boost to the size of their mana pool. After some debate, they decided Irene would benefit most from it. After looting the monster, they wasted no time mounting up and continuing on, celebrating as they went. Their path took them past more spawn points for the low levels to clear. And while they didn't take the time to enter the dwarven ruins as they passed the narrow gully in the ravine, they paused for a quick meal at the entrance to further discuss the place. It wasn't that anyone doubted Dare's description of it, but seeing the rune-marked wall with the square-cut tunnel plunging into the mountain fanned everyone's excitement. Dare hadn't taken the time to inspect the runes before, assuming he wouldn't be able to read them. But he'd forgotten that the translation stones worked with reading as well as spoken languages, and Dwarvish was one of the ones the stone worked for. It was obviously an ancient version of the language, and the enchanter who'd created their stones must not have known the archaic words and phrases. So there were gaps in the writing, or odd translation errors. Although, surprisingly, the names and numbers were all intact. Maybe they used a different system than the runes, one that had lasted the years better. Above and around the sides of the entrance was carved boldly, Gerzon's last hold, kin of Bolsk Emberbeard, where to enemies, your doom beneath the mountain, kingdom of delvers that will last 1,000 generations. Of course, it probably didn't help that the runes were weathered in some places, although not as much as Dare might have expected, given the ancient feel of the ruins. "What do you think killed them all off?" Leilana asked, studying the runes as well. "Who knows?" Lenia replied with a shrug. "Plenty of dangers in the world, and monster hordes are only a few years or decades of untended spawn points away from overrunning kingdoms on the edge of the wilds." Dare glanced at Irene, who'd be in a better position to know the fate of the dwarves than any of them, but she just smiled back mysteriously. After a hasty lunch, they left Rek's skilled tunnelers behind to begin explorations, the young hobgoblin urging them to be careful of any potential threats in the vast hall and flee at the first sign of danger. "You've got a party of adventurers due to come back in a few hours," he said with a laugh, clapping one of his smaller tribesmen on the back. "No need to be heroes yourselves." With time getting away from them, they began leaving spawn points untouched and focused on getting to the meadow deep in the mountains, where Dare had found the basalt animate. Like with the level 26 party-rated monster, the level 29 was straightforward enough. It took over 4 times as long to kill because of all its defensive abilities. But with its weaknesses, the ranged members of the party were able to take it down from a distance. The only hiccup, more of an inconvenience than a real threat, was when the stone creature used land swim and disappeared beneath the earth, moving the dirt easily with its powerful limbs and tunneling at almost running speeds for most of the party. Of course, it raised a furrow of dirt everywhere it went, so it wasn't exactly stealthy. The obnoxious part was they couldn't do anything to it while it was underground, and it refused to come out until it had a target to hit. So Ilan ran in protected by one of Irene's barriers, bracing for the worst. The basalt animate burst from the ground in a flying punch, like some sort of superhero. But in spite of the speed and power of its attack, the wary monk was able to dodge at the last second, then kite the monster away. Meanwhile, the rest of the party finished chipping away at the moving stone until it finally crumbled in pieces. At which point it became diamonds. Not a lot, and most pretty small. But even so, they guessed the haul was worth upwards of 500 gold. Sayweir would most likely be happy to see them, with her jeweler class. The monster also dropped several materials for earth enchantments, which were much more exciting. Those mostly provided defensive bonuses for armor pieces, and were prized by tanks and melee fighters. The trophy for the monster was a large diamond that was so flawed it would probably be worthless even if it was cut into smaller pieces, which they found inside the basalt animate's head. You know, Dare mused, looking at the fallen elemental as they took a few minutes basking in their victory. Am I insane for thinking we could try the ancient outpost watcher? It would mean a lot less time exploring the dwarven ruins, since it was a few hours there, and then the same time back. But still, flush from the easy victories, he had his eyes on a third-party rated monster in one day. That much closer to finishing his achievement. They all stared at him in disbelief. You mean the level 39 that practically made you shit yourself when you first saw it? Leilana asked. The one that could kill half the members of our party in one hit? I can kite tank it now that I've got escape bonds, he protested. Yeah, until the second time it grabs you and proceeds to rip you to pieces, Ilan said. I'm certainly in no position to take it on at my level. Dare sighed, giving up. Yeah, I'm insane to think it. It's just frustrating to have it sitting there tantalizingly, when I've still got 3 party-rated monsters to kill in less than a month. Hire a tank from Terrana, Linia suggested. If the achievement is what matters, then you can be more generous with the loot. Irene nodded. How about I arrange it? The fighter you fought beside against the monster horde is level 34. And with my barriers, he'd be up to the task. You keep scouting and finding more party-rated monsters, and I'll make sure you can kill them before the time is up. That was a good solution, and took some of the weight off his shoulders. Thanks, he said, leaning down to kiss her briefly. Not sure what I'd do without you. Get yourself killed trying to kite tank a monster with snare, root, and stagger effects, she said with a grin, to easy laughter from the others. Wrapping an arm around his petite, red-headed fiancée, he turned towards the horses. Well, in that case, let's explore an ancient dwarvish kingdom. Chapter 17. Beneath the Mountain. When the party reached the vast subterranean hall, they discovered that Rex goblins had been cautious but busy. Dare would estimate that about 100 yards in all directions were now lit by torches interspersed with campfires. He assumed intended to help keep away roaming monsters and predators. The high ceiling overhead was still shrouded in shadows, and he reminded himself to keep an eye directed upwards in case of flying threats. The previous view he'd had of the hall, briefly lit by his strobe arrows, had been mysterious and wondrous. But now, seeing it in proper light, Gerson's last hold was even more awe-inspiring. Every inch of stone had been expertly worked by dwarvish craftsmen, with avenues lined with benches, garden plots clearly marked out between stretches of open ground for monuments, odd arrangements of rock formations, the prevalent dome-shaped homes, and other features of what had once been a bustling dwarven city. Even the walls and ceilings had elaborate carvings, as well as bare patches where he assumed tapestries or some other form of decoration had hung. If this cavern had already existed, this massive and in this uniform shape, which was unlikely, the work he saw would be the work of centuries by thousands of diligent dwarvish stonemasons. Barring magic of some sort, he supposed. Time had been surprisingly kind to the labors of the dwarves, aside from random signs of clear destruction and defacement, as well as ancient remnants of animal nests, rubbish from roaming monsters, and a thick coating of dust. Well, this is something, Linnea breathed. The world-wise mercenary looked awed in spite of her studied show of nonchalance. Lily was practically bouncing in place, looking at everything with eyes gleaming behind the reflection of firelight on her glasses. "This is why I left the Warren," she blurted, "to see things like this." "To think this was waiting only days from my village," Zuri agreed. "We could have lived here in comfort instead of cowering from slavers until we were finally caught." "And my village," Rex said. "But of course, exploring this far into the mountains would have been suicide for most." He shot a quick look at Dare. "Well, now that we've spent a few minutes admiring it," Dare said, rubbing his hands together, "what do you say we give this place a closer look?" At first they walked together, poking their heads into abandoned dome houses, meeting halls lined with stone benches, storage chambers, and other places whose use was less obvious. Peering into the various tunnels branching off from the main hall and speculating on what mysteries lay at the end of each. They all carried torches, lanterns, or glowstones, so there was plenty of light to see by. Dare had noted the lack of any dwarvish remains or abandoned possessions before, and he confirmed it now. The homes were nothing but bare stone, yawning doorways opening out into the vast cavern. The long-dead plants in the garden plots were desiccated stalks, and everything that could conceivably be picked up and carried off had been. Perhaps the dwarves had been forced to flee but had time to take everything with them. Or perhaps they'd all died right here. But in the intervening ages, scavengers had carried it all off. It didn't bode well for loot prospects. But he didn't have to tell the others to search for secret rooms and compartments, because Rek had already stressed it quite clearly. After a few minutes of finding nothing worth noting, they agreed to split up into groups of 3, each group taking at least one person over level 30 in case of surprise threats. Dare had also managed to convince all his companions who were high enough level to get Snap, which at the moment was only the magic users for whom it unlocked earlier, to put one of their precious ability points into it. Between that and the torches, they worked out a system of light signals to communicate from a distance. Some groups kept going deeper into the hall, some branched off and began exploring the nearest tunnels. Dare, accompanied by Lily and Irene, led the way to the closest of the massive columns and started climbing the spiral ramp up to one of the tunnels in the ceiling. Honestly, he was surprised everyone hadn't chosen to search one of the ceiling tunnels, since to him they were clearly the most exciting. As it turned out, he wasn't wrong to think that either. The ramp had no railing, but thankfully was wide and smooth and had a rough texture that made for solid footing. Even so, Lily huddled close against his back, and he could hear her rapid breathing. "Afraid of heights?" he asked gently. "It helps that the footing is solid," she said with a shaky laugh. "But this high up, I get antsy if I don't have anything to hold on to." Dare reached back and took her hand. "There," he said, smiling back at her. "Now you do." She smiled back and gave his hand a squeeze. Or, as it turned out, just gripped tightly. Her nervousness was no joke. They'd been getting along great since she'd come to Nearham Manor, with daily starlit walks, playful runs, quiet evenings sitting together with the others, reading or talking or playing games, and lots of pleasant day-to-day moments. Following Rosa's advice, he was taking it slow, but he felt like it was about time he started making more grand romantic gestures. He had a few things planned, like cooking her a romantic dinner and taking her on an outing to a breathtaking vista he knew of nearby. He'd also tried his hand at writing some love poems and notes, with lots of helpful advice from his fiancées. They'd yet to share their first kiss. But he thought that if the dinner went well, that might be a good time for it. Embarrassing as it was, he was taking his cues from the romance novels Lily loved so he could give her what she dreamed of. As best Dare was able, at least. Real life wasn't a story, and things didn't always go perfectly. But so far they'd gone pretty damn good, and he looked forward to getting closer to the romantic bunny girl. Lily relaxed when they entered the tunnel at the top of the ramp, which he was interested to see was round in shape rather than squared off like the others they'd found. He wondered if there was some significance to that. The immediate thought that came to mind was a trap that involved a giant round boulder careening out of the darkness and squashing them flat, which made him watch even more closely for tripwires and pressure plates and other triggers. So closely, in fact, that it was Irene who squeaked and stopped dead, eyes wide as she stared up the tunnel. "Goddess," she breathed, clutching at his cloak to stop him. Dare followed her gaze to see dark shapes looming in the deeper darkness at the edge of the torchlight. They didn't move, but every instinct screamed they weren't just rocks or other debris sitting on the tunnel floor. He considered using strobe arrow and deliberately shooting to miss, but didn't want to risk riling up whatever those were. Instead, he looked at his companions. "Put your heads up beside mine," he whispered. After a confused pause, both women leaned forward, poking their heads out to be level with his. Dare held his hand up above and behind their peripheral vision, then snapped several times in quick succession and activated his adventurer's eye. The moderately bright light washed away the darkness, and he was immediately glad he hadn't shot an arrow and that they'd stopped when they had. The shapes turned out to be monsters. Odd fungus creatures like misshapen mushrooms with arms and legs. They were barely in range of his eye, which meant he and his companions were almost within their perception circle. Because the three monsters were level 52, 52, and 53. Lily, who'd moved up beside him so she wouldn't be blinded by his snap, gasped and said what they were all thinking. "Dungeon entrance?" Dare quickly pulled her back, since at her level she was dangerously close to aggroing them. Just to be safe, he retreated back a dozen steps with the two women huddled close to him, then explained what he'd seen with his eye. "I don't get it," he said when he was finished, staring at the shadowy silhouettes of the mushroom beings. "You said ruins could become dungeons, so this isn't a surprise." He pointed back down the tunnel towards the vast hall they'd just climbed out of. "But why isn't that also part of the dungeon?" Irene shrugged. "It's not always the full ruins, especially if part of the ruins are being scavenged or settled." Lily frowned. "Still, why this little tunnel up in the ceiling? The entire ruins is basically abandoned, and this part became the dungeon?" The bookish redhead grinned at her. "We're in an abandoned dwarvish city. For all we know, that giant cavern back there is just the mudroom to a complex that fills this entire mountain." That was an exciting thought. But either way, they weren't going anywhere near a level 52 plus dungeon anytime soon. Even if, going by the monster's stats, the dungeon was party difficulty and wouldn't require a raid. Still, a second dungeon in the mountains. Both less than a day's hard travel from Nerim Manor, in the middle of nowhere so they wouldn't be discovered by random travelers or adventurers, and waiting to be conquered once his group grew strong enough. That was pretty exciting. At the moment, though, the thought that if those things suddenly aggroed, they'd rip the three of them to shreds, or going by their attacks poison and suffocate them with spores, had Dare backing away even farther with the others. Only when they disappeared into the gloom did he breathe easier, irrational as that was. As if not being able to see them meant they were no longer a threat, which made him imagine them creeping up on him and his companions, ready to burst into view again like something out of a nightmare, even though he knew that wasn't how monsters behaved. Skin crawling, he quickened his pace back towards the ramp at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel hadn't branched anywhere, so there was nothing more to explore up here until they could brave the high-level dungeon. Dare breathed a bit easier as they stepped onto the ramp, even Lily seeming relieved after the close call with the mushroom monsters. He wasted no time leaning out over the drop to the floor below and snapping to get everyone's attention. Then, when he got several answering flashes of light from snaps and obscured then revealed torches, he risked raising his voice to a shout that echoed through the huge cavern. "We found level 52 and higher monsters in this tunnel. There might be more in other tunnels or deeper in this cavern, so tread cautiously. They could aggro before the lower level people are even aware of them. Be especially careful of the ramps leading upwards," Irene added. There were answering shouts of assent and more than a little alarm from the other groups. Dare also saw the torches flowing back towards the entrance, his companions retreating to explored ground just to be safe. "You heard them," Rek barked at his goblins. "Double torches for added light." That was a smart idea, and everyone doubled up on torches, pushing the darkness farther back. Dare's group made their way back down to the ground, where he left Irene and Lily behind and headed for the next column ramp to see if its tunnel, too, led into the dungeon. On top of holding his torches, he used Snap to see farther ahead, and was glad he had when he spotted more of the mushroom creatures looming out of the darkness. Okay, so multiple entrances. A much bigger dungeon than the glittering caves. It just confirmed that they needed to be even more careful searching the rest of the ruins. Although a part of him wasn't sure whether to be excited or disappointed by the prospect that they might not get to explore much of this place after all. at least until they were much higher level. It meant nobody else had explored this place for a long time either, and the secrets of Gerson's last hold might still be there to be found. Grinning at the prospect, he turned and headed back down the tunnel. Landgiver, a high piping voice called from a lower curve of the ramp as he reached the end of the tunnel. Come quickly! Fearing the worst, Dare activated Cheetah's dash and bolted down the ramp at borderline dangerous speeds, even with the solid footing. He soon came in sight, one of Rek's tunnel experts running towards him. To his relief, the man's sharp features showed excitement rather than fear. We found something, he called eagerly. Well, that was vague. What? He shouted back. Rather than answer, the goblin scrambled back the way he'd come, beckoning. Maybe he wanted it to be a surprise. Bemused, Dare followed, and then lost patience and outpaced the messenger, when down below he saw several flickers from his companions, snapping or obscuring their torches, over by a far corner of the vast hall. He met everyone near a ramp leading down into the ground, which had apparently been hidden by a stone slab seamlessly fit into the floor that Ilin, Rek, and a few of his goblins had laboriously moved. That was promising in and of itself. But even better, the bottom of the ramp was sealed with a sturdy steel door, etched with forbidding dwarvish runes, warning intruders to keep away. Dare eagerly inspected the solid barrier. There didn't seem to be any doorknob or lever to open it. Ideas to get through? Rek hefted a pick. Dig out the stone around it. That'll take forever, Leilana argued. She stepped forward, hands whooshing alight. I could probably melt through the hinges if I can find them. Dwarves are skilled at anti-magic traps, Irene pointed out. Also, what if there's something valuable just on the other side of that door? We don't want to destroy it getting through. Dare grabbed a pry bar and hammer from one of the goblins. How about a combination of the two? Let's try to break the hinges. The gap between the door and the stone frame was practically invisible. Masterful dwarvish craftsmanship. But with some determined hammering, he was able to punch through, not finding a hinge, but making a small opening to the other side. One of the experienced goblin tunnelers pressed his pointed nose to the opening, sniffing. Air is stale and dead, he said. Very old feel. Odd smell to it. Metal, wax, oil. Anything dangerous? Rek asked. Poison? Toxic mold? The goblin shook his head with a shrug. Smells like a chamber sealed for many years, that's all. The young chieftain grunted in satisfaction and barked out orders, and Dare soon found himself displaced by goblins with picks and pry bars busily working around the edge of the door. With the pace they were going, everyone agreed they'd be through before the rest of the group could head out to explore more and then return. So everyone stuck around to talk about what they were going to find. The general consensus was treasure. Dwarves tunnel through entire mountains like industrious ants, Leilana said. They have to be digging up all sorts of gems and precious metals, and who knows what else in the deep places of the earth. Linia nodded. And they only spend as much as they have to, and hoard the rest. Maybe we'll find a giant diamond the size of my head, Zuri said enthusiastically. Or true silver. Dwarves are always digging for true silver. Dare could admit he joined the budding sense of anticipation. He just knew the dwarves who'd lived here wouldn't have gone to this much effort to hide this ramp and whatever lay beyond that thick steel door, unless it was something worth protecting. Finally, Rek gave a shout, and they all grabbed ropes and pulled together, bringing the door crashing down onto the ramp with a grinding squeal. To reveal treasure beyond what Dare could have dreamed. "Books," Lily blurted, eagerly stepping past him. "An ancient library." "I'd say more likely a records room," Irene said, also slipping around him. Dare followed them and looked around the small room, at the unfamiliar but recognizable objects inside. Cubbies for scrolls and shelves for books. More shelves stacked with thinly hammered metal plates, connected by rings, like an ancient version of a binder. They were mostly gold, brass, or bronze, and were etched with small, closely spaced runes. There were also stacks of clay and hard wax tablets. And in one corner of the room, a stone table with writing and etching implements, along with more wax tablets, a stack of unused plates, a punching tool, and a few loose rings. The chamber had been sealed for so many centuries or millennia that all the scrolls and books had rotted to dust, even in the stale, dry air. But the dwarves, either primitive enough, they mostly used those other methods, or wise enough to write for the ages, had mainly made records that could last. Dare picked up a small book of gold sheets, grunting slightly at the unexpected weight. If it hadn't been a priceless record of a lost civilization, it still would have been valuable, just based on the precious metal. Again, he marveled at the convenience and sheer awesomeness of the translation stones, even if they couldn't fully translate the archaic writing. He eagerly began to read. Being an Torgon Irongrip, king beneath the mountain, of the Gerzon's last hold, in the year 553 of the Great Exploration. The Hall of Gerzon, 23,100 delvers, expanding 218, beneath the spine of Gerzon. In the 7th year of Torgon's reign, came many humans of Old Galador, but kin of Bolsk Firebeard, deepest delver and master of all, were first to, as always. For 3 years there was trade between Gerzon's last hold, but then in the year 556, heroes of Galador, bringing fire and ruin to the surface lands. In that year were the gates of Throngil Deep Delver sealed, south of the spine of Gerzon, where many elves had founded refuges from the Orcish invaders. Long has the enmity between the kin of Bolsk and but for a time there was trade. Then did the elves go to war with the humans of New Galador. The throat of Hilzar, and Dare carefully set the plates down, looking around him. If he wasn't mistaken, that sounded like an account from soon after the Sharlan continent was discovered, and the races began to settle it. So how long ago would that be? He turned to Irene. How old is Kalissa? She grinned at him as she looked up from a wax tablet she'd been perusing. How old is Earth? Lily scrunched up her nose in confusion. How old is dirt? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, how long have the races of Kalissa lived here? Dare clarified. How ancient is this world's history? Sia took the floor. I don't suppose it would be a spoiler to tell you in broad terms. She looked at him gravely. Nearly 100,000 years, my love. So old that some races have died out entirely, and others have sprung up and grown to prominence. So old that the dawn of the oldest races has been forgotten to the mists of time. She paused meaningfully. By most. Then this is priceless, he said, waving around the room. To those who value the knowledge of the past, without a doubt, Irene agreed, returning to the fore. The dwarves will wish to have this. I wish to have it too, Dare said. At her arched eyebrow he laughed. I mean, I want to copy all these texts for our library. Especially if we can find an expert who can read what the translation stones aren't able to. After that, the dwarves should certainly have the actual artifacts. They'll probably fetch a good price. Leilana, who was poking through the ruins of the scrolls and paper books, snorted. Make a gift of them. You'll win the eternal friendship of the dwarves, and they'll shower you with gold, gems, and masterfully crafted items in gratitude. She grinned at him. Whereas if you tried to sell them such precious artifacts of their past, they'd hate your guts and haggle for every copper. They might even go to war over it. Dwarves take things like the knowledge of their ancestors and their ancestral homes very seriously, which is why they're always going on quests to reclaim them. Dare looked around. Think they'll want to reclaim this place? Probably, his dusk elf fiancé said with a laugh. So we'd better explore the hell out of it before letting them know it's here. And then hint that we rushed to them with the knowledge of its discovery as soon as we could. If they flock here grateful for our service to their kind, we'll have the best neighbors imaginable. Irene cleared her throat. Better to wait until we clear the dungeon, then make it sound as if the entire thing was guarded by monsters. Easy enough to obfuscate the truth without actually lying, which is generally not a good idea with dwarves. They hold long grudges. Dare felt his heart sink. It would take over a year to get up to that level. And the number of people willing to level with me seems to shrink by the day. He was a bit disheartened by how everyone looked away, not disputing that claim. Linnea cleared her throat. I know dwarves. Give them the records after you've copied them, but tell them you won't show them where you found the records until after you've cleared the dungeon. Loot rules apply even for ancient ancestral homes, and as long as you don't put it off for too long, they'll give you a few years. If for no other reason than gratitude at your gift. If he does it like that, they'll show their gratitude by not going to war for his reticence, instead of by showering him with gifts, Leilana pointed out. The catgirl smirked at her. Then I guess it's a question of whether an ancient dwarvish ruin has more treasure than the gratitude offered by a bunch of greedy dwarves. Dare set the plates down. I like Linnea's option best. Both sides get what they want. Both sides feel like they've been fairly dealt with. Assuming the dwarves aren't bastards about it, the dusk elf muttered. True to form, there didn't seem to be much love lost between the two races. Linnea clapped him on the back. Approach the dwarvish contingent of the irregulars first. I'll make introductions and speak on your behalf. Will that help? Rek asked doubtfully. You said you're not much more than a recruit, right? What influence do you have with your mercenary company? Linnea hesitated, and Dare almost thought she looked a bit cagey. I've got friends in high places. He was willing to take her word for it. All right, let's pack all this up, he said, carefully, as if it's all made of dirt clods that could crumble at the slightest touch. Irene rested a hand on an ancient tablet. Some of it practically is. His red-headed betrothed personally oversaw loading the tablets and left it to Dare, Lily, and Ilin as the most sure-footed to carry them. You know what happens if you break these, she told Dare in a serious voice as she carefully strapped his pack on him. He grinned at her. No sex for a month? Her return look was grave. Ancient knowledge that may have no other source could be lost forever. Dare swallowed, making sure to move with the utmost care as he made his way up the ramp. Only to find his companions warily circling a scrawny, raggedly dressed goblin who'd emerged from the nearest tunnel. Easy, Dare said, stepping forward. Hello, friend. How can we help you? The goblin looked at him flatly with over-large yellow eyes. You called to me when you intruded many sleep cycles ago. You said you came in peace. And that was enough for you to approach us alone? Rek asked as he came up beside Dare, somewhere between amused and derisive. You've got some balls on you for a tunnel rat. The strange goblin stood with head raised and shoulders back, resigned but determined. If you kill me then, at least my people will know you come with the sword. They'll have time to flee or prepare the traps. Dare sternly waved Rek back. We're here for peaceful purposes, he said. We live nearby on the surface and want to explore these ruins. The small creature glowered at him. These ruins are our home. You've invaded our home and pillaged wealth we lay claim to. He waved at the heavily laden packs of tablets and metal sheets the group was carrying. Rek growled and idly lowered his spear. We could pillage even more, tunnel rat. The underground dweller shrank back, and Dare cleared his throat sternly. That would go against our agreement, Chieftain Rek-Yugar. I'm obliged to deal with any crime I witness. The young hobgoblin glared at him in challenge for a few moments before grunting and stepping back. Dare turned to the strange goblin. Do you live in this hall specifically? He asked. The goblin shook his head sullenly. Are you of dwarvish descent and claim the records we found? Again, a sullen head shake. Then these ruins remain unclaimed and open to explorers. You could have found this hidden trove instead of us. But as we found it, we claim it. As we claim the right to explore all areas you are not currently living in and have not marked as your territory. The goblin spokesman's yellow eyes burned resentfully. And what if we came to the surface and pillaged all the land around your home? Would you think that equally fair? I would, since it's unclaimed land. And while you're up there, feel free to bring goods to trade with us. We'll give you generous deals. Dare reached into his pouch and pulled out a handful of silver, dropping them into a smaller coin bag and tossing it to the small goblin, who fumbled to catch it. On top of that, I'd like to hire your people as guides to these ruins. I'd rather be friends with your tribe. So you can come enslave us later? The goblin growled in his squeaky voice, although his eyes gleamed as he hefted the sack, listening to the coins clink. Dare motioned to Rek. I've befriended the avenging wolves. I've even taken the daughter of their chieftain as a mate to strengthen our alliance. I would like to befriend your tribe as well. You're our neighbors, after all. The ragged goblin began backing away into the darkness. Take your loot and go, human. We'll speak more of this if you return. Maybe. Rek waved his spear after him as he disappeared. The Landgiver offers you peace from a position of strength, rather than simply taking what he wishes, as he has the power to do. You're a fool to insult him. Dare resolved to leave the young hobgoblin behind the next time they talked to the underground goblin tribe. He could do without the spear-waving diplomacy. Biting back a sigh, he clapped his soon-to-be brother-in-law on the shoulder. Come on, let's head home. We've got a long journey ahead of us with precious cargo. Chapter 18. Blind. 3 days later, Dare blearily dragged himself out of bed, ate a hasty breakfast, kissed his loved ones goodbye, and headed out to level. He could admit he'd spent longer than he should have last night perusing the dwarvish records. He wasn't alone either, since Lily and Irene had also joined him. Ironically, if it had been Earth history, he might have found it dull and tedious. The information was dry and mostly focused on dates and large-scale events, like the most boring history class he'd ever attended. And the fact that chunks were missing from practically every sentence definitely didn't help. But it was dwarves. Dwarves talking about dealings with humans and elves and a dozen other races. Talking about delving a vast kingdom beneath the mountain, of their struggles and discoveries. Hell, they'd unearthed an ancient horror that they'd had to battle for years to defeat, losing thousands of lives in the process. And at a much later date, they'd discovered a rich true silver seam, only to find that dark elves had found it first when two teams of delvers from the different races met, spurring a vicious guerrilla war full of trapped tunnels, sabotaged and undermined excavations, surprise attacks bursting from solid stone, and other chaos from two stubborn but crafty races that both believed the underground was theirs by right. It would make for incredible stories if fleshed out. Dare even joked that Lily should write a romance novel about some of the dry accountings of the lineages of dwarvish kings, which she seemed surprisingly keen about. She even pressed him for details about his sexual encounter with Ulma, so she had a reference. He felt a bit awkward talking about it with someone he hadn't even kissed yet, but she didn't seem embarrassed, so he tried to play it cool. All in all, a pleasant evening with a woman he loved with all his heart, and another he was coming to care about deeply. But it meant a late start and a bit of a bad mood about how it would delay the day's progress. A mood that didn't improve when Ilan pulled him aside before he could head out. "Master Dare," his friend said, expression solemn. "Could I have a word with you somewhere private?" Dare stared at his friend in surprise. The bald ascetic was usually calm and reserved, but he hadn't been this formal since they first met, if even then. So what could he possibly want to talk about that required such a solemn question? "Okay, sure," he said. "The gardens? That would be ideal." Ilan turned and started away. Dare paused to pat the snow-covered mound where Eloise's seed was buried and murmur a quiet good morning before hurrying after his friend. The garden was mostly snow and bare branches, although he noticed with amusement that the children had made snowmen, or snow ogres from the looks of it, as well as the usual snow angels and crude crescent forts for snowball fights. The monk led him to a secluded spot and took a deep breath. If Dare hadn't known better, he would have sworn his friend was a bit nervous. "Master Dare, I wish to speak to you in your capacity as Lady Amelisa's guardian." Dare started at him blankly. "I wasn't aware I was. She's an independent adult." Ilan smiled faintly. "Yes, she certainly is." He gave a start and hastily continued. "However, you've taken her into your home and are seeing to her welfare. And through your betrothed Pella, you have a connection to her. While Lady Amelisa retains her independence as an adult, she recognizes you as her guardian." "She does." That was the first he was hearing of this. "It is not uncommon among young noblewomen, if for some reason they must leave home before being wed, to come under the care of a relative or family friend." His friend's expression tightened. "And while her brother has disinherited her and expelled her from his home, he doesn't have the authority to strip her of her titles or noble heritage. Such an act is the purview of the king, and I doubt Brawley will even try to get such approval. So she remains a noblewoman." "Okay," Dare said slowly. "I'm happy to help her until she can find her footing. And if she considers me a guardian, I'm honored by her trust and will do my best to prove worthy of it." He gave the monk a keen look. but I'm kind of wondering why you're coming to me about something concerning her." To his further surprise, Ilan turned visibly pink, all the way up to the top of his shaved head. He took several seconds to answer, and was practically fidgeting in place before finally blurting, "I'd like to ask your blessing to take Arma's, that is Lady Amelisa's, hand in marriage, and on her behalf would ask you to do her the honor of escorting her down the aisle when the time comes." If the previous revelations had come as a surprise, this was an absolute shock. Dare's first thought was that this was a joke, and he had to stifle an incredulous laugh in the face of his friend's obvious sincerity. "You and Amelisa?" he said carefully. "How?" The monk chuckled ruefully. "I assume you're either asking how I can do so since I've given a vow of celibacy, or how we came to reach such a decision." Now Dare finally laughed, joining his friend. Yes. He hadn't really even considered the possibility. But now that he looked back, it seemed obvious, and he felt like he should have realized what was developing between his friends a lot sooner. The two had been spending a lot of time together, with Ilan helping Amelisa level. And when Dare thought about it, the couple seemed well suited to each other. Amelisa was sweet, kind-hearted, and innocent, yet also fiercely determined to be independent and step away from the lifestyle that had coddled her from birth. Ilan, on the other hand, lived his life to improve himself and help others, and was devoted to his friends. Dare could imagine the two turning their drive and passion towards each other, and working together to help those around them and make the world a better place. He could see them having a real impact on Bastien, Heralda, and possibly even all of Calissa. His friend thoughtfully inspected a nearby trellis, woven with a chaotic tangle of small vines. "Firstly, my order recognizes that people are imperfect, and while they encourage celibacy and asceticism as a path to enlightenment, they view marriage and children as a good and beneficial thing, ideal for most people and the lives they want to live. Those who choose the path of marriage and children can remain part of the order, only they turn their efforts to the welfare of their family instead." That was surprisingly reasonable. And, to be honest, Dare had always thought his friend was too cheerful and outgoing, too happy to enjoy the pleasures of life, to really fit the solemn, disciplined, even stern disposition of an ascetic. "Honestly, I can see you settling down from your life of wandering," he admitted. "You seemed on the verge of that when I invited you to stay with us at Nerim Manor." He paused. "Although I'm very curious how a shy maiden managed to win the heart of an ascetic." Ilan blushed. "What makes you think it wasn't the other way around?" he asked. Dare laughed. "You meditate through me having sex a dozen feet away without batting an eye. Even though you seem inclined to marriage and children, I have to guess you needed a bit of a push." His friend shrugged, looking a bit sheepish. "I suppose so." Arma hinted at first, more and more obviously, before coming right out and asking if there was ever a chance I might take a wife, and that, if so, would I consider her. That must have taken quite a bit of courage from the gentle young noblewoman. Ilan was looking at him expectantly, and with a start, Dare remembered a question had been asked. With a broad smile, he clapped his friend on the shoulder, then pulled him into a backslapping hug. "I don't feel it's my place to give my blessing, my friend, but I certainly offer my congratulations and full support. And of course, I'd be very honored to escort her down the aisle." Ilan looked unexpectedly relieved. "Thank you," he said, gripping his shoulder tight. "I'll tell Arma we can go forward with our plans." Then he hesitated. "Oh, those will include some changes." Dare jumped to the obvious conclusion. You two are done leveling. For good, perhaps, but certainly for the moment, Ilin agreed sadly. I know you're counting on me to help you with your hunt for party-rated monsters, and I will if needed. But starting today, I believe we'll ask Irene to take Linia and Lily out without us. They're close enough level now that they could share experience. Well, that was his friend's decision to make. And certainly reasonable enough if they planned to start a family. Although it meant he'd have to resign himself to Amelisa not getting any better enchants for their gear. A small consideration in the face of the couple's happiness. Dare pushed aside his regret and smiled again. Well, we should probably plan accommodations. We can renovate one of the guest houses for your family, connect the plumbing, and maybe even the heating. His friend hesitated, looking away. That's generous, Dare. But we've already spoken of moving to Tirana. We want to take over running the orphanage together and focus on our charitable work, particularly after the lives lost to the monster horde. Oh. We won't go until after you and the others return from Redoubt to petition for knighthood, of course, Ilin said hastily. In fact, depending on how severe the winter is, we might stay until the weather improves, he laughed. So I suppose we might take you up on that offer of the guest house after all. Dare smiled back weakly. So we'll get to keep you around for a bit longer. His friend sobered and gripped his shoulder. You've been a good friend to us, Dare. The best friend a man could hope for. And we've certainly had some memorable adventures together. I hope our friendship lasts to the end of our days. But the future Armor and I wish to build lies on another path. Dare did his best to match his friend's excitement, for his sake. A good path, my friend. Tirana's not so far away. We'll be able to visit you all the time. And of course, you're welcome to visit here as often as you like, for as long as you like. I'm sure Pella will practically insist on it. I'm sure she will, and we'll be happy to take you up on that, Ilin said with a grin. He was practically fidgeting. Please excuse me, I'm going to tell Armor. Pressing his palms together in a short bow, he turned and strode briskly out of the garden. Dare watched him go, feeling a strange melancholy. He'd found many lovers, many companions, many friends since coming to Calissa. But he had to acknowledge that Ilin was his only guy friend, his best friend outside of his fiancés. Part of him had hoped that once the lower-level people in their group had caught up closer to them, the monk would join him in leveling again. That maybe they could even push to the highest level possible together with whoever wanted to join them. But that was a selfish regret when Ilin had found true and well-deserved happiness. And he would be good to Amelisa, who deserved the same happiness. That didn't make Dare feel any less at a loss at seeing the future change be. He was practically bowled over as a fur-wrapped bundle of energy threw herself at him. Is it true? Pella squealed, hugging him and spinning them both in place. Armor's going to marry Ilin. Dare should have guessed that his dog-girl fiancé would be able to hear, if anyone did. Maybe even from the house. Easy, he said with a laugh, resting a gentle hand on her belly. Now's not the time to be bouncing around like a ping-pong ball. I don't know what that is, she said with a giddy laugh, nuzzling his face with contented noises. Can you believe it? I'm so happy for them. They're so perfect for each other. She giggled. And won't they make such a cute couple, with absolutely adorable babies? They will, he agreed, his melancholy lifting in the face of Pella's boundless enthusiasm. He really was happy for the couple. And glad that they'd found love together. What do you think of them moving to Tirana? He asked, stroking her back as she clung to him. "I think it's perfect for them," she replied. "Managing the orphanage and helping people is just how both want to live, and the town will be blessed to have them." Her face fell slightly. "And sure, I'll miss them when they move, but that just means I'll have to borrow the home ward and visit whenever I can." The dog girl's enthusiasm resurged, and with a squeal she squirmed out of his arms and bolted for the manor. "Oh, I need to go congratulate her. We have so many plans to make." Amusingly enough, it was easy to tell when she found Annalisa, even though the two were out of view, by the excited squeals that filled the air as the women celebrated the happy news. Dare stared towards the manor with a fading smile as Pella's enthusiasm departed with her. He knew he should go and join the others, who were probably celebrating the good news. But it was sinking in that the last few weeks of leveling alone were likely to be his future as well. His fiancées, and eventually wives, would stay here with their children. Ilan and Annalisa were leaving to begin their new lives. Lily might never match his level since she didn't need to. Her crafting class would allow her to make gear for him from several levels lower, as long as she kept her abilities maximized. And with a combat subclass, she couldn't really contribute much to a party. Besides, she'd already told him that as much as she wanted to explore with him, she wasn't interested in being an adventurer for the rest of her life. And of course, if they fell in love and got married and had children, she'd want to stay at Nerim Manor with the others. That just left him on his own. It was frustrating to think that everyone he wanted to help level up eventually abandoned it in favor of the life they preferred. That nobody shared his drive to discover new things and level up to be able to go on more challenging adventures. Who would raid the elvish ruins and the dwarvish city with him? Who would explore the wonders of Calissa at his side? Was he going to spend the rest of his life torn between lonely days or weeks out in the wilds, and returning home to his family where he wanted to be for his wives and children? Torn between his desire for adventure and the wonderful life they'd created at Nerim Manor? Dare made his way out of the gate and set off towards the mountains. He'd ignore spawn points and go deeper today, looking for party-rated monsters. Possibly the last adventures he'd have with Ilan. He knew he was wallowing in self-pity when he should be happy. That things weren't as bleak as he was painting them out to be. There was still plenty of friends to make, women to romance, adventures to have. If he was being reasonable, he knew he'd been trying to force two things together that couldn't be: his life as an adventurer and his family life. Sure, it was wonderful to adventure with the women he loved and share those experiences with them. But ultimately, they wanted to be at home, surrounded by the rest of the family and raising their children in peace and contentment. And he wanted that for them, even if it meant adventuring alone. Soon enough, he'd perk up again, look forward to the future, and begin making plans. Perhaps he'd join the Adventurers Guild, find parties with dedicated adventurers who shared his excitement for exploration. Find companions he wanted to travel and level with long-term. But for the moment, his heart was as leaden as the heavy clouds overhead. Those clouds. Dare probably should have paid more attention to them. The temperature was plummeting, the wind was picking up, the light was fading even though it was barely past midday. And the charcoal grey clouds overhead were piling up against the mountains with a towering vengeance. He hadn't found any party-rated monsters. He'd gotten barely any experience either since he'd bypassed the spawn points. And best of all, he was rewarded for his determination to explore deep into the mountains by the prospect of a heavy winter storm, maybe even a blizzard. Cursing silently to himself, he tore his gaze from the sky and bolted back the way he'd come, using Cheetah's dash. Not at a pace he could sustain for hours, but at a run that would leave him puking his guts out in an exhausted huddle on the ground in a fraction of that time. Getting caught in a blizzard would suck, but he was confident he could survive it. He just wanted to get out of the mountains first if he could. Running on steep, snowy, and often icy mountain slopes, while all the time the wind whipped at him and flurries of snow drove against his face, was a bit reckless. But thankfully, by some miracle, he got down to the plains without breaking his neck. By that time, the flurries had become a swirling white wall, and Dare realized the storm really had become a blizzard. Even so, he trusted his struggling senses, bolstered by hunter abilities, just enough to keep pushing on instead of finding shelter and hunkering down. He was so close to home. If he could just reach Rex Village, then from there Neram Manor would be easy to find. He just had to go a little farther, although he should have known that was a bad idea. Dare remembered hearing somewhere that blizzards could be so dangerous for getting lost, in that some people had been known to step outside into them, walk a couple feet away from the door, and end up unable to find their way back. He thought he was going north, based on the slope of the ground and his familiarity with the terrain. But with the snow swirling around him, and especially driving into his face hard enough he had to squint and raise an arm against the onslaught, his visibility had been reduced to a few feet, and he stumbled blindly. About the time he ran face first into a tree he didn't even see coming, he realized he'd made a mistake, possibly a fatal one. But after hours of stubbornly stumbling forward, he felt committed, sure that if he tried to set up camp now, he'd freeze to death before he could manage it. Besides, at this point, he was sure he'd gotten so close to home that if he set up his tent, in the morning, he'd find himself in the lee of Neram Manor's walls. It was bound to happen eventually, and Dare should have seen it coming, but his panicked haze was finally broken when he felt an inner warning from his adventurer's eye that he'd stumbled into a spawn point. He stopped dead and turned around, immediately backing out. But in the blinding white snow, he somehow got lost even doing that. So after several hasty steps, he was still within the spawn point's border. Worse, now he was well and truly lost, just as likely to stumble into the heart of the spawn point as get out. Fuck, he was an idiot. What made him think his high levels meant anything against a blizzard? A roar was the only warning he had as a shape loomed out of the darkness and swung clumsily at him. Dare threw himself backwards with roll and shoot, coming up firing a burst arrow with fire damage. Then he immediately activated rapid shot. Somehow he missed, even from feet away. He couldn't see his enemy anymore, although the monster quickly came in view again as it shambled forwards with another roar, having no trouble following him through the blinding snow. Dare danced backwards as he shot 2 arrows from near point-blank range that actually landed. Then he tripped over something and fell headlong, losing his bow as he scrambled back to his feet and kept backing away, retrieving his spear from off his back. Okay, at least these spawn points should all be lower level than him. And he thought the monster coming after him was a firbolg, which was slow anyway. Although nothing you wanted to tangle with from melee range, which was exactly what he had to do unless he wanted to flee blindly and possibly run headlong into their camp. A shape looming out of the wall of blinding snow nearly made him swing wildly, but it was smaller, cloaked in leather and fur, with swirling midnight hair and large velvety ears. The fox girl he'd saved here months ago, Ceres. She had his bow slung across her back, and without a word that would have probably been lost to the wind anyway, she grabbed his hand and pulled him urgently away. Dare gratefully followed, since she obviously seemed to know where she was going. Through the gusting swirls of snow, he caught occasional glimpses of her delicate features, furrowed in concentration. Cute button nose wrinkled as she sniffed out a trail, maybe retracing her steps. A faint shout, mostly lost to the wind, heralded a taller shape appearing on Dare's other side, draping his arm around her slender shoulders and supporting him with surprising strength. Celis, the Arctic fox girl. After what could have been a minute or a half hour of struggling through the snow, Dare found himself ducking beneath an evergreen bush into a mostly hidden earth tunnel, crouching to avoid the trailing root strands growing down through the ceiling. The two fox girls led him into a cozy room with a fire roaring merrily in a stone fireplace to warm the space. The smoke whisked away through a stone chimney. A pot of stew hung over the coals to one side of the fire, bubbling and filling the air with a pleasant savory aroma that made his stomach rumble. Most of the room was taken up by a pile of furs and clean but faded blankets, with a couple cushions near the fire that were obviously used as an eating area. A small tunnel on the far wall led to what looked like a storeroom filled with dried meats, fruits, and vegetables. "Here," Ceres said, leading him to a cushion by the fire and wrapping a blanket around him. "Thanks," Dare said. He hadn't realized how cold he was until entering the warmth of this room. But now he was shivering violently, unable to keep his teeth from chattering. His armor and winter clothes were soaked and felt like they were freezing on his body. The small midnight fox girl leaned close, delicate vulpine features just inches from his. "His lips are blue," she murmured. "That's not good." Celis crowded close, snowy ears twitching worriedly. "His teeth are chattering, poor thing." Ceres pushed his blanket aside and began tugging off his sodden cloak. "We need to get him out of these wet clothes and under the blankets." Dare wasn't about to protest to being undressed. He'd had enough amorous encounters with women by this point that he had little shame, especially when he was half frozen. The fox girls peeled off his wet armor, coat, tunic, and pants, then began wiping him down with warm wet cloths, murmuring admiringly to each other as they did. "Goddess, he's not just cold as a statue, he's solid as one too." "When did you ever see a statue?" "You know what I mean. He's got the most rock-hard muscles I've ever felt." "You're not wrong. I don't think I've ever seen a more sexy man. And I thought I wanted him when his clothes were still on." Dare didn't know whether to be embarrassed or pleased by their frank appraisal. Although mostly what he felt was relief, as his hosts pulled him to the bed and buried him beneath a pile of warm, soft furs and blankets. Even in his current half-frozen haze, he wasn't numb to the scent of the two beautiful fox girls suffusing the bed around him, a wild, enticing feminine musk. His hosts knelt to either side of him, watching worriedly as his violent shivers continued. "He's still too cold," Celis murmured, stroking his cheek. "We need to warm him up." Ceres nodded. "I've heard skin-to-skin contact is the best way to warm someone up." She began to peel off her clothes. porcelain complexion showing a slight blush as she stripped down to a fur chest wrap and undershorts. While she was about the same height as Irene, she was much curvier, her lush body made even more tantalizing by her fluffy sable foxtail, big velvety ears, and long raven hair shining with blue highlights. Celis seemed to agree wholeheartedly with that suggestion, because when she stripped, she didn't stop at her underwear, briefly revealing her body before slipping beneath the covers with him. Dare wasn't so far gone to the cold that he didn't stare at her good-sized breasts, pink nipples swiftly hardening from the cold, and her silky white bush and firm ass. She was taller and more toned, but with soft curves in all the right places. The midnight fox girl slipped beneath the blankets as well, and he soon felt two soft, warm bodies press against him on either side. He had more reason to appreciate that than just the warmth they provided. And as his shivers gradually eased and warmth suffused him, he found himself focusing on the sensations more and more. Especially when Celis draped a leg over his, pressing her sex against his thigh in the process, and he felt moisture on her silky petals. If Dare hadn't been on his way to stiffening before, tenting up even the impressive mound of blankets covering him, that certainly did it. Ceres lifted a leg over him as well, then pouted when her soft skin brushed the damp cloth of his underwear. He's never going to warm up properly wearing these wet undershorts, she said, biting her lip as she began tugging at the waistband. Besides, it's keeping us from having proper skin contact. Celis grinned and reached over his chest, pressing very nice breasts against him in the process, to tweak the smaller girl's velvety ear. In that case, why are you still in your underwear, sister? Dare jumped in surprise. Sister? With their difference in coloring being literally black and white, he'd missed the striking resemblance in their features. Both delicate and lovely, with that mischievous, vulpine sharpness and those big golden eyes. That's right, Celis said, reaching down to stroke Ceres' silky black tail resting across his stomach alongside her two fluffy white ones. We're twins. That was even more surprising. Obviously, they weren't identical. Holy shit, he was in bed with two gorgeous twin fox girls. Had he actually collapsed in the blizzard? And this was some sort of glorious last fever dream before death claimed him? The sisters worked together to tug off his underwear and toss it over beside his drying clothes. Then he felt Ceres moving next to him as she pulled off her fur wraps and tossed them aside as well. After which she once again cuddled close, pressing her full breasts against his side and draping a leg over his. Although, unlike her sister, who was simply aroused, the midnight fox girl was so sopping wet her nectar dripped down his thigh. Dare shifted his arms to wrap around the beautiful twins. He was more than warm now, and it was pretty clear where this was going. Unable to resist the temptation, he began gently stroking Ceres' fluffy sable tail and alternating between petting Celis's two snowy ones. The twins giggled in unison. Sister, I think he's warming up, Celis said. Ceres moaned softly and twitched her tail in his grip. I bet he'd warm up even more if we were moving instead of just lying here. She began slowly rubbing her silky petals against his thigh. I think you're right, the Arctic fox girl said with a vulpine grin, revealing cute little fangs her lips had hidden. She began to grind against him as well. Would you like us to warm you up, Dare? At this rate, he was going to explode before they'd even gotten around to touching his cock. Gods, this was sexy. Both of you, Dare panted. It was Celis's turn to blush. We've shared everything, our whole life, she said bashfully, including mates. She gave him a pleading look. But if you don't want that, then please at least be with Ceres. It would make her happy. If he didn't want that, in what world and what sort of madman wouldn't? Oh, don't, the Midnight Fox girl exclaimed. I'd be too guilty if you left her out. If you have to leave someone out, leave me out. I don't mind watching. She sounded like she really didn't want to be left out. No, Dare said hastily, smiling at them. I would love to be with you both. That would be incredible, fantastic, out of this world. Cool. Ceres giggled and reached up to tweak her sister's soft white ear. I keep telling you that any man who would want one of us will be 10 times as eager to have us both at once. Especially when we show him how fun we are. She gave him a wicked smile, none of her previous bashfulness to be seen. Especially since it showed her naughty little fangs. You're not wrong, Dare admitted with a chuckle. He was about to get a chance to sleep with twins. And not just any twins, but sexy fox girls. Even if this was a dream as he froze to death, he didn't want to wake up. Good, Celis said, wiggling farther onto his chest so she could hug her sister tight, not only with her arms, but with her 2 fluffy tails. Because I just know that any man would want you, dear sister. You're just so cute and petite and soft. Ceres buried her face in her sister's chest, which was sweet and innocent in spite of her choosing to nestle in the valley between the taller girl's breasts. No, they'd choose you, beloved. You're so soft and sexy, and you've got such perfect boobs and childbearing hips. And 2 beautiful fluffy tails. Dare's cock throbbed urgently at their affectionate display. Sorry for interrupting, but I'd say that any man lucky enough to have you both would be insane to pick a favorite. You think so? Celis asked, pressing her nose to his so she could look deep into his eyes. Her snowy tails unwrapped from her sister to teasingly brush over his legs. Because I love my sister very much, so you mustn't neglect her. And I love my sister very much, Ceres added, rubbing her breasts against his chest. He could feel her diamond-hard nipples gliding over his skin as her silky, soft midnight tail joined her sister's tails brushing him. You mustn't neglect her. And what about you two? He half teased, half asked. He'd obviously never been in a threesome with twins, and was hoping for some idea of how they wanted to navigate it. Both blushed in the firelight. When it comes to that, Celis said with a bashful giggle, both of us are just interested in sharing our mate. But that doesn't mean we aren't affectionate with each other, Ceres finished for her sister, also giggling. The snowy fox girl nodded in agreement. It's true. Nothing makes me feel more loved than having my sweet sister hugging me and telling me how beautiful and soft I am, while our mate slams his big hard cock in my little pussy. Ceres made a contented noise, all resting my head on my wonderful sister's lap as she strokes my ears and tells me she loves me, while our mate is very rough with my soft little body. Oh gods, Dare groaned, his rock-hard cock straining painfully against the blankets piled atop it. You two are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Celis snickered and ran her hand over his abs. Of course. We know it's what mates low. Her hand brushed his cock, obviously far higher up than she'd expected thanks to its length, and she cut off with a gasp. Her head disappeared beneath the blankets, and she gasped again. Nature's blessing, sister. Look at the tent he's pitching. Sarah's head disappeared as well, and she also gasped. "And I thought he couldn't get any sexier," she murmured in awe. Dare bit back a groan as she tentatively reached down to rub his throbbing shaft with her small hand. "He's been hiding a centaur cock from us." "Or at least a bovid cock," her sister said with a giggle. "Now I'm even more glad he's the one who saved you, sister." She also reached down to stroke him. He grit his teeth. "I'm not going to hold out long at this rate," he gasped. The twins shared a silent look that seemed to say as much as a conversation. "I'd kind of like to watch him shoot," Celis said slowly. "I can't wait to have it in my mouth," her petite sister countered. "And if he can't hold out, I want to taste his cum, instead of letting him waste it all over his stomach." "I can hold out," Dare protested, flushing in embarrassment. "And even if I couldn't, I can go a dozen times or more if needed, and fuck right through an orgasm too at first." The twins stared at each other in flat-out disbelief. "A dozen times," Ceres repeated. "And keep going right through your refractory period." Celis laughed. "You know we're going to test that now, don't you?" Dare's cock throbbed in their hands. "Oh gods, yes, please do." The sisters looked at each other for several seconds, still absently stroking his shaft. "You know, sister," Celis said, "I think he means it." Ceres nodded solemnly, full lips parting in a very vulpine smile with her cute little fangs. "Yes, I think it's going to be a very long night." The Arctic fox girl returned the smile. "If we've finally found a mate, we can do whatever we want to, without having to worry about whether he'll have the energy to please both of us equally." She stroked his cock again. "A long night indeed." Dare stifled another groan and closed his eyes as both twins simultaneously dove beneath the covers, squirming down until he felt their hot breath on his cock. He'd had some incredible experiences since coming to Calissa, but he had a feeling this was going to be particularly special. Epilogue. Sleepover. The next thing Dare knew, the Fox Girl twins were on his cock, kissing and licking either side of its length with small pink tongues. He hastily flicked the covers down so he could watch, biting back a groan at the sight of their tongues pleasuring his shaft, expertly teasing every inch without ever brushing each other. Celis grinned up at him as she boldly reached out and began fondling his balls while kissing her way up his length. "You know, sister," she moaned, "I think these really could hold a dozen loads." "Savor the moment," Ceres admonished as she struggled to work his tip between her small lips with her mouth open as wide as it could go. "Da be a pram erg mem," she continued as he finally popped into her warm, wet mouth, the vibrations of her words sending shivers of pleasure through him. He shivered even harder as she began teasing his opening with her tongue, while Celis simultaneously began running her own wide-open mouth up and down his shaft, tongue pressed hard against his skin, and for good measure gently squeezed his balls. "That's about all I can take," Dare gasped after less than half a minute. He grabbed Ceres' head, midnight hair silky beneath his fingers, and tried to push a bit deeper as he prepared to empty himself into her small mouth. Before he could, Celis let go of his balls and tightly squeezed the base of his shaft between thumb and forefinger. Ah, she teased as she expertly cut off his orgasm, grinning up at him. "If you're going to shoot down our throats, you need to be deeper in." She nodded to her twin. "Go ahead, sister." Instead, Ceres pulled away, gasping for breath, as his large tip popped free of the tight seal of her pouty lips. You can have his first load, she panted. It always takes me longer to get it in, and even more with this monster. I want to make sure he can last until I've got him all the way down. She slipped her small hand between her legs. Besides, I like to watch you. You're so good at swallowing big hard cocks. Dare groaned as Celis took her sister's place on his tip, mouth easily engulfing him and taking him all the way to press against the back of her throat in one smooth motion. You girls always seem to know exactly what to say and do to get me going, he said as he stroked the Arctic fox girl's large, velvety ears. Celis made a noise of enjoyment as she worked him into her throat, tails lashing in pleasure, and Ceres smiled at him and rubbed herself even faster. Yes, keep doing that, the petite fox girl said. We both love it when mates play with our ears. How about this? He teased, gently taking one between his fingers and tugging playfully. Celis, moaning against his cock, was all the confirmation he needed that she enjoyed it. The Arctic fox girl determinedly worked him deeper, face reddening and delicate throat bulging with the outline of his tip. She kept humming, the combination of the vibrations and her rippling esophagus as she swallowed repeatedly, causing his pleasure to surge. Especially as Ceres squirmed around to where she could begin licking and sucking his balls. Soon enough, Celis was bobbing up and down on his cock, occasionally choking and gagging, but not relenting for a moment. Under her relentless onslaught, Dare finally grunted, gently tugged her ears to pull her farther onto his cock, and with a surge of pleasure, began pulsing down her throat. Good girl, Ceres crooned, stroking her twins' tails as the Arctic fox girl swallowed eagerly. Take it all, little sister. All that yummy seed to fill your tummy. The naughty words drove Dare to a new surge of pleasure, and he sank into the ecstasy with another groan. Celis finally pulled back with a gasp, grinning at him. How was that? I bet it blew your mind. It was incredible, he agreed. You're amazing. That's just because you haven't seen me yet, her petite sister said, starting to straddle him. I'll show you how to please a mate, little sister. It was a bit odd to hear the tiny fox girl calling her taller twin that. Dare could only assume she was the older one. The Arctic fox girl pouted. You don't always have to turn it into a competition, big sis. We can just have fun. Ceres giggled as she began rubbing her sopping pussy against his sensitive tip. What's more fun than pushing ourselves to the highest peaks of pleasure possible? Dare certainly had no complaints with either perspective, although he gently caught the midnight fox girl's hips to pause her increasingly urgent motions. I have scrolls of prevent conception in my pack. The twins exchanged one of those looks that seemed to share the information of a full conversation. We take what nature gives us, Ceres finally said. Vulpids have low fertility, and most of our mates are other vulpids or humans. So we haven't gotten pregnant yet. But should it happen, it'll happen. Celis giggled, tracing the sharply defined muscles of Dare's pecs. And I'll admit, you'd be a mate I'd want to breed with. She looked up at him with her big golden eyes. Would that be hot? Knowing you might plant a baby in my womb? That was seriously fucking hot. Especially the thought of impregnating both twins at once and seeing their tummies grow together. But while his cock was rock hard and throbbing urgently against Ceres' plump labia, he kept his wits about him. My fertility is a bit higher than most humans, he said. Or a lot higher, actually. 51. Both beauties stared at him with twin expressions of shock. Could that be true? Ceres whispered to her sister. Why would a mate eager to sink into your beautiful little pussy admit to having more fertility? Celis whispered back. Well, he's got the prevent conception scrolls, so he'd have no reason to lie. The Arctic fox girl thoughtfully reached beneath her sister to grip Dare's cock. What a mystery this is, big sister. From his cock, I'd say we have a bovid in our bed. But if he's right, it seems he's actually a cunid. Or an incubus, Ceres said cheerfully. Here to drive us into a wild delirium of pleasure while draining our stamina, mana, and life force. Dare grinned at the banter, but wasn't about to be put off. Seriously though, you might get pregnant just from rubbing your pussy on my cock, especially after I've already come once. And I'm serious, the Midnight Fox girl said right back, fluffy tail swishing back and forth. Do you really want us to use your scrolls? He hesitated. I suppose it's up to you. I wouldn't mind being a father to your children, and I'd do everything I could to care for them and be part of their lives. The twins exchanged another long look. We take what nature gives us, Celis said. Ceres nodded, thoughtfully rocking back and forth on his cock in a way that was going to drive him wild if she kept it up. Would you like to raise babies with me, little sister? Oh, you know they'd be adorable and the best of friends, the Arctic fox girl said, tails lashing excitedly. Her small twin looked down at him, blushing. Okay, Dare, put babies in us. Dare groaned. I think that's the sexiest thing you've said yet. Celis giggled. It is pretty hot, but I think we can do better. She gracefully moved to straddle his head, tails playfully swatting his face as her glistening petals dripped arousal onto his neck. What about if we both ride you while holding each other's hands? His hips twitched involuntarily at the thought, and with a giggle of her own, Ceres slid up his shaft until his tip was pressed against her tiny opening. Then, with a needy whimper, she began impaling herself on his massive cock. Gods, sister, he's stretching me like nothing I've ever felt, she panted. We're going to have so much fun with him. At the same time, Celis moaned and dropped down on his face, urgently rubbing her arousal all over his nose, mouth, and chin, until finally planting her labia firmly against his lips. Engulfed in the torrent of sensations from the ministrations of both sexy twins, Dare reached up to grip Ceres' curvy hip with one hand and Celis's thigh with the other, not so much guiding their motions as trying to keep up with them. He kissed the Arctic fox girl's soft petals and tasted her wild, sweet nectar, then plunged his tongue into her depths for a better taste. Celis moaned and pressed harder against him, and he began flicking her erect bud with his tongue with relentless patience. Meanwhile, Ceres' hot, slick tunnel, tighter than Irene's and far more demanding, massaged his length as she bounced up and down on him with sweet, whiny whimpers. Dare had been ridden by two women like this before, but the knowledge that they were gorgeous twin fox girls taking their pleasure together made it even more intense. Especially since their moans of pleasure were almost in tandem, as if as twins they could even time their upcoming orgasms to match up. That realization was enough for him, and he moaned against Celis's dripping pink pussy as he exploded inside Ceres, the intense surges of pleasure making his head spin. The petite fox girl either didn't notice or wasn't ready to stop, because she didn't pause in bouncing on his shaft as he filled her up, their combined juices dripping down his still hard cock. If anything, she sped up, moaning more urgently. The athletic Arctic fox increased her pace as well, mashing his nose and lips with her furnace-hot pussy and arousal flowing all over his face. Dare wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or if the twins were just that much in sync, but he swore that both stiffened with a soft cry at the exact same moment, their pussies winking against his lips and around his cock in a shared climax, as their gushing fluids nearly drowned him and drenched his crotch simultaneously. He would have liked to hold out longer, but he still had plenty left in the tank, and this was too fucking hot. So he gave in to his own orgasm and released again inside his petite lover. Both sisters rose off him at the same time, letting him come up for air with a gasp, and they once again pressed up against either side and draped themselves over him. Making contented noises, they alternated between passionately kissing him and licking and sucking on his neck. He'd had a lot of erotic experiences since coming to Calissa, but a threesome with Foxgirl twins had to be right up at the top. "You two are unbelievably sexy," he murmured, rubbing their soft little asses as they continued to tease him with their small pink tongues. They giggled, popping up to look down at him side by side. Ceres took his hand and pressed it to her flat tummy. "You're unbelievably sexy yourself," she whispered. "You just planted a baby in me. You know that? My tummy's going to get all big and round." Dare's cock twitched, and he groaned against Celis's lips as she dove back in and slipped her tongue into his mouth. But only for a few seconds. Then the Arctic fox girl rolled onto her back and tugged at him insistently, eyes glazed with lust. "Breed me now," she begged. At the same time, Ceres began pushing at his butt until he was on top of her sister. "Yes, breed her," the Midnight Fox girl said eagerly. "Your turn, little sister. I want to watch him put a baby in you." It soon became clear she wanted to do more than watch, because as Celis spread her legs wide and he positioned his sensitive tip at her eagerly waiting entrance, Ceres got behind him and pressed her curvy little body against his back. As she rubbed against him insistently, he eased forward, spreading the athletic fox girl's slick pussy wide as he slid inside her. "Yes," Celis gasped, wrapping her arms around Dare and lifting herself to kiss him hard. "Nature's bounty, you're huge. Stretch me out so I feel you in all the best places." Moving in time with her sister's eagerly rolling hips, Ceres wrapped her arms around him and rubbed her body against his back as he pushed in deeper. "That's it, give it to her," she encouraged. "She loves it rough." It certainly looked that way. The Arctic fox girl had adjusted quickly to his size and was now moaning in passion as he soared in and out of her needy sex, Ceres matching his movements with her body pressed to his back. When he finally had an intense rhythm going, the petite fox girl let go of him with one hand and pressed it down between their bodies, frantically rubbing her clit. At the same time, he felt Celis stiffen and begin pushing her hips back against him even more urgently, and wondered if the twins were about to share another mutual climax. He felt his balls boiling in anticipation. And as the two beautiful fox girls raised their voices together in bliss, trembling against his front and back, he unleashed his seed inside the Arctic fox girl in powerful jets. "Yes," Celis panted, pussy clamping down on him and milking him desperately. "Nature's love, I've never felt anything like this." "Yes," Ceres cried out at the same time. "He's filling you up, little sister. We're going to have his beautiful babies." Dare heaved in huge breaths as he shot a few final spurts into Celis's eager womb. Then he dropped down beside her with a last gasp of effort Ceres still cuddled against his back. The Arctic fox girl rolled over to cling to his front, sandwiching him between soft, warm bodies as he recovered from the intense experience. After the exhausting day and then the strenuous lovemaking, he found himself drifting off into warm, contented slumber. At some point, he drifted awake to the sound of cutlery scraping on dishes, and guided by hunger, joined his twin lovers as they spooned him out a bowl of stew. He devoured it ravenously, gratefully accepted seconds, then allowed Ceres and Celis to guide him back to bed. There, the two beautiful women banished his sleepiness with their hands and mouths, reminding him insistently that he'd promised to satisfy them both completely. Dare was a man of his word, and he pushed weariness aside to enjoy his time with the Fox Girl sisters, bringing them to a series of rolling climaxes until they were finally limp and quivering, as worn out and satisfied as he was. Cuddled together in a tangle of soft limbs and fluffy tails, they drifted off into contented sleep. "Are you sure you don't want to visit Neram Manor and meet everyone?" Dare asked as he tightened the belts on his pack. "Maybe some other time," Celis said, languidly reaching out to rub his leg. "In the winter, we like to stay where it's warm and sleep, especially after a blizzard." Confirming her words, Ceres was huddled beneath a pile of blankets, only her cute little nose and rosebud lips showing as she dozed. She looked awfully cozy, and he was tempted to undress and climb back in with her. But his fiancés and friends would be worried sick about him after disappearing in a blizzard. Or, well, Sia had probably reassured them he was fine. But still, he needed to get back to them to let them know everything was okay. Dare leaned down to kiss the Arctic fox girl, stroking her velvety ears and teasingly batting at her fluffy tails. "Thanks for saving me from the blizzard," he said, "and for letting me shelter here last night." She giggled wickedly. "Oh, is that all you're grateful for?" "Incredible as last night was, I'd say saving my life trumps it," he said with a laugh, giving her another lingering kiss. "Can I visit again?" "Every time you run past here on the way to an adventure," she said, "or on the way home, and you're welcome to spend the night whenever." He certainly wasn't about to pass up the offer. Last night had been wild. "Go away," Ceres grumbled, poking her head out of the covers to squint at them with a cute glower. "Trying to sleep?" "I'm about to," Dare said with a smile, leaning over to plant a kiss on her pouty lips and stroke her velvety ears as well. "Thanks for last night. I hope to see you soon." "You too, lover," she said sleepily before burrowing back under the covers. Celis blew him a kiss before squirming under the blankets to snuggle up to her sister. He lingered for a moment to take in the peaceful scene, then ducked out through the tunnel, snugly closing the door behind him. The morning had dawned bright and cold, not a cloud to be seen in the sky. The only evidence of yesterday's blizzard was the better than 2 feet of snow blanketing the ground atop what had already been there. It was almost enough to require snowshoes, and definitely hampered his movements, but not enough to be more than a nuisance. Dare activated Cheetah's dash and set off at a brisk pace. Yesterday's melancholy had vanished with the leaden cloud layer, and he was looking to the future with more enthusiasm. His family were content to stay at home, and he was content to return to their love and warmth after every adventure. It hadn't really been fair of him to assume that a bunch of women he found under different circumstances would all want to devote their lives and risk their lives to hunt monsters with him. If anything, He should be grateful they'd gone along with his plans so gamely and kept him company through thick and thin. But if he wanted people who shared his enthusiasm for adventuring, he should look for them specifically, rather than trying to convince people who were content with their lives to adopt a life that didn't suit them. That's what the Adventurers Guild was for. And even in Tirana, small as it was, there were a handful of adventurers around his level that Morona kept on retainer for major threats. He could find people to share new adventures with. The goblin village was hunkered down from the blizzard, but to his relief, nobody had been lost in the storm. The worst that had happened was one of the less well-constructed houses had partially collapsed from the weight of snow on the roof. But thankfully, nobody had been hurt. Dare joined Rek, checking on the livestock, then clapped his future brother-in-law on the shoulder and hurried on his way. Neeram Manor looked unharmed by the wind and snow, everything clean under a heavy blanket of snow and sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. People were out and about doing chores, and children were taking full advantage of the fresh blanket of deep snow to play. It was incredible to think how much this place had changed in just a few months. How many people had joined his family and their friends in a new life here. It was incredible and humbling. He wondered what the future held for this place and what they could build here. Dare found his family eating breakfast, and the moment he walked through the door, he was immediately inundated by his fiancées as they gathered him in a group hug and expressed their intense relief. "I knew you'd be okay, of course," Leilana said stoutly as she hugged him around Sawyr. "I just hated the thought of you out there freezing in the snow." "He was okay," Pella said. "Well, yeah, we knew that, thanks to Sia," Zuri said, glaring up at him fiercely as she clung to his waist. "But you shouldn't have been out there in the cold. Why did you go when a storm was obviously brewing?" Dare was saved from having to explain his previous morning's petulance by his dog-girl fiancé interrupting. "No, I mean he was okay because he spent the night cozy in a foxgirl den," she sniffed, eyes widening in delight. "With twins?" He started in surprise. "How?" he began, then chuckled ruefully. "Right, her sense of smell was remarkably keen." Linnea laughed. "So we were all here worrying ourselves sick, while you were out there having every man's dream threesome?" She playfully swatted his ass. "I should have guessed." "What are they like?" Sawyr asked. "Can I meet them?" Irene just held him, smiling gently. Farther back, Lily held Gila, smiling at him in clear relief at his safe return. "I hope you at least had a productive day yesterday," Leilana said, hands on hips. Dare smiled ruefully. "Actually, I bypassed spawn points, hoping to explore more of the mountains. Then when I saw the blizzard coming, I rushed back, trying to get home in time." He grimaced. "The only thing I really accomplished yesterday was nearly freezing my ass off." Linnea slapped his butt again. "Well, speaking as someone who happens to like your ass, I'm glad you didn't." Zuri tugged on his hand. "Come on, you must be starving. Let's get some food in you." He was ushered to his seat at the table, where Ilan and Amelisa were waiting to offer their own greetings and relief at his safe return. The two already looked like a couple, seated comfortably together, and Dare was again amazed he hadn't seen it before. His fiancées pushed him down into his chair and put a heaping plate of sausage, bacon, and eggs in front of him, then returned to their own breakfasts. They talked a bit about yesterday's storm and how Neeram Manor had fared. Then the conversation shifted to Ilan's and Amelisa's wedding plans. They'd tentatively set the date for spring, probably around the same time as Dare's wedding to his fiancées, and for the same reason. They had people they wanted to invite and wanted the weather to be warm enough for travel. Dare settled back to enjoy his breakfast and the company of his loved ones. With the deep snow, he decided he'd stick around the manor today. Check to see that everything was looking good with the snow and cold. Plan out the improvements he'd been considering. Check on the refugee village under construction. And just enjoy some time with his family and friends. Including finally cooking a formal dinner for Lily and taking her out on a proper date. Maybe even sharing a first kiss. He still had things he needed to accomplish before leaving to petition for knighthood. But there was time. It was good to remind himself that he didn't always have to rush around trying to accomplish his goals as quickly as possible. Sometimes it was good to just slow down and enjoy what he had, which was more than he ever could have dreamed of back on Earth. End of Horde. The Adventures of Dare and His Family. Continue in Readout, 6th book of the Outsider series. This title was narrated with virtual voice.